And I was like, I really can't.
Hey everybody, I'm still getting stuff ready, like always, but hey, at least I'm on time, right? It's Shauna with Geeks and Exploring the Paranormal Perspective. And this is Tiffany. She's part of GEEKSParanormal. Not my podcast. My podcast airs on Wednesdays. This is just something extra I do for the podcast and for my geeksters if they want to come on and say stuff and talk and stuff like that. I'm not a bad slave. I mean, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Gotta have jokes, y'all. Y'all gotta laugh.
Not a slave driver. I thought you said.
No, thank God they've all been willing to help. Because if not, I'd be up shit creek without a paddle, let me tell you. But there's a lot of stories I want to say. There was a story from Tuesday that happened to me that I want to tell you guys soon. We're kind of waiting on Dustin because we forgot today was show day. Oh my God, look. Did you see how blurry it was? It was so fucking blurry, and I don't know why. Oh. And I'm probably gonna, if you guys have some backgrounds, like scary backgrounds you guys would like to see up here, go ahead and send them to me. I'll be happy to put them up here. You can go to Shaw Wooten and just send me a message with it, or with a link of it, and I'll be happy. Or you just put it in the freaking chat. Just tell me where you found it, and I'll go find it. But, oh, speaking of chat, I probably should get that up, huh? Oh, look, there's the one that
Had Josh's head in it.
yeah. Oh my gosh. But I am trying to get the chat up, so give me just a second. I totally forgot about the chat. And I keep forgetting where the chat is at. Oh my God. Oh, no. What am I doing? I'm already live. Why is it doing that? I am so sorry.
Because you wanted to go live a second time.
I know, right? I'm so dumb sometimes. Ugh. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Did it stop? Did I fuck it up? I think I fucked it up. I don't know how to do the backgrounds on this, so I don't know. I'm hoping I can still get people on video through Restream, but I doubt it. Because, oh my God. Well, which... Uh-oh. Allow. Unable to access camera. That's because it's being accessed through... Can I do backgrounds on this? You know, I didn't think to look at that. If I can do green screen and stuff. I bet you could.
We're still on Twitch. So.
Look, you can do backgrounds and stuff on it.
Oh, hell yeah.
and your own backgrounds.
Ooh.
What is this one? Okay. So I'm playing around with the camera. I'm sorry. I'm playing around with it on the actual Restream Studio because I wanted to try and get some people up on the camera tonight. But I think that's going to have to wait until next week so I can play with it some. And so right now I'm going to get out of this. And I'll probably have to be like, Debbie, I need to play around with Restream. Because I need to figure all this shit out. Oh yeah, we're online on everything but my Geeks Paranormal channel. Exploring the Paranormal Perspective is on. Oh, because LinkedIn doesn't do freaking video. Boo. I'll finish them now. I didn't do. I ain't done nothing.
Well, it says we're on YouTube, and I've seen us on Twitch, so.
Oh, I keep wanting to download the freaking chat, but you know what? I have the fucking chat. I haven't even started drinking. I've had blonde moments all day, girl. So, here's a story about stock. Could be paranormal. Depends on how you look at it. If it disappears, it's paranormal. But we have some stock. We're apes. We're AMC stock, right? So, a friend of mine messaged me and said, if you got the jab, a lot of stuff is going to be coming higher. You know, I'm thinking jab, I'm thinking vaccine. I'm like, well, I've already had it twice. I don't think I need the jab. Meaning if you have stock. And I'm sitting there going, oh, you mean, wow, I've had a slow day. I'm so sorry. He just starts laughing. I'm like, oh my God, don't judge me. I'm sorry, don't judge me. I'm that stupid today. Stupid.
There's blonde roots down there somewhere, I promise.
So a friend of mine was talking today too, and it's like we're talking about some dude being a butthead, and she goes, "We're just gonna call him Stu, Epido," and I'm like, "Stu, who is that?" And then Linda comes across, she goes, "Say it fast, Shauna," and I said it fast. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me! I've had a blonde moment. I've had blonde moments all day today. I'm gonna chalk it up to lack of sleep because I've hardly had any in 2 weeks. Oh my God! But yeah, I sat there and I listened. I even looked up. I looked up the person on Facebook. This is how stupid it was. Oh my God! I had such a stupid moment. But you can't make fun of yourself. I mean, come on,
Right?
I'm sitting there going, Stu Epp? Who is Stu Epp? And then this one guy that named himself, because there's tons of them, said he's from Four Towns something, and then Humptown, Michigan. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh my God. Wow. I took the stupid pill today because my brain just, it's not there at all. It's not there at all, man. I was just, wow. It's been one of those days today. And I was even looking at something earlier for work going, wow, what the heck? Hi, Rohit. Namaste. How are you doing? You're either up late or up early. Hi, Kelly. I was telling my story. I don't know if y'all heard it. Did y'all get to hear my story? You can see where my teeth. It's on my tooth. Sorry, I'm putting something on my lips.
That could be taken in so many different
Right.
directions.
Well, the big mouth guy behind me will tell you everything, I promise.
He needs a little something on his lip.
Right? Just a little something. Oh my God! How adorable!
Could you imagine being surrounded by that many puppies?
That's a lot of puppies.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at a puppy video, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 puppies. Now the big mama's coming in. Oh, it's adorable. It's called Puppy Paradise, and I don't know if you can see it, but it's so cute. At all. That was a British accent, was it? What? That's probably the only British I can do. Well, that's what tea. It's hard for me, and people are like, "Well, you're Southern. It should be easy for you." It's hard to get out of my Southern accent, much less get into a Northern accent. It's like, you want what?
Easy.
You want? I can try. I did do a New York accent for a little while when I was in plays and stuff, but it doesn't last. It's just gone.
We used to have a girl that I worked with,
And I keep yelling, and I don't.
and she talked. She did a lot of plays and stuff in down, and so she was always talking in a British accent. Always.
My daughter can do a great British accent, and so can my oldest son. It's like, I want to do one. This one, please. Please. It was perfect when you code switch from American accent to Brit. Oh, when I code switch. Oh, when I did what? Would you like a spot of tea? And that's it. That's all I can do.
That's more than I got. I can't do British.
But my friend said, she goes, it's very easy, Shauna. All you have to do is elongate your vowels and shorten your consonants. And I'm like, I can't even do that right. I can try. And I did. I did just that. I was horrible. Let me tell you.
Tom says, when I get really excited about something, I'll sling out an Irish accent.
Man,
And I'm like, okay.
that's the accent I'd love to have, is an Irish accent. Oh my gosh, there's this Irish guy. Don't know his name, but he's on TikToker. And he will sit there and just tell all the women they're beautiful. And no matter what, just remember you're beautiful. And he says it in his Irish accent. And I'm just like,
I know, I can sit and listen to it all day. It's just like, okay.
Lucky. What do you use when you're on the phone? Rohit. Do I say that right? Rohit with the little. Oh God, that would make me sound like somebody else. That I'm not doing that sound. Not by itself anyway. Sounds so. Don't get me wrong. I don't listen to Cardi B either, so I can't say I like her stuff because I don't listen to. I listen to some country, but mostly it's metal or rock. But I can't stand that. That to me sounds no. I'm not trying to diss her or anything. She can do her own thing. That's her. But Rohit. He had told me in the beginning you have to roll the R. So I started rolling the R, and then I started thinking, was that right? Did I do it right? I didn't get him a shot glass. I'm gonna have to get Dustin a shot glass. Do you want a drink? Right? Bring your own shot glass. Even though you brought me a cherry limeade, you just go get it yourself. I'm too lazy to walk 7 steps to my door.
You're not lazy. You're on live.
Right, that's right. I'm on live. I cannot leave live. I ran away to YouTube. Oh, okay. You're on Facebook? Okay. Rohit, what page are you watching it on? Are you watching on the Shaw Wooten or the Exploring the Paranormal Perspective? Sad what happened. Hi, Grumpy Boo!
Hey, Grumpy.
Hey, Grumpy Boo! I'm like,
how are you doing?
Perfect. Awesome. Whoa, look! The sprite has disappeared! Whoa! Not a sponsor, but they really... No, I don't want them to be my sponsor. They can kiss my ass.
It's invisible.
If I could find a soda that tastes just as good as Sprite with this stuff, trust me, I would find one, because I wouldn't buy from them for anything.
Sierra Mist.
Is it?
Sierra
But
Mist
who
is
makes
Sprite.
them?
Pepsi.
Well, fuck it up. But look, it's see-through. Oh, and I just shook it all up, so hopefully we ain't gonna open
We're
it.
doing well. I can speak for me. I'm doing okay. I think she's okay.
Oh,
Oh, and okay.
oh, yeah.
Appian. Yeah.
Dude. My military brain wants to come out and say a lot of bad things right now. A lot of bad things. Let me just put it this way. Putting it from a military perspective, it was a stupid fucking call, and there's no reason any of those guys should, or ladies, should be dead right now. Period. Point blank, period. There. My 2 cents before I say anything else. I'm doing great. I'm in a great mood. Well, aside from being pissed off at that, I'm in a great mood. And I'm going to drink. I'm going to drink because tomorrow morning, we're not going anywhere. We're not getting our butt stabbed. Though I probably should get my butt stabbed. But exactly 100. Right? Right? So some family out there lost a husband or a dad or a son. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Because of stupid shit.
Because of a stupid fucking call, just because of fucking pride. Fuck your goddamn pride. Sorry. I'm not talking about this. I'm done. But no, okay, let's do this. A moment of silence for those soldiers that lost their lives for that stupid nonsense. I must have followed you. Oh. It is pointless what happened. Those lives should have never been lost. Those lives should have been gone. All of them should have been gone. And I don't personally know of anybody that's over there right now. If I find out I knew somebody that was over there, I'm really going to be pissed. I mean, I'm pissed enough now as it is. They were, even though I'm not active duty, they were my brothers and sisters. They were children. They were dads. They were people. People. Aside from the U.S. military, people. And to treat life so freaking carelessly is just fucking retarded. I'm probably gonna get freaking knocked off YouTube because it's fucking so many goddamn comments.
Yeah. No. We're also taking precautions from the...
Please do. Please stay safe over there because there's 3 different freaking terrorist groups over there right now. 3, and each of them are blaming each other for the shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's so... I hate war. I hate war, period. I know sometimes it's necessary. I know. Sometimes it's necessary.
It's
Where
necessary.
I'm going to go southern. I'm going to go real southern right now, okay? No, it was necessary for war on some occasions. However...
Insurance, oh, guys. No, he won't.
No. If they would have done it back in the day where he was... Man, I really don't like politics. I really don't, because I'm not just a pro-Trumper, and I'm not just a blue person. I am somebody that believes in the people. We, the people, are the ones that govern this whole fucking country. But there's so many sheeple out there that they want somebody to take charge of them instead of thinking for themselves and working hard for something. I wouldn't be able to say all this if Dustin was here. Because, I mean, I probably would, because he agrees with me on a lot of aspects. But we don't agree on the vaccine and we don't agree on some of the things that's happened in politics. And that's fine. Y'all can think however you want to think. I just want my country safe. I want my family safe and my friends safe. And with open borders and anybody that can come through our borders, there's no telling how many terrorists are here right now waiting for the perfect opportunity to either bomb something or hijack something or do something without the proper regulations. That's why every country has these regulations. You have to check in. You have to have a passport. You have to have an ID. You have to have all this. Why does the United States have to be any different? My dad is an immigrant. My husband's family are immigrants. Well, not now, but they were back in the day when his great-grandfather came over here.
Well, the thing that kills me is for us to travel,
Oh, yeah.
we have to have a real ID and
Yeah.
a passport and a this and a that and a blah, 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 or we can't travel.
But you can't get a real ID without making an appointment. My son still hasn't had his
Paying out
freaking
the
permit.
ass. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, I understand the concept. They're like, well, you know, it's going to be safer for America and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I understand that, and I get it. You know, I do. But you should have had shit and regulation and shit ready to go before you did it, because our stupid fucking DMV, there's 2 people that run it, and there's over 30-something thousand people just in this town alone
Mm-hmm.
that go there, and the surrounding areas that come here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
But we gotta have all this shit just to go somewhere. But they're letting people walk in.
oh, just walk in left and
Yeah.
right without any papers, without any ideas, without anything. So it's just like, come on, man.
That's what gets me.
What the hell were you thinking? And sure, let's see. Pray for Afghanistan, our men and women and our allies. Once you wear the uniform, it's in your blood. My niece is over there. Oh my God, you're kidding.
Mm.
What branch is she in? Is she in the Air Force, Army, Navy? Yeah, ISIS K, they said. I've never even heard of ISIS K until recently.
Not ISIS K. I've heard of ISIS, but not ISIS K.
Yeah, they're calling it ISIS K.
Huh.
And the Taliban and
then Al
Qaeda.
Al Qaeda. Yeah. Navy
Oh
medic.
my God, and it was a Navy medic that, oh my God. She's okay, right?
I told you my daughter was in the Navy, didn't I? The one that worked
Like
with-
now?
the one that works with us out there.
Yeah.
I think I introduced you to her one day we were coming in from break.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was in the Navy for a
Oh,
while.
was in, okay.
Yeah, she blew out her knee.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
understand that.
blew out her
Look,
knee.
I haven't even finished our freaking drinks yet. I'm sitting there going. I mean, I hate to start off the show with anything to do with politics, but I did thank you for bringing it up, because I did want to give a moment of silence for those men and women that have lost their lives over there right now. Our allies, the military, any American construction worker or American that is out there right now. I did want to sincerely give, if I had a flag that I could put half-mast, it would be half-mast. I have a flag up front, but it doesn't go half-mast, unfortunately. But this has been a crazy week, and it's so crazy because my birthday was on the 18th. And that's when everything started pouring into the news, was the 17th and 18th. And I'm sitting there going, this is a great birthday week. Woo. Yay. We haven't been able to get any. Oh, you're kidding. Wow. Who you were visiting, where you were staying.
Damn.
They're on lockdown, no internet. Or you gotta be kidding me. How is the news getting in there and getting any news?
I'm confused. Which page should
I am live on a lot of things.
You
so
can be on whichever one you want.
you are comfortable with, by all means.
Oh, I found a shirt the other day. Says, witches by nature, bitches by choice.
That's a perfect shirt, let me tell you.
No, we need some of those.
Right? Where is Dustin? He's probably listening to this going, that bitch. Shut your mouth. Just shut your mouth. We ain't talking about this right now.
Let's see. Where is Dustin? Dustin is... Holy shit.
He's right here.
It says he's right here.
Is he outside the door and heard me the whole time and said no? Oh, there he is. Were
She's
you
like,
watching?
where's Dustin? And I looked at the thing and I said, she's like, it says he's right here. She's like, he's outside that door. And then you kicked the door open and we're all like,
Oh my god.
Nobody were
I'm making our drinks right now.
the worst
I just,
You had the worst what?
part.
Oh, I got Tums over there, honey.
Oh,
I need to give you some of my heartburn stuff.
I'm about to say, he doesn't want your heartburn. He already has
No,
heartburn.
the stuff I take for heartburn.
So now that both of y'all are here, I'm going to run inside and get a... Well, no, he's not here anymore.
He stepped
Never.
out there for something. I don't remember
Never
what.
Let's see.
You aren't poor.
I am confused which... Oh, yeah. They do it during stuff like this to protect... Oh, I know, honey. I'm not port. You aren't port. I'm not sure what you mean.
Pouring
babe.
me a drink.
Oh,
She must have hit the button before she meant to.
yeah. You're not here to drink it. Of course, I can pour you one and hold it. I'll drink it later. I noticed that when I have lipstick on, I do this a lot. So I want to make sure I don't have any lipstick on my
On your
teeth.
teeth.
Yeah. But I'm going to get a shot glass, and we're going to have 2 shots.
That's all right. She butt dialed me earlier, so.
We're going to have 2 shots. We're going to have a shot for the troops, and we're going to have a shot for their families. Or for any American that was over there, and our allies. We're going to have a shot for any American and our allies that were over there, and for their families. One of my best friends were over in Afghanistan until last week. Oh my
Oh,
god.
goodness.
Yeah, a lot of our allies are over there. Can you imagine what our allies think of us right now?
Did you see the video of the soldier pulling the baby over the barbed wire fence?
Oh.
They were holding it up, and he reached down and got it and pulled it
Yeah,
over.
because they were throwing kids over the darn. What? Okay, we're gonna stop talking about that stuff.
That's the stuff I got from Walmart. It was,
And that's the stuff you said that you thought was really, really good.
all of it was really good.
Oh, you haven't tried it yet?
Um,
Oh, so this is what you're talking about
Let's
the
see,
other
like, it was
day.
empty, and see, this is how you.
Oh, you just add the alcohol and let it seep, huh?
Pretty much, and it's been in there for like.
I'll have to get a strainer.
Did you hear what he said?
No, just let it settle.
It's been in there for like months.
Oh.
So I don't know what it's going to. Maybe bitter.
So you're gonna end up
God.
sleeping in the living room tonight?
I need to make my abs soap. Is what I need to do.
You didn't happen to bring tarot cards, did you?
No.
Why didn't you say something? I have some at home.
Oh, you do?
Well, these are stripes for
Uh,
mojito.
no, honey, you better not with your kidneys at all. I know
Probably
better.
wouldn't be a good idea.
No.
Small straws.
Straws. Straws.
Two extra straws in my car. You know when they were out of straws at Sonic, they never had big straws for like because of the shortage or whatever.
There was a shortage in straws.
Yeah, they couldn't get their straws. Like they couldn't even order this size straw from other places. The only place that had straws this long were Quick Trip.
Oh, wow. I think that's all Quick Trip carries is long straw.
Yeah, that's all they carried.
Yeah.
They probably make it themselves, but
We will. We'll drink one for you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I had a bunch in my car. because I was always getting drinks from there, so I just like move it from one drink to the next. Like, yeah.
I wonder if I could do Restream and OBS at the same time and have that camera on Dustin, so he can have room. Because you know how he
Maybe.
likes to hang out on his
He likes to have
side.
his space.
Yeah. He doesn't like me split in the middle. Unless it's two guys.
Last week was crazy because I was like, I'm the only one you can hear today. I'm like, what happened?
Because this mic was messing up and I turned it to this mic and forgot to fill this mic over this way. So it was just right on
Oh,
you.
right
I was the
there.
star of the show.
You were the
You
star
were,
of the show.
yes.
I join you for a drink, but I'll probably pass out through oh yeah, because it's like what time there now? I can't ever remember what time it is over in Scotland.
Late.
Late. He's a lot of help, isn't he? Late.
Yeah, I think it's like 2:30, maybe 1:30, midnight 30.
Midnight.
I'm not sure.
Yes, I was right. See, you remembered better than you thought.
I did. So
What
for
is this?
sweet tooth,
This is a,
I brought out little Pop-Tart bites. No, they're not sponsored, but they can be if they want to be.
this
Right.
is my new screen protector for this, and it's supposed to feel like actual paper.
Does it?
I mean,
No.
only $12, but like when I'm drawing, it feels like paper.
6 hour
though.
difference.
Sweet.
See, it's. Oh, there we go.
So
It's not slippy slidey like it usually
he's
is.
got this cool little pad. Not sponsored, but they can be.
Don't leave in.
But
Your way.
so it's supposed to feel like paper, you said? Oh, it kind of does.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
It's not like slippy. Like whenever you don't have that on there, it just slides around. So I have a silicone tip that goes on, and you get like 8 or 10 of them because they wear out, and eventually you're writing with the regular tip again. But
I like that. That is really nice. Let me draw this cookie little dude for you.
but it feels like. But the only problem with that one, the only thing with that is it wears the tip down. From what I hear, so I mean you can buy more
Where's this
tips.
tip down?
Yeah.
That'd take
I was
you a
looking
while
at
to wear
tablets
down.
the other day. Contemplating. I
Now that
eventually want to get
one,
one.
that one was $8.99, but it's the 12.9 and it's the Pro, and it works really well. I like it.
It's that iPad.
Mm-hmm. But
Wow. I don't know anybody with teeth like that, but okay.
But it like I got the smaller one because you can actually hook a little thing up to the end of it, and you can like save stuff on
Oh, okay.
jump drives and stuff,
Cool.
so you don't have to worry about all the space that's on
There's
it.
my cookie little dude. My cookie little dude. That's nice. I like that. I gotta go in there and get you a shot glass. For some reason, I don't have a shot glass out here.
We're good with shots. I'm good with shots because my heart burns.
No shots?
Mm.
Not even the buttery nipple shot?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, okay. Twist
I'm
his
like,
arm.
no shots. And I'm like, "Mm." And this is the notes part. Like this is like the notes area.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to like just type into it. You can.
I like that.
But see this. This is replaceable.
Oh, okay.
It's just a little rubber tip.
Yippee.
But the pen alone was $120.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
welcome to the world of Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look, it goes right here.
That's
That's how it charges.
Oh.
So like whenever it's at the top.
Oh, yeah. That works. Shit.
Actually.
Yep. That'd be pretty cool. I think before I worry about a tablet, though.
I want to find a way to incorporate people that are online. to be able to play like board games like
Mhm.
this. Because I've yet to play this game. And
Look, it read the writing part of it. Anyway.
it read my writing?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, well, that part is not good.
part of it.
Yeah. Wow, I have horrible handwriting too. That's crazy. All right. So we're going to talk about paranormal stuff tonight too. We're going to talk about yeah, Josh is working tonight. Oh, I wanted to see if that camera could pick him up and put you on not
Put me on
Zoom.
blast again.
I pressed the wrong button, huh?
So put me on blast again.
Yeah, put you on blast again.
Ooh.
And see if it would let's see. Enter. The thing is, I don't know if it would let me do from here and from OBS, or if I have to completely cut off the show and come back on Restream.
Oh.
Look at the booter
Oh,
fly.
no.
Ooh,
that's
the
pretty.
butterfly is beautiful. Saying unable to access camera, but it's trying to access this camera.
Oh.
I'm wondering if it could access that camera.
If you talk to Josh, you tell him to drive safe.
Oh, I will.
Oh, right,
Definitely.
He's working.
He's working. He has to work for the next month.
I only have him on Facebook.
It's not letting me pick my camera. I don't know if I like that or not. Nope.
I do.
You do. I do. I could care less. I wonder if I could.
He likes it because it's not letting you do it.
Right?
I like to be the voice behind the scenes.
I'm the voice behind the camera. Local video. Background music. Oh.
Ooh, I like that one too.
Well, alright. Well, you know, I guess I'm just going to have to play with Restream a different time. Unfortunately. But it looks like it'd be fun. I might have to do it from the studio instead of from OBS and see how it works.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to talk about the paranormal. We're going to talk about situations that could cause paranormal issues. We're going to talk about places and why some of them keep paranormal, or why some of them all of a sudden become paranormal. We'd love to hear from you guys. If you guys have any thoughts in your noggins, which I'm sure you got the little wrinkles forming in your brains right now, going, "Me, I need to figure out something." Then yeah, we would love to hear from you. If you want to come online, I can cut off OBS and fiddle with Restream. I'm pretty sure we'll figure it out. Pretty sure. But I don't quite know how to work it yet to get more people on here. Now I know people can call in and I can turn on the desktop and people can hear you. But
You'd be like Dustin.
yeah, like behind the scenes. But as of right this moment, unfortunately, I don't have Restream going. I have OBS going, so I don't think I can get you guys online visually. Damn it.
Oh, I didn't even have to. That's a lot of Apple. I didn't even have to link it to your or to your internet. My
Oh,
phone automatically did it for me.
oh,
hell yeah.
sweet.
I was like, wait, how am I online?
That is cool. All right, so
Apple does
Okay,
have some
you're on
good things.
OBS.
yes, I'm on OBS, but I'm running OBS through Restream, so I can get out to multiple different platforms. Like I'm playing on Facebook on my Shaw Wooten page.
Okay,
On...
how to add a webcam.
Now OBS, I can add you on there probably, because there's the other webcam. Yep, there you are. There it is.
No.
Okay, so I'm remodeling. That's why my floor looks like hell. That's why I turned his camera off real fast, not because he was showing up on camera. But bear with my dirty floor. Because right over there in the corner that you can see is my dirty floor and no green screen.
I don't really do anything.
and a bright ass light.
Yeah, I'll turn that off and up some.
And I could probably zoom in a little bit.
We don't have to do that.
You don't have to do that.
It doesn't. It's like, no.
Let's not do that. Okay, let me see if I can put a filter on there to get some of that green screen at least filtered. Because
God, my hair.
do you want me to turn it off, Dustin?
No, it's
Okay.
fine, but look how bald I am.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, here, I will
Look at
fix the
that.
camera. You tell me whenever you like it. I think I can fix the camera. Oh my god, that's hard.
Oh, it's fine. Just leave it the way it is. I'm going bald. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. My hair.
There.
My hair is like.
How's that?
Ooh, okay.
No.
No. Was it better up?
Well, no, it's just up in my face.
That's just up in your face. I can zoom
No,
out.
you're good. What is that?
What? Is there something on it?
Oh, it's that.
Oh.
I was like, I don't see anything like that on the wall. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine.
You can fix it how you want it.
No, I'm good.
It doesn't. I'm good.
Yeah, I swept all the pile over here. And then this part that got consumed. I was wrong.
Surprise! I need like a toothpick.
Yeah, we're remodeling because I'm
You do
putting new
not need a
ceiling in
toupee.
with sheetrock. And we're gonna eventually take this shit down right here. And we're gonna put wallpaper up on it and everything. And then we're gonna have shelves and my old time
Whatever.
heater
You're
is gonna go over
fine.
here as a prop. So we got a bunch of things that I'm planning for this room that's gonna be amazing, and it's not gonna have all this crap. And I'm gonna actually have a good camera. My Canon is gonna go up as soon as I figure out how to work the damn thing, and got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of stuff we're gonna do. And as much as I love the green screen, we're gonna have a pull down green screen, so at least I'll have a green screen when I want it. Why do I have it open still? Oh, let's put this in here and let it cool off some. And I wanted the Kahlua and
I need to bring my freaking fabric.
you wanted to bring your fabric.
Yeah.
Why didn't you?
You forgot it.
Yeah, I forgot it.
Oh.
I need to give you some of that stuff.
Nothing
now.
fast.
I'm starting to think I have a hiatal hernia.
Oh, well, probably could.
Hiatal hernia. It's like where it's a problem with
It's like right here.
the squishy part, the part that closes off your stomach.
Do you want some Tums?
No, I took some before I left the house.
Well, they're not mine. I don't use them. And you can have as many as you want.
I'm good for right now. I
Okay.
mean, it's to be whatever. Basically, if I burp, I'm okay. But it's like it just. I think it's just like I can't. The gas doesn't want to come out. So I will say that.
It just sits and travels in between this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally understand.
And then like when you go to take a drink or something, it like gets stuck.
Oh, it's like acid reflux.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My mom's got that. I'm scared I'm gonna get that.
dude, the other night, I was late, and I was asleep. Something woke me up, and I'm glad it did, because as soon as I sat up, I went, and when I did,
Right?
it felt like, seriously, it felt like I sucked the cherry of a cigarette down my throat.
Oh,
It
ow.
burned. Oh my God, it burned so bad. And
So
I
you-
was just like,
So you've seen that? Have you seen that scary movie? Not The Conjuring. It's the one that has a little girl that they find the box that killed the lady in the garage sale.
No.
It's a GEEKS box. Yeah, it's a Jewish thing.
Oh.
It
It's
sounds familiar,
It
but
sounds
I
familiar.
Anyway, she like you're not
Feels like
even,
something on Super
somehow she figured out how to open it. Anyway, it's like, and she's looking in the mirror and she sees these fingers come up her throat. I've had some. It felt like that, but like it was acid,
Oh.
and it went right into my lungs, and I thought I was gonna die. I was like, that's.
I've had that happen. It
But it
comes up,
felt like that looked.
and then it's like,
Oh.
I was,
and it.
Man, now it's like right on the tip of my tongue what that movie is. And I can't think of it. I don't know who is messaging me. Possession?
I think it's called Possession.
Can you believe what now? He's cut off. McDonald's in the UK
Oh, I'm sorry.
has milkshakes and bottled has run out. Okay, of milkshakes.
Yeah,
and
we
bottled
don't have. We're
drinks.
running out of milkshakes here for McDonald's. McDonald's isn't on milkshakes right now.
Why? What is going on?
It's the supply chain.
Oh, because of gas prices and
Yeah, we
everything.
put Dustin on can.
No, it's the supply chain. That's why they didn't have straws at Sonic for a while. They also didn't have salsa at Sonic for a while.
Oh, girl,
if you go to
I see.
McDonald's, if you go to
Yeah.
Walmart, like a lot of the shelves are bare because they can't get things.
Yeah. There was a lot of people talking yesterday, I think it was, on Facebook, that a lot of their shelves are bare because the supply's just not coming in. The excuse is, well, there's just not a lot of truckers driving and
Yeah.
Well,
so on and so
there is
forth. Which, I mean, there's that,
but it's
but
also the manufacturing.
everybody's so
enough people
short-handed.
Yeah.
People don't want to work.
Excuse me, yeah.
Well, not just that. It's
Well, that, and then
people are getting sick.
People are getting sick.
Oh, that's
and,
true too.
Especially they're going through that again right now. So
Yeah.
It's crazy
you
world
remember-
we live in right now.
when COVID first hit,
Yeah.
and everybody started getting sick, everything started kind of running low.
Yeah, because things started shutting down.
Yeah.
Oh, over 100K truck drivers needed. Wow.
Mhm.
Maybe it's time to get your CDLs and let's go traveling.
Let's go truck
I
driving.
actually thought about that.
I mean, I heard some people are making bank right now off of. I have a friend who's working in Dothan. I'm pretty sure she's making bank.
Could ask my cousin. He's a truck driver.
All my uncles used to be truck drivers. I think they all retired now.
We can team drive
Yeah.
Yeah, team drivers.
He's,
somewhere here.
Depending on how much money you make off of team driving, it can suck.
I think right now though you'd be alright.
I can drive forward, but I just need somebody to back it in.
I thought you backed in all the time. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Would you like
If
to
it
come
wasn't-
over here?
look,
You can smack
If
me.
it wasn't me, you know it would have been Josh. Josh would have said the same damn thing.
Oh yeah, he'd have been on it quicker than you.
Yeah. He sure as hell would have. Man, look at that. Look at how it like marbled up and stuff.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Look at yours on the bottom. Looks like a mountain scene.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, mine too.
Oh, his too.
That is so cool. All right. This toast is for all the fallen soldiers and American allies and all the Americans that have perished overseas right now. What's that Hispanic or salud?
That was his thing. Kelly said, "Hi, Dustin."
Hello. I almost expect my look on his forehead.
Even the bars are running out of alcohol. Oh shit!
Oh God, I hope our liquor stores around here don't run out of alcohol.
Right. We may need that.
Right?
They
All
can't
right,
run
so-
out before October.
No. Oh no, because I want to get my Yingling, man. We're gonna be in Indiana. I want to get my Yingling. I can get Yingling in Indiana. I want my Yingling, please. If they don't shut everything down before then.
No, don't say that.
Not again.
We can't postpone this shit again.
No.
I'll die.
I know, right? I need to go somewhere. You got to go on 2 investigations with the Ghost Brothers in the boots, and I
Well, we
couldn't
can
go
still do
either.
that, but they can't cut the no. We can't do that. No, they can't shut the convention down. That is not a fucking option.
No, please. Eric, if you're watching
You
this,
have worked your ass off on that.
I love you and I worked really hard on this website. Please don't.
Yeah, but like,
And I can hear his answer now.
well, you have
Well, you'll
another
have it
year.
ready for you'll have it
You have it ready for
next
next year.
have another year to perfect it even more.
Right? Right? And Kelly's like, no, I need to go. Ching ching.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen if they shut the reservation down again.
Oh my
shit.
god. I didn't even think of
It's
that.
like you have to get permission to leave whenever they shut it down.
Oh,
Your ass can get stuck there, you know.
Girl,
Hey guys,
I'm
can
about
you
to-
tell me how this looks? Like the camera where he's at or we're at, or should I make it a different way?
But I think you're kind of at the point that you would be like, I'm okay getting stuck there for a week.
Okay.
Oh, I'm going to be there for a month.
Well,
Yeah.
Oh, in Arizona?
Yeah.
damn.
Oh yeah, you're going right on the reservation, aren't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah. I sent you
Yeah,
the
the
thing.
store.
Yeah. It's literally called
I
the
know.
store.
I thought you
That's
had
funny.
put like the store like where you go or something because I do that on my 360. And so whenever I saw that, I went, "Oh, the store. Yeah, okay, Dustin. We know that's the store you." Oh, that's the. Oh, okay.
That's the name of it.
Awesome. Thank you, Grumpy Poo. Okay, so
Well, should check out my baldness.
since you don't have, well, you're looking right now.
I'm looking at my camera. Oh my goodness.
He had his head down like this.
I know. We had your
I was
head
waiting
down.
for it to show up here.
But since you don't have your tarot cards, I figure we could talk about like paranormal places and what could cause paranormal happenings and why certain places can go for years without being haunted and then suddenly become haunted. I mean, even if there's no death there or nobody's ever lived there or stuff like that. And I wanted to incorporate the people in the audience that are watching so we can bring everybody involved and make everybody involved. If you want to get on the line and call us, you can do so through Facebook, and I can make sure the desktop background is on so everybody can hear you. Until I figure out Restream, I'm not going to be able to figure out how to get anybody on here. Unless we cut OBS off and go straight to Restream right now. Which I could.
How's that going to catch your platforms?
Oh, it'll keep the same platforms. All the
Will it?
platforms will come back online.
Can you move the upper left window that Dustin was in? Off the screen, you mean?
No.
Yeah, I can move that one. It can go anywhere. See? Oh, look,
You
can
can
even
stick
see
him
me.
right in between us.
You can go right there.
I'll put you front and center.
Right? Or we can put it right here. Or right here.
Actually, you could probably put me to the side of you and cut part of that off.
Ah, yeah. Let me see.
Like down, like just kind of. No! Yeah, like when she. What baby saying? Like, put me down next to you.
If you move,
If you move it to have the cup off the left side of the screen, move you two to the right a bit. Drop it down even. Yeah, we were. I was trying to do that.
and he's like, no.
There's that. Look, I'm looking at you.
You're still gonna be like, right there. I'm just gonna put this.
Well, no, here, because you're.
I can do the cropping. I just gotta put the crop on there.
What's wrong with it?
Huh?
I turned it the wrong way.
No. Let me see which one's mine. Okay,
There,
that's
now
this.
just move me over a little bit.
I want to drink it. No. Where?
There you go. That
Alright.
works.
Ta-da!
Yay.
Now he's down here with us.
There we go.
Yeah, that worked. That worked. Expand me. Let's not expand me.
Well, that's not what.
He says expand me a touch, and he's like, let's not expand me.
I tried to, and when I did, you heard what he said. No.
off. I'm going to report you.
As you can tell, Dustin's not a camera.
Not like you at all.
Dustin is not a camera person, apparently.
No.
I'm on YouTube. My hands are on YouTube. My face is on there too, but that's when I have not so much weight.
Oh my goodness. This looks so bad.
Oh.
They're really puffy.
It's mostly bread, pastry.
Oh, wow.
I know I'm eating a lot on this thing. Every time you guys come on, I'm eating pretzels or this. But let me tell you something. Most of the time, at this time of night, I haven't eaten anything since noon.
What did you say?
But we like being able to see him better than just hearing him last week. Aww, see? Oh, look, it's got a little dollop. It went, oh, and that was it. I got a face suited for radio. So do I.
Amen. Me too.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started with we'll start off with, why do places become haunted even though nobody has died in the house and nobody has lived in the house for a year?
All right, want me to answer?
What are your
that?
thoughts? You can answer in just a minute. I know you got an answer for it.
I'm like, oh, you want me to answer that?
No, I'm just waiting to see if anybody else has an answer, what their theory is and what they think.
Does that not scrunch down any? Because last week we could read everything.
It
Um,
opens
I
up.
have-
Not me. Not me.
There you go. Yeah.
No, because it's scrunched down. Does it?
Like that?
You know, in. Yeah, like that, so we can see the whole thing.
Yeah.
Now you can expand it out to be big again, like tall.
Well, I could probably expand it out and then put this on top. It's just anytime I touch this, it's like, I gotta be up front. Oops. Wrong button. Stop it. I don't want to do that. Go away. I did it again. What the fuck is wrong with me right now?
It's been one of them days.
It has. Oh my god. There. There we are.
I should have brought my keyboard with me.
Yeah.
Because I have a keyboard that attaches to this. And a mouse. It works with a mouse too.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's just like a
Nice.
surface.
Oh, sweet. But does any of you guys, if I could speak proper English?
You got any messages?
Oh, wow. There's a lot of them. Oh, is he talking about the splurge? What's he talking about?
Face for radio?
No. John.
Yeah, something.
Oh,
When they said they had face
okay.
suited for the radio.
wow. And Grammy Boo said, I wonder if this has like, because I had that, damn, I can't think of what it's called. It's not Streamlabs, it's something else that I used. That was kind of like Restream, where you can bring a whole bunch of people on there, but you can also bring the comments of any comment that anybody made up onto the screen so people can see some of your comments.
Huh.
And I liked that one, but I didn't like it at the same time because there was a lot of glitches and stuff on it, and couldn't really put a background on it or anything like that, so it kind of sucked. Okay. Yeah. Person moved from that place. Once they passed, it could have had some important or place of serenity from before. Yeah.
But were you talking about like where there's not been anybody ever? Or
Okay.
like nobody
Let me
died?
rephrase that then.
Yeah, okay.
Because I had said, that there were somebody that's lived there before and stuff. But what if something was just built there? They dug up the property. There was no bones or anything, so there was nobody there. Of course, we all know bones decompose and become dust. And so.
No, they calcify.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, they do.
Are you talking about Dim Dim? Like our friend Dim?
Yeah, see, Streamlabs does that. Certain Streamlab, if you create your own Streamlab, damn, I forgot what they're called. Templates and stuff for your gaming, you can do that through Streamlab. I know. Huh?
So just hold the drink of beer.
And I know you can do it on OBS too, because on OBS, oh, well, yeah, you can do it on OBS. Let me see if I can do this and do it right. You have to have a Windows capture.
Y'all be prepared to have to come back.
And in the right? Oh, there's the chat right there. Oh, look, I did it. So quick. Man, I can be smarty sometimes.
Now, where'd you put it?
I don't know. That's a very good question. Oh, I haven't turned it on yet. There it is. Right above you.
Oh, Lord Jesus. You got...
Who needs a green screen when you go?
Right?
You got a magnifying glass to read it with, right?
Well, I think they can read it because that's...
Well, it's the same,
Well, yeah,
it's the same
true.
thing. Yeah.
It
hang
just
on,
looks
hang on.
bigger. It just looks smaller because of how I have it.
Let me just pull it on.
See if you can read it.
Yeah.
Wonder if it'll let me expand it. Whoa! When it expands, they're behind us. There! Your answers can be right behind us, as big as that. No, I'm just gonna make it small.
I can read it.
There we go.
Yeah,
So,
there you should be able to.
I mean, I can also lower the opacity and show more of the background or whatever, but
I think it shows up okay.
If my hair wasn't so oily from sweating all day, it'd be alright.
and easier for them to monetize. Oh, by having the thing up there? I didn't know that. I learn something new every day. It's a new wrinkle.
Well, he's on Twitch a lot, so.
Yeah. I was on Twitch for a little while. I mean, this goes through Twitch too, of course, because that's where you're watching it from. I had a lot of people whenever we first got on YouTube, and I started getting more people looking at the YouTube channel say, you need to go to Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
He's watching it on YouTube.
Oh,
Is
okay.
he?
He was watching it on Twitch.
Oh, well, he was, yeah.
Okay. But they were like, no, they don't have shows like you have on on Twitch.
It's been a long couple of days.
So you should really go to Twitch because they're looking for other people that have other things aside from gaming to put on Twitch. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I get on Twitch and then I want to game because I see all these people gaming these horror games that I want to play, and it's like, oh, I really want to play this game. So I end up playing the game instead of doing the paranormal stuff or the podcast stuff. Do what?
I told him he needs to watch Warren on Twitch.
Oh, he is hilarious. My son, let me, what was...
He came on the other day, and of course we got the notification late, but he came on the other day, and right as we pulled it up, I don't remember what he did, but he screamed. Your son screams like a girl.
Oh, I know. I know. That's why I encouraged him to get on Twitch, because I told him, I said, dude, you're hilarious.
He
You
was.
have
You know,
got to
this
get on there.
old stuff is...
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's
That's
been a
old.
while, yeah.
He's like 7 years old. But if you look at them, they have a lot of views. I think the first Ovula series has almost 1,000 views or 600 views.
I always got a 1,400.
Oh, okay, so it's the Monte Cristo. Yeah, that Monte Cristo. And I've gotten so many dislikes on it because I get to that scream part and they hate it so much.
Oh well.
But I'm sitting there looking at all the ones that have like a lot of likes and stuff that are getting a lot of hits, and it's a lot of the ones that I've edited to put funny stuff in. And it's like, So you know what's gonna go on our shows once I take them down, right? They're gonna have 30 minutes of us up here, and I'm gonna put in stuff on there, and then Patreon is gonna have the whole show.
Yeah.
I don't know about that 6 hour one Joshy and I did. Oh my goodness, that's probably gonna have to go in segments. Or get cut, because I'm pretty sure there's got to be some parts in there that are like nothing but silence.
He was playing Gang Beast and his friend threw him over a cliff. He screams.
He did. Hey, can you get his gamer tag and put it in the chat? Everybody can go and watch my boy. Hi, Pedro. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? Oh, that's another subject I want to bring up too.
Aliens?
Yes, because I want to talk about aliens. But I told you guys that I would talk to you about what happened to me Tuesday. So, these two know I've been looking for an aurora. Is that what it's called? Aurora crystal?
Mm-hmm.
An aurora crystal. Because I've been told by several different people that I have. Oh, well, before I go into that, we need to answer the question that I asked before. My squirrel moment. Yeah, that's me. Squirrely.
It's been a blonde day.
It has. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you about that in a minute. That's hilarious. I'll have to find something to eat. Okay, no problem. My question that I had earlier was if a house is built on a plot of land that nobody's ever really seen before, and it lays dormant for like a year before anybody moves in, then all of a sudden somebody moves in, they start hearing and seeing things, paranormal activity occurring in the house. Why do you think that is? Debbie?
And nobody died, right?
Nobody died. Nobody close to them has died yet. Let's say it's a young couple.
Could have something to do with the land. Depending on the land that the house was built on.
And they didn't find anything, but it could be something that person that died before.
Like, yeah, like Grumpy said, it could be
connected or
you know,
attached. Maybe
use my grandma's house for example, if it still stood. But use that for an example. My dad passed away. That house was sentimental to him because it's where he grew up.
Right.
You know, but he hadn't lived in that house since he was in his 20s, you know? So, I mean, that could be one reason. Like he said, lost spirit.
Yeah, a lost spirit is trying to find their way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's... Dustin, you go first before I go on with another question.
Oh, with another
What is your
question?
answer? No, what is your answer to that question?
Okay, so, well, like what you were saying, if they just built it and nobody lived there prior, a lot of it can have to do with the land, primarily because let's say they have a lot of sandstone or a lot of quartz or quartz, granite sometimes, those actually hold energy and vibration. So it kind of can be a beacon for different things.
Oh, to attract them to
Yeah.
that area?
Yeah, so like a lost spirit, like Grumpy said, if that's what the case is, then there's a chance that it could be that, or it could be a spirit that most generally you're going to find that being less of a what was it called?
Residual?
Residual. Less of a residual and more of an intelligent spirit, because it's not going to be a residual just because if nobody's been there. Let's just say it's a piece of land. Nobody's ever died on it. Nobody's been around it. It's newly owned or whatever. And this is even going back to like there was no Indians killed on it. There was no war that happened nearby. There was none of that. Just a straight piece of land.
I don't know. It's like curse the fly.
Speaking of fly, that one's still up there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the day half the body rots off and falls down.
So it can be a beacon, and it can attract those kind of things because it's energy. They go towards where there's energy, and if it has more energy than where, I mean, spirits, regardless of what people can say, they do travel.
Yeah. They do. I don't think that a spirit can actually get, I mean, unless it's in torment, I don't think a spirit can actually be tied down to one place. I believe that you can travel anywhere you want to go. And if I don't get to travel in my life, I'm going to travel in my death. But because of the crystals being there, you go crystal hunting, digging a lot in Arkansas.
Yeah.
Do you think a lot of the crystals there hold a lot of the energy from when people were there, or?
Well, I mean, they can, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be quartz crystal. Like, it can be, like, you've seen slabs of quartz
Right.
that are, and it's just big stones. So those hold energy. Same with granite and sandstone. Like, there's a place that I go to that I have to cleanse every so often, which is built on a bunch of sandstone out in Muskogee, and which
Is it because of all the Indian tribes that lived in that area? Or?
no, because what's there is not. It's not. It's not something that's passed.
Oh, okay.
It's just something that's messing with them. So I have to get rid of it occasionally. When the moon decides to screw up my grids and all that other crap that I got there.
Well, this time it was Venus, wasn't it?
Well, now this last time it was, I mean, when I talked to her last, it was, well, I don't remember what it was. It was some kind of lunar event, though, that caused a lot of problems.
Huh. So you can see them, but no one of a different gender aside from female could see it? I've heard of lizard people. That's interesting. Did you see the rest of that he said?
Yeah.
So could you see them, or did you just kind of feel them? Well, you said they look like lizards, so I'm assuming you knew what they looked like too. Oh, so like out of the corner of your eye?
Okay. So, you know why people see things out of the corner of their eyes, right?
Why?
Okay. So, our eyes, our peripheral vision actually has more IR sensors.
Really?
On that side, the cones are more set to infrared. We have a better infrared spectrum in that part of it. So whenever you see things out of the corner of your eye, it's because typically it's more than IR.
So that's why I saw Toby out of the corner of my eye, or like right above my vision, when he ducked under my table.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it has to do with the cones in our eyes and the way they see and what is in our peripheral vision.
That's interesting. And you know, I thought about what you had said the other day about my hearing aids catching up voices, right? I didn't have my hearing aids during that time because all my hearing aids had been lost, and I had to wait to get them. So that's another aspect that I was researching on, because, you know, I understand hearing them now with my hearing aids in, but how could I hear them before?
Yeah.
Well, it's just like, it's like spirits that
Choose the
they
person?
choose who sees and who hears. Yeah, so it's not something that's universal. I mean,
You
everybody's
could
not gonna
see
hear it.
somebody and Dustin and I not. So.
Right.
And it may
Oh,
have
that
been,
was
it may
awesome
have
the day
been
that we did, though.
it may have been like the at the TV center where
You heard.
I heard that sound. You may have been sitting next to me and never heard it, even
Right.
though it was loud and reverberating.
Right.
You may not have heard it. So, I mean, it just depends.
But that is interesting, Pedro. I have heard of things. So they're like, they look like lizard people with wings. Because if you go back up here, I have these friends with wings and without wings. Sometimes some girls could see them. Usually girls with problems from divorced parents, etc. Which means that basically they're going through a trauma. So them going through a trauma will open up. Sometimes some women or some girls, it opens them up to the paranormal. Sometimes it closes them off from the paranormal. In my case, a lot of people think that I closed myself off from the paranormal because of the trauma I went through. And it wasn't like this harsh, horrible trauma. I mean, it was horrible for me. At the time, I was still young. But it was enough for me to be like, okay, I'm closing myself off. My heart's not going to belong to anybody, da-da-da-da. You know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was a subconscious Like, it's
You didn't
subconsciously
intentionally-
opening them,
yeah.
whereas I subconsciously walled myself up.
Yeah.
But I've had quite a few people tell me I have abilities. I had, whenever I first started my paranormal group, a close friend of ours tried to give me some energy, and it just wasn't, I wasn't getting the energy, because he could give energy. And I said, I'm just not, he goes, you got to lower your walls in order for me to do it. And I'm like, what walls are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And he goes, you're very strong in a certain ability. I can't quite tell what it is, but you're very strong in it, but you closed yourself off from it. So I can't get through to give you this energy or to give you any kind of reading that you could possibly see.
Yeah.
Well, I chalk that up to, okay, I love my friend. He's great. And I know he has abilities, but I don't know. Maybe he's just reading me wrong, you know? And then I had another friend, aka this one, tell me that I have walls and I need to, if I want to see or hear anything, I need to tear them down. I have no idea what anybody's talking about. So, go on, so forth and so forth. I believe it was Vanessa Hogel. Don't quote me on it. I'm sorry, Vanessa, if it wasn't you, but somebody else told me, you have walls. You know, you're going to have to tear them down if you really want to see or talk to anybody. And to this day, I'm still like, I did an interview with Joe Chin in my previous podcast. And Joe Chin was sitting there for a moment. And he kind of looked at us, and I didn't know who he was looking at because, you know, it was a camera. It wasn't like I'm sitting across from him. And he goes, you have abilities, don't you? And I kind of sat there for a moment, and then I point to the person that was with me at the time. And he said, no, you. And I'm like, you know, I've been told by several different people I do, but honestly, I never claim to be sensitive because I don't know. But here lately, in the last year and a half, I shit you not, I've heard so many things try to get through to me. In my house, the little boy that's in there, Ari, damn it, I keep saying her name. She left to go with her Nana at the time. And I thought, you know, I could have sworn I hugged her neck. She went out the door, so I thought maybe she had come back in because I heard, Mama! Sounded just like her. No lie, I was back in the back with Justin. And, yeah, I'm horrible at this shit. I'm an open book, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you about anything. But I looked up at him and I said, was that Ari? And he said, you know, I think it might have been. Let's go see. So we went up front to see. There was nobody in the house. And I said, you heard it too, right? And he goes, yeah. And I said, I'm not crazy. Because I had heard it before, but every time I've heard it and he was in the room, he never heard it.
Yeah.
And I was like, told you. Well, not too long ago, this is kind of leading into the story that I had, and I'm going to get back to yours in just a second, Pedro. But I heard a whistle come from behind me. Everybody I thought was in the living room or in one of the bedrooms playing games and stuff. And then I started thinking, well, maybe she's not. Maybe she went back there for something. So I called out her name and I said, hey, are you whistling back there? And she goes, she had come from the front, not the back. And she goes, well, I've been in there the whole time with my brother. And I'm like, okay, so you're here. I can hear you. What do you want? Nothing. Another incident happened where the same thing. I was out here in this room testing out some stuff and I heard my name and I said, what? So I thought he was outside, maybe calling me from outside. I call him, where you at? I'm still at work. What? All right, Tobias, what do you want? So, but every time I ask and every time I push to get more information from them, nothing. It's crickets. So I'm wondering if maybe subconsciously my walls are coming down. And then when I try to purposely try to get their attention, it's going back up without me knowing it or what's happening. So leading into Tuesday night or Tuesday afternoon, I'm the only one there. Kids are at school, hubby's at work, by myself with just the dogs. So I sit there and think maybe it was just the computer because maybe I was playing something and it just started playing or whatever. I didn't have anything up. The computer went to sleep. And I heard a male voice, plain as day, say something. I couldn't catch it. And I kind of turned around and looked around. I looked at my phone to make sure my phone wasn't playing something. And okay, I heard you. I'm listening right now. I didn't quite catch it. What did you say? Nothing. So I messaged, that's the day I asked him about lowering walls and everything. So I messaged Vanessa and I messaged my friend Angel. And I'm like, okay, guys, I want to try to bring down my walls. I think it's time. A lot of people are trying to get through to me, and I really would like to try to talk to them and help them if I can. And Vanessa's like, oh yeah, honey, there's a lot of them trying to get a hold of you. And all you got to do is just relax and think about it. Just kind of think about tearing them down and
Like
asking
he
them.
told me, meditate.
Yep. That's what Angel told me too. Said meditate. Get you an aurora crystal. She goes, and hold on to that aurora crystal and think about taking the walls down from your head to your toes. From your head to your toes, and keep thinking that and keep picturing that falling down and crumbling down. And when you want to build them back up, think about it coming from your feet to your head. From the feet to the top of your head. But I'm going to warn you, the minute they come down, you're going to be bombarded because the universe is going to be like, hey, there's another one over here.
Yep.
So I'm prepared. And I know a lot of people are like, it's a curse, you don't want to do that. But you know what? I've spent a lot of my life with my walls up, knowing that there's something out there, knowing that at one point in time in my life, I did see and hear them. And then I didn't. And I never really understood why. And Vanessa and Angel and Dustin you have even helped me kind of realize that. I've been told by another person that I am a vampire of sorts, that I suck people's energies out and their powers out. And
Hold me up. She's sucking my energy. Just kidding.
You know, if I could do that, it makes me wonder why I couldn't do that with everybody. You know, if I was this magical vampire kind of person, I would be able to do that to everybody, not just one person. So I don't know.
But you're magical in all kinds of aspects.
I've been told. I can make people do everything. No, I can't. I'm fucking around. But it is interesting to know, and I am going to try and tear him down. And now we're going to get back to Pedro, because bless his heart, he's probably said a whole bunch of stuff, and there was another scary thing. Some guy once in the 90s saw some figure and gave it to me, like hiding it, and said, "This is you." What? I looked at the drawing and looked like those weird friends I told back there. The guy had meningitis when he was young, and he said he was never the same again. He could see things. So do you think there's lizard people? Do you know what lizard people are?
Well, that sounds more like, from what he's talking about, more like earth spirits versus lizard people.
Yeah. Well, kind of like the fairies and gnomes and all the other mystical, well, the people
Right.
say
I mean, it's like
mystical
they show, like, you'll see the ones that they have, like, horns, and
yeah.
I mean, that's not the only time it's out there, so.
Right. Well, do you think that they can, like, skip dimensions and go to an alternate dimension? That's why we don't see them from time to time?
Well,
Or...
I don't necessarily think that it's a different dimension. Although I'm sure they probably can go to different dimensions, but it's more of a, they're able to use
I have some great friends.
they're more likely, like, using energy, like earth energies around them to cloak their existence versus.
Well, that comes to another idea. You know, all these ghosts and hauntings and everything, could they be these creatures, or even aliens with like a cloaking device that are cloaking them?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as saying like or not aliens, ghosts are in like they're not.
They're not real.
Not that they're not real. It's not that they're able to do that. I mean, really, whenever I think about it, like whenever I say, for instance, when you were at, what was it, Collinsville? And I was talking to you on that. Yeah. That's more like whenever I'm looking at it, it's like I see what they seen at that time. So it's almost like that's where they are. That's where they're at. That's their. And it was there. This one was more of a residual than it was a
intellectual.
Right. And so, to me, like intellectual parts of it, like it's like This is how I see this. We see them. I think they see us the same way we see them. So when it comes to, and the way that I look at it is, I told you, I said, they come out at night a lot. So what's to say that that's not their daytime when our nighttime is, like our nighttime is their daytime is our nighttime. So what's to say that they're not seeing us just like we're seeing them as a energy versus.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
And it's like when you see them, it's like depending on the person, like when you're seeing their surroundings and what they're seeing, it's you see at that point in time that they're in.
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh well, okay, I see this with all the computers around you. It's okay, well, I see this with a horse and carriage or in a barn or whatever, and that's what we see. That's what I see whenever I'm picking up on them, not necessarily like seeing them. So, I mean, if I'm picking that up, I'm having to pick up whatever energy was around them at that point in time too. So, I mean, that's just my. It's like they skipped to a different dimension.
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying.
And they still have connections to it, just like here, like us.
Yeah.
But it's so. And then when you get into the ones that are like really, like say really intellectual, that's more of a non-human type energy.
Like an elemental or a demon?
Well, elementals, demons, those kinds of things. So it just depends on what's around, what's going on. And like I said, it just depends on what we, like whenever I'm, well, let's say that one house that we went to that was obviously something that they brought in.
Right.
That, I don't see like what's around it. I just see it. Like I could sense it.
Right.
There wasn't a timeline, for instance, that I was saying. That's all I saw was just that. So that's not coming from a different dimension per se. That's just came from somewhere and is now here. Versus something that's poking its head in.
Something that can just like blink into existence.
Yeah.
Wow. That can be something really, really scary.
I mean, like you said and think about it, like the only thing that we see, like we use our tools, like our energy tools to.
I could not get this to pick up anything but the light the other day. No.
Are you dead now?
I'm dead.
But yeah, so I mean, it's like, yep, you're gone. Yeah, you can extend that back up there, all the way up. Not gonna bother anything on the screen.
Oh, if I can get it done. There we go. So when I was younger, I found a way to see things while awakened. For example, in classes, I would stare to the board with open eyes, like awake, sleeping, distracted. I've done that before. And I could see other things. It was okay until one day I got slapped by my, oh my God.
Yeah.
And she was yelling in front of my face, hello, Earth calling Pedro. So I stopped doing it in classes, even if the classes were. Wow, what a time for that to go off.
Right?
Oh, look, my drink has energy. Bad energy. It's, I don't know if y'all can see that real fast.
Good night, Grumpy.
Good night, honey. Sleep tight. But look at that. Oh, now it's not doing it.
It's probably because you're close to your
You
keyboard.
picked it up.
Is it your
vape?
electronic cigarette?
That's at a 9. 0.
That's at a 42.
Okay, so now it was a 7. It's got to be magnifying your keyboard.
That makes no sense.
Put that over there. No, put it where that one's at.
Oh. It's at 37 right now. Ah, there it goes. I pressed at 37 and it jumped up to 42.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. It's not doing anything now.
Oh, I bet it's picking up the table. Everything that's connected to the table.
Yeah, but
It's all the metal things.
it's only going up to 28.
Put it like right here by this metal.
Oh, it's up at 81,
Yeah,
96.
so the cup is extending it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Debunked.
Debunked. I'm like, what the hell is
how you
going
debunk
on?
people.
What the hell is she mixing her drinks?
I don't know. That was worrying me there for a minute. And I was like, what the hell did I do?
I'm like, well, that's how you debunk.
Yep, that's how you debunk. Every professional investigator will debunk the situation. And speaking of debunked, I'm getting another shot. Y'all want a flaming vagina or y'all want a buttery nipple?
I'm good.
What do you want?
That surprised me.
Okay.
She wants an enlarged penis.
An orange penis?
Enlarged.
Oh! I'm like, an orange penis? What the hell? What are y'all doing talking lately? I mean, goodness gracious for you to know she wants an orange penis. What are y'all been talking about? Alright. So, we talked about my walls. We talked about places that have never been haunted before, all of a sudden getting haunted. So what makes an intelligent spirit? Why does somebody become an intelligent spirit instead of a residual spirit?
Are we gonna have them answer first, or?
Are we gonna have what? Oh yeah, let them answer first. If anybody wants to answer. Oh, why am I getting stuff to make the orange stuff? I guess I'll make that in a minute. After I make the shot. Gotta make the shot first. Man, this stuff is so good. Dr. McGillicuddy, you need to be my sponsor. I will. Oh no, we need to do this one.
That's what I got the Sprite for.
That's what you got the Sprite for?
Yeah, 2 glasses of it.
Oh, sweet.
I need some ice though.
I have some
You
Sprite.
need some ice.
Oh.
This is Sprite 0 though. You should try. Have you tried it? Have you tried Sprite Zero? It's
No, I
drinking Sprite
haven't.
all the time.
I know, right?
I got
It
news
tastes
for
just
you.
like Sprite.
The Sprite that was in this
Mm-hmm.
and this Sprite right here is the first Sprite I have had in 4 days.
Good for
Ooh,
you.
good for you. This is the first Sprite I've had since we had
Well,
classic.
here, I'm just gonna let you drink other stuff.
Whoop,
I'll taste
whoop.
it. Like, Sprite
fun.
Zero is completely different than Diet Sprite.
Oh wow. It's just like Sprite.
Really?
It doesn't
No
have,
aftertaste?
That's why I drink Coke Zero, too.
Got a slight aftertaste,
Well,
but it's
maybe.
not as bad as the diet
Yeah.
Sprite.
No, like the
I like
Diet,
the
though.
Dr. Pepper Zero. The Dr. Pepper Zero.
Yeah.
I like drink Dr. Pepper, too. But...
Oh, I don't know.
No,
why.
I got me a water bottle off of the group on Facebook. Now, mind you, I was not expecting it to be as big as it is. I shit you not. This thing is this big around
Ooh.
and this tall. It holds 128 ounces.
Woo!
What is it?
A water bottle.
That's how many ounces I had to take.
But I
That's
was
a
like,
gallon, or no?
because I was like, I'm gonna get this water bottle, and by God, I'm gonna start drinking water. I'm just gonna do it. And so, and it's like a $20 water bottle for like $8. And so I was like, hell yeah. Yo, yeah. There's something that is like, mom. And I was like,
That's the one I needed whenever I was.
okay. So, when it came in, they had it, I'm not kidding, in a box this big. Big as if so. And I pulled that thing out and was like, holy Jesus. So I asked John, I was like, okay, the little water taster things, I gotta figure out how much one of them can go into that.
That's different.
You can put a whole damn squeezy bottle of one of them things in that bottle.
It's not like
Yeah.
a mojito.
We're all having
Nahida
speech,
McGee?
speech impediments.
So is it like a really, really strong mojito, or?
No, like it's not super strong, but it almost makes it taste like water.
Or like an aftertaste of a cigar?
For the lady with
It's-
the patriotic headscarf.
Oh,
But
Christopher St. Booth had a. Did he have the crosses go to him? They sent him the crosses, or did he get them from the nunnery overseas?
I think he got them from the nunnery.
Let me take this off for you to look at. I was looking up the
That one meant better.
symbol on it, and the symbol, whenever I looked it up, it didn't really mean a lot.
It's good. It's just different.
Mine's from the Russian dig that they got.
I have one on here that says mom because I got that from my kids. But this right here, I don't know if you can see it. I hope you can see it. But I hope I don't spill over
Yeah, oh God, what is it?
our shots.
This-
Encouragement.
I didn't
Water
read
bottle.
that up there.
Oh, I love
just seen the
crosses,
price
and
and
this
was like,
one
hey,
just
it's not a
called
bad
me.
price
I
for
had to
that. I'm
have
gonna
it.
grab one. Mm-hmm.
So I bought it.
Yep.
Yeah, it was the worst packaging ever. I
That's
don't
almost a
doubt it
gallon.
one bit.
It is a gallon.
Well, a gallon's 160.
But
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm
it's like
Shauna, by
3/4
the way.
gallon.
Well,
Yeah, that'd be
the reason I
that's
said that is because
3/4.
it says 1 gallon. So
I love this cross. I absolutely adore
maybe
it.
this is the
I have worn it from the time I bought it. I
128
put
and
it
the
on
rest
this
of it maybe
necklace and have worn
because
it
there's
ever since.
probably that much room from that top line to the
Yeah,
top
it's
of the bottle.
128.
So
Okay.
it is something that not only it's sentimental because I bought it for one of my good friends, but it's also something that called to me. One of the first things that I've actually had that called to me, and I had to put it on, and
You know
I've
what
worn
that
it ever since.
Is,
Holy
tasting.
crap, that's a big water
It's
bottle.
It's the
It doesn't
lime.
look that big.
See, it doesn't, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't look that big. Say you get it.
Yeah. But Yeah, I love crosses, and he had a whole bunch of them that he had got from a nunnery, and this is one of the ones that came from that nunnery. Now, I want to say it's the same nunnery, the Russian nunnery, because he had a whole bunch of them. Feel how smooth that is. I mean, it's heavy.
I like
It's
it.
really heavy, but it's really smooth. And even though it's smooth, that symbol is still in there. Really damn good. Aw, thank you. Now I'm gonna blush. But no, I love these. I love crosses. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. But, you know, you can do whatever you want. Believe in anything you want. I mean, my best friend is pagan. I believe that all the religions come together at some point, somewhere in the universe. And it's crazy how this is one of the first things that's ever really called to me, and I had to have it. I told him, I said, I'll buy it. And it took him 4 times to get that square to work for me to actually purchase this. Like, something did not want me to have this.
Mm-hmm.
So, and ever since I've had it, I've gone on investigations. And you know, I got this 2 years ago. And I started hearing more things about 6 months after I got it. Now that I'm thinking about it. Huh.
I'm not impressed with this.
Yeah. You what?
So I'm not impressed with this. It was $5.
You put more in it?
Yeah, I made it worse.
You notice it's a little greener.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but what it is, I can tell you what it is that I'm tasting. It's the rinds.
Yeah.
It's gotten bitter. It's probably why you drink it like one day after you make it.
No, maybe.
Not months after.
Now, did it come with the rinds in it, or?
Yeah, it came with all the stuff inside of it.
Oh.
It was just an empty bottle with all that in there, with sugar and.
I wonder if there's a way you could
nibs
reach in and get the rinds out before you put it in there.
I haven't seen them at Walmart since, so.
This is what he's talking about. No, they're not a sponsor. I don't care if he's sponsor you or not. You can sponsor me if you want to. 2/28/2022. So, what kind of rum did you? I like this bottle.
That's why I really bought it, because I.
This is like the perfect potion bottle if you were to paint it and make it into a potion. Because you got the.
It's just cheap rum.
But I don't like their corks, you know. They don't even really look like corks. Yeah, it's just plastic. It's like, put a real cork on it.
My, oh God, what is it? My Captain Morgan's.
No, it's not a plastic cork.
My Captain Morgan's special, like, 18, whatever it's called.
Sorry.
That they don't make anymore.
Yeah. The 1800 something.
18, and it went really well with Pepsi's 18, whatever they had.
Yeah.
Went really well with, but it was really smooth, and it was spiced, but it was like more vanilla flavor. I don't know. It was just like the best thing ever, and I should have bought like a whole case of them, but.
Oh my God. Why is that clumping?
Because you had stuff in the bottom.
Oh yeah.
It's not clumping, it just separating.
It's separating a certain way. That area. That particular area. Ooh, it's cold on my
Put a
leg.
little bit of that in here. Don't know what it's gonna taste like, but we're about to find out.
Hopefully good.
Right?
Hopefully it tastes better than what it did.
You have quite a collection of liquors there.
Ooh, you should have seen my old
I
apartment.
do.
I literally had probably like 30 different varieties of alcohol.
Man, where's my triple sec? Did I use it all? I bet you I used it all.
Oh no.
Oh, that was alcohol too. Doesn't have alcohol, but it makes it a little bit more sour.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
It's fine.
Make it a little better.
Yeah, it needs some kind of chocolate with it.
Almost has a tea flavor to it.
Huh?
Almost has a tea flavor to it.
Oh, yeah, like a green tea.
Mm-hmm.
It's green.
That is green, that's for sure. Oh my god, that's like a pink.
It does.
It's even pink.
I'm gonna use your bush.
My bush? You're gonna use my bush? Okay. Oh god, that sounded bad. Don't use my bush. Wrong bush! Can't have my friends using my bush. I'm ready for tomorrow night to see the no blink. Don't
Never
blink.
blink.
Never blink. Yes. Oh my god, I'm
Yes.
horrible. I'm sorry, Christopher and Philip. But the never blink. All right, this is the shot for. That looks like brains all curdled in there. Oh god, that's horrible. And I was about to. Oh my god. Nope. I'm gonna take a drink before I do that. That was in bad taste. Oh, that's in bad taste. Where? Where's the knife? There it is. Woo. I was getting all the stuff off the top and nothing on the bottom. That tasted bad. Oh god. Aw. I'm sorry. I do. I don't drink all the time. This is like the first time I've drunk this week. This week. I don't drink all the time, just every other week.
Dogs are gonna be like, what kind of monsters did mom let me dog? Hey man, jaw. That lost its green. That looks like pineapple juice.
Yeah. This looks really. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Really periody.
Huh? Oh,
So
that's
it's
what it's
very-
supposed to be for. It's the flaming vagina.
Mm.
Okay, moment of silence for the family. Okay.
I wish you could flip my camera.
Oh, that felt weird.
Did
Tastes
it?
really good, but it still felt weird.
So that I'm like looking at you instead of like.
Oh,
right
looking at the
there.
camera. Well, every time you look over here, I'm looking at you.
No, like that's what I'm talking about. See how I'm looking at you? It's like I'm looking this direction.
Oh, is it flipped? I need to mirror it then.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah. Got him looking off the opposite direction from us.
How do I mirror it though? Ah. No, that's flipped vertically. You'd be upside down.
Okay, too.
Let's think that's okay.
He's standing on his head. Very witchy.
My God, what are they drinking? Look at him. He's upside down.
I could have sworn that
Well,
was
don't do that because then you can't like make the picture smaller by taking it off the screen because then mine will be off the screen.
Well, I could, because I could still use the crop. I have a crop tool.
Okay.
I just have to find the mirror part. I thought it was on here, but I'm not seeing it. Usually it's like a little check mark. Huh. Oh well. Maybe I can do this. Let me see. Can I do this? Let's. Whoops. Whoops. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. We'll just do that. Ta-da! I did it. I did it. Or as my son said when he was 2.
You also
And
use
they
the cup
did
off
it,
the right
and
side.
did it,
Yeah.
and did it. So this was your, no, that's ours. This is your video. Filters. Hang on just a second, Pedro, and I'll read what you wrote, honey. Let's see. Okay. A lot from the left or a lot from the right?
Left.
You're moving slowly towards me. Oh no. You're still moving towards me. Let's try, let's see, yeah, you're up to 129, let's go to 29. Almost. Let's go to 59. 320. Almost. 335. Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of up in the corner anyway right now, so.
Oh, I need to do the right side. That's what I need to do is the right side. Nope. Wrong button. Wrong button.
Which way? What about that?
Okay. At least next time we'll be somewhat prepared. I wasn't prepared to use this tonight. So 100.
Which way goes which way?
Ooh. I think you're...
There, now move me off the screen a little bit. Let me get it. There. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright, we're good. Okay, so... Ta-da! We're good. I get a bit scared when women start drinking near me. The last time that happened in a bar, the ladies took me to the bathroom and I don't remember. Oh.
Okay.
Don't blame you. I'd get a little worried if that happened as well. Coffee in the top drawer by the couch. Chocolate.
Thank you.
I got mine set for auto at 5:30 this morning. Yeah, I'm planning on getting up that early so I can get shit done.
Well,
but...
I didn't think to have him grab some at the store.
Oh,
So last night I was getting ready to go to bed and I was like, I don't have any fucking coffee for in the morning. What the fuck? And he's like, I got one in. So he found he goes in there and he's like, I was like, thank you. Thank you.
I had an incident when I was really young. That could have been another trauma incident for me that closed off everything too, because I had gone to stay with some cousins and I was 12 maybe. I got drunk. I was 12 years old and I don't remember anything that happened that night. Nothing. Nothing. And I'm like, oh God, what did I do? That was the end of doing that for a long ass while until I joined the service. No, I take that back. I was 16 years old and got drunk with my friend off wine coolers.
Thank you.
Off wine coolers, y'all.
It's been replenished and moved.
But yeah, that's the night that I drove home. That's how I know I have guardian angels, because if I didn't, I would be
that's
dead.
the night you were.
That's the night I was so drunk that I tried to talk mom and dad and let me stay the night there. She said if I didn't come home, I wasn't going to get to go to the beach for spring break, and I'd already paid for that trip. I worked hard to pay for that trip myself, and I was not going to miss it. Well, I almost missed it in a lot of things, and I am very lucky that I didn't, because my mom convinced me to go home. My friend at the time, I was crying behind the wheel. I knew I was going to wreck the car. I knew something was going to happen. I knew it because I was not coherent enough to drive. She lit a cigarette in my hand. She had the windows rolled down. She told me to stick to the main highways. Don't go the back road. Like, she knows I love to go the back road. What did my ass do?
Went the back road.
I went the back road because I didn't want to get pulled over on the main highway by a cop. So I went the back road. Ended up, I remember glass from the window shattering because it was halfway down. I remember it was already kind of loose off the track anyway, but it shattered all over me. And I'm looking up and I can't see anything. I don't even remember seeing the road. I'm looking everywhere but the fucking road. Somehow I ended up turning onto the road I'm supposed to turn onto to get to my house, and I dropped my cigarette in the floorboard. So here I am with the wheel, going down and grabbing a cigarette, trying to get it, searching for it, not seeing it. Come back up with a cigarette. There's a metal reflector and a telephone pole and a cement culvert. And I fly off of the cement culvert. I managed to go between the metal reflector and the telephone pole, and I landed strapped down on a tree root. The tree root stopped me from going into the tree and colliding with that tree, going God knows how fast. All I got was a big old bruise right here from the seatbelt. I get out of the car and I'm drunkenly looking at this car going, what I hit. I get back in the car and somehow I get home. I wake up the next morning with vomit all over the darn blankets. I don't know how Mom and Dad didn't hear me come in the door. I go outside to look at the damage that I'd done. I had driven on the rim of my tire because I had blown my tire. The rim was flattened from where I had driven on it. I don't know how I did not get stopped. How I did not go to jail that night. But I replaced the tire with the spare. I ended up driving it over to my friend's house to see if her dad could look at it and see if he could fix it. Well, of course, because I drove it on the rim, the axle's all fucked up. So every time I turn, it grinds against the thing. And he called my mom and dad and told my mom and dad about what happened. Took $1,000 at the time to fix it because I fucked it up that bad. And I'm just thankful to this day that my papa, I know it was my papa, it had to be my papa. My papa was there and protected me from going to jail and protected me from dying. The big key word, dying. Needless to say, I never drove drunk again. Ever. If I had enough to where I was not coherent enough, I would either throw my keys. People said I was throwing my keys, just tossing them so I wouldn't drive stupidly. Or I would ask somebody before I got anywhere, hey, take my keys. Because, nope, I don't do that shit. That was the scariest, even though I don't remember all of it, bits and pieces are still in my head. And I am so lucky to be here. That's how I know I'm here for a reason. Something is keeping me here because I should have been dead a couple of more times. I mean, there was a time in the service that I had our own servicemen and women shooting at me. And it was because our commander at the time put us in the wrong damn location. Dumb bitch. Almost had me and another soldier killed on post because she put us in the wrong place. And then tried to blame the poor driver for it because there was a full bird colonel there at the time. Responsibility, people. You do wrong, take responsibility. That's how you learn from it. She was captain over our troops at the time. Yes, I was. I was in the chemical corps. The first time I got there, it was so amazing because Captain Tracci was there. I think he retired as a major. I can't remember. I have him on my Facebook. I'll have to ask him. But he was there, and we were in 2nd Division, 2nd ACR. I called it the Cowboy Troop because that's where you earn your spurs. It's a cavalry troop. It's where you earn your spurs and you wear the awesome cavalry hat. And I was in the 51st Chemical Company. And I got there after basic training in AIT. I'd spent 4 months in basic training in AIT from February. Well, I say 4 months, from February to June. And it was 5 months because we got held up by a blizzard. They ended up going through Alabama. At the time, I ended up in the service because where I went, it was Fort McClellan, Alabama. And they had to close the base down because, of course, Alabama's not used to snow. And, that name kind of sounds familiar, the Montauk thing. Now I gotta look that up. With 3% on my phone. Why does it sound so familiar? The Montauk. Oh, the Montauk Monster. That's probably why that sounds familiar. Let me look it. Well, I'll research more into that. We can talk about that next week. How's that sound? Let me write it down. Hey, Google. Set a list to look up the Montauk Monster. Ooh, look, there's a link, y'all. Go to the link and watch. I'll have to watch that. Don't want to watch it right now because I don't want to get, if for some chance later on down the road I get lucky enough to be able to monetize my channel. I don't want it to be in the background and have to clip it. But I know there's a lot of stories in the military of stuff that happens and stuff that, especially during Pearl
Imagine.
Harbor.
Oh God.
I would love to have gone to that base. It's over 3 hours long. Whoa. Yeah, y'all need to watch that in the spare time that you have to be able to watch it for 3 hours. I will probably have it on in the background when I'm doing graphics. I tend to listen to that and a lot of other things that's going on here lately. It's been about the poor people over in Afghanistan suffering right now. But yeah, I enjoyed every bit of my time in the service. The people that were in our troop it was like family. Yeah, you could rag each other, but you let somebody else rag you. Hell no, that ain't happening. Recon, loved it. That's a lot of the reasons that I'm so against mask wearing unless you have a filtered mask. If you have a filtered mask, like Dustin made me a mask to where I could put a filter in it. So I use that mask if I have to be in a store or anything that requires you to wear a mask. Otherwise, I don't wear a mask because any mask you have that's cloth or even the surgical mask, they have those as temporary masks for a reason because once it builds up so much stuff, you're just going to spread aerosol everywhere. So you got to have the mask on for a certain amount of time, then you discard it, put another mask on. Anytime you wear anything out in public, you're going to collect whatever is out in public on that mask, along with what you're breathing inside the mask. So you need to take it off the minute you come home after you sanitize your hands and then toss it in the wash machine.
I just spray with alcohol.
That works too. Sanitizer works too. I'll wipe my hands with sanitizer and wipe it all over my mask and then take it off. But usually I respect anywhere that asks you to wear a mask. But if I don't have to wear one, I try not to wear one. It messes with my asthma too much. What's that? Oh,
It looks like a rat.
it looks like a like a Resident Evil rat.
Yeah.
The mole rat. The hairless mole rat. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, but it's bigger.
Does it show the comparison of how big it is?
I haven't got to that part yet.
That's interesting. Oh, yeah, because the hairless mole rat's only as big.
It looks like it may have just been a mutation.
A mutation of the rat species or of mole rats? Oh, the underground moles. What do they look
Oh,
like?
they're the size of it's the size of a raccoon, maybe?
Oh.
I haven't looked at this. It's like 4 months old.
I'll have to look it up and research a little bit more. We can talk about that next week too. But there's a lot of interesting creatures out there. Like there was a picture that I saw of this paranormal group that took a picture of a fire. And in the fire, it looked just like a fairy. Like you could see wings and you could see the little feet and
It's got
a
the
shape
same
of body.
skeleton as a raccoon.
Oh, does it? That didn't look like a raccoon. The mouth wasn't anywhere close to what a raccoon's mouth
Well,
was.
no, but I mean the mouth does, but it looks like it was mutated or it was a.
Maybe like a hybrid or something.
I don't think it was hybrid. I think it was.
Would you like some chocolate whites?
No, I think it was good.
Good. The strawberry is pretty good. I was kind of shocked. It's a little crunchy. This is my dinner.
It just looks like something ate its nose off. I feel like the nose has just been eaten or something.
Oh my gosh. It had fur, or patches of fur in places.
Well, and that's what I'm thinking. It may have just been like a mutated.
There was something that David last told me. It was not a chupacabra, it's something else. It's another type creature. Pudwudgie, the Sawudgie. It's a pudgy, pudgy.
Sounds cute.
Does sound really adorable. But oh my goodness, it's 4:03. Well, thank you, Pedro, for watching and chipping in and speaking. And hopefully we'll see you next week. Sleep sweet. Wow. Well, it's awesome. A lot of people are staying up late to come on and watch. That's pretty cool. Give them a good shout out. Puckwudgie, I think is what it is. Or Pudwudgie? Damn it! I don't know! I think it's a Puckwudgie. Let me... Hey, Google, look up Puckwudgie. No, Google don't want to listen to me.
Oh, they said that it's probably a raccoon carcass that fell in the water, which that would make sense because the fish would eat the lips and the nose. That's
Oh, yeah.
soft tissues.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
And they did a DNA test on it. I guess it was closely related to it, not related to
The raccoon? Huh. Did you see here lately when they had that,
And then there's the Montauk Project.
Yeah, I want to look into that too. And I really want to look more into Area 51.
Oh, that's all on the White House website now.
Oh, yeah. Their version of what's on the White House website. I still don't believe a lot of things they're saying about it, though. I mean, with all the shit that's happening here lately, it's hard to believe a lot of things that people say because you hear one person say this and then you hear another person say that, and it's like, this person had 35 years experience in this, and this person had 10 years experience in this. Which one's the expert? I mean, but, you know, we always knew that the Navy and the Air Force were catching something. Always, because it would leak out every once in a while online. I mean, you'd find it, especially once online started becoming really quick in uploading everything. Not that it took me 2 days to upload anything. I remember downloading a movie from there, a 20-minute movie, and it took 3.5 days to download a 20-minute movie back in the 90s. Yes, I'm aging myself. But wow, how fast technology has evolved in my lifetime has just been, hell, in my mom and dad's lifetime. Look at their lifetime compared to our lifetime. I mean, they went from not having anything, really.
Are you watching nothing? Critter?
What you watching?
Oh, no, I'm just watching something else.
I'm pretty sure it's called a puckwudgie.
A what?
A puckwudgie. Hey, Google. What's a puckwudgie?
Man accidentally uncovered a secret
According
facility.
to
Yes.
Wikipedia, a puckwudgie, also spelled puckwudgie, is a human-like creature found in Delaware and Wampanoag folklore, sometimes said to be 2 to 3 foot tall.
Yes, they are. Another spelling, puckwudgie, is translated by Henry Schoolcraft as little wild man of the woods that vanishes. It's a human-like creature found in Delaware and Wampanoag folklore, Indian folklore. Sometimes said to be 2 to 3 feet tall. You know, that's Wikipedia, though. I don't like doing Wikipedia because anybody can really update Wikipedia. Person of the wilderness is what it translates to. They were said to be small creatures ranging from knee height to about 3 feet tall. And the only reason I really, really believe in this is because a lot of the Indian folklore talk about that and Bigfoot. So it's really interesting to see something that comes from so far back in history and continue to flow as native heritage and traditions and knowledge to all these people. And I want to believe that sometime in the past, the pagan ancestors were the same way. They would pass stuff down through their children, along with Book of Shadows and stuff like that. But it's so sad to see.
A lot of the older, like the Indian lore and just different things like that, if you really sit and read it and think about it, I mean, like, read that and then compare today's shit, you find that there's a lot,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know. I
There
mean,
is.
some things are just like, people will look at you like you're stupid, but I mean, you know, one of the Indian things is if you see an owl. So, like, if you're outside and an owl flies across or lands on the roof, whatever, someone's going to die. And I was always one of those that was like, whatever, you know.
Yeah. Really?
The cafe I worked at, we were all standing outside. He had like a little gazebo. And we were all out there smoking, chit-chatting after work, you know. This owl come over and landed. I didn't think two shits about it other than, oh shit, that's an owl, you know. The next day I was at Walmart in the dressing room trying on some clothes, and my phone rang. And it was a friend of mine telling me that another friend of ours had just died at work. And so I was like, okay. So I was the idiot.
Right?
So, yeah. So now anytime I see an owl or hear an owl, I cringe.
I don't blame you, I would too.
I heard it right before my dad passed away. Anytime we'd go outside to go somewhere in the evening, you could hear one off in the distance.
Wow.
Yep.
So it's like a warning.
Yeah.
You know, I heard there was stuff about whippoorwills too, but I can't remember what it was. It wasn't anything bad. It was a good thing. Oh man, I'm gonna have to look that up. But I love listening to them, especially early in the mornings. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
so pretty. Same thing with cardinals, though. They say if you see a red cardinal, it's your loved one coming to visit you. And I don't know where that particularly came from, if it's Native American or something else.
I can look it up and see.
But
I know I have several in my backyard.
maybe that's what we should do next week is myth and folklore. Myth and folklore.
Whippoorwills singing near your house are an omen of death, or at least bad luck.
Whippoorwills?
If an Omaha tribe Native American heard a whippoorwill's call or invitation, he or she was advised to decline it. If the bird then stopped calling, a person who had answered would die.
Well, I can say that's not true because I've answered a whippoorwill's call.
My
Well,
own.
it means
And how
going
many
to.
close calls
Oh.
to death have you had?
Well, good point. But
Anyway.
I'm talking about just here recently.
Oh, those are kind of-
That damn bird singing out there again. Tell
Don't
her
shoot
to
it.
stay away.
Don't shoot it.
They're kind of
Kidding.
cute and kind of ugly all of a sudden.
Whippoorwills?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, kind of cute and kind of ugly.
One of those, they're
They
so ugly, they're
blend.
cute.
Yeah.
Only your mother loves you.
Right?
Well, it's like the dogs with big googly eyes and pugs. Yes. My son wants one. The pup. The pup. I was sitting there thinking puck when she was like, that ain't right. It's not puck. What is it? But my son wants one. I said, no. He goes, why not? I said, that's so cool. Do you know how many times they have to inbreed those poor dogs to get them to look like that? And they have so many problems. No. Oh no, the hairless dogs with the ears that have the
Oh,
they are so cute.
they're so cute, but
They are. I saw one of them. Somebody had taken a picture, and one of his teeth that fell out, so his tongue was all constantly sticking out. So all you see is a with
Poor
the
little
ear.
baby.
Well, it's like my old wiener dog Jasper. Oh my God, bless his heart. I called him my hillbilly dog because he was like 12 years old. He was missing these teeth, and every time he said it, I said, "Oh, how's my poor little hillbilly dog?" I miss that dog.
It makes me think of my mom's dog. Well, it's my dog too, but Charlie. He was a little chihuahua.
Aw.
And poor little guy. He was 15, almost 16
Oh gosh.
when he died. And that poor little baby did not have but maybe one tooth in his head.
Oh gosh.
But he was something else. He didn't care. That one tooth was enough. If you pissed him off,
Yeah.
he'd
He
come
tried
out-
to gnaw at you.
he'd hobble his way over there.
Oh Lord.
He's something else. Well, he would sleep in behind me because when John and I moved back down here, we inherited him, and so he would sleep right in behind me. And I don't even know why. I guess he moved maybe, but I went to adjust covers or something, and he was almost blind, so he
Oh.
couldn't see my hand, and he just knew there was something there, and he bit.
Oh.
And he got me with that tooth. I mean, he drew blood, and I was like,
Oh.
damn.
Oh gosh.
I told John, I said, don't mess with me while we're
No.
asleep, man. You'll get fanged real quick.
Oh man. You know, speaking of animals, animal spirits, I know we talked about some of it last week, but I really wanted to get in depth with that this week too. Because ever since Roland was murdered, and I'm going to say murdered, he was murdered by poor baby. But ever since he was murdered, I've been wanting to see him or hear him or kind of tell that he's there. And I don't think he is. I don't know if he's stuck down there at that place or if he's just moved on and went over the bridge. But he was only 5 years old when he passed on. And I still miss him to this day. And it's weird because whenever he first passed away, there was times I would get his name mixed with Minna's and call Roland instead of Minna. Well, after we got Asher on, it stopped. And then here lately, I've been calling Roland and like, sorry, Ashy, come on, you know. And total opposite dogs, because Roland was really laid back. He was a big muscle beast of a dog, but the sweetest baby you would ever see. He was part pit, part lab, and so calm and relaxed. And the only time he really got aggressive was when little dogs would come around, or any dog would come near his human.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much what got him killed. Warren went after him to get him because he had ran out of the house. And he had jumped a fence and was growling at another dog because he knew his boy was coming. And Warren was like, no, come on, Roland, come on, come over here. And he wouldn't come, so he went into the fence. So when he did, the other dog started growling at Warren and was about to attack Warren, and Roland grabbed him by the neck and actually killed the dog. Well, the dog was still in Roland's mouth when the cop showed up. Didn't even come after the cop. And instead of calling animal services like he was supposed to, he shot him.
Yeah.
Twice. Shot him the first time, which I'm sure scared him because the poor baby hated fireworks. He would always just underneath my desk just shivering. And and then shot him again. And his jaw was still clamped to the other dog. Didn't even pose a threat to that at all. Just knew that he had protected his boy. And to this day, it still pisses me off so much that we couldn't do anything more to avenge him. And oh my God, we all cried so hard because that was our baby. That was our fur baby. And he was murdered by a piece of shit cop that just shot, which he could have shot my kid.
Yeah.
Not even thinking, just wanted to shoot something and shot at him. And right in front of my baby, right in front of my boy. So
Some people are assholes.
Yep.
And their karma's gonna be.
But I still
bitch.
support the blue. There are more good blue guys than there are bad blue guys in some places. Some places there are a lot of corrupt. There's a lot of corrupt people everywhere, people. It just happens. You don't shun the whole group just because of 2 or 3 bad ones. My dad was a cop. I have a lot of friends that were cops. And I support them left and right. They have to go home to their families too. But that one I'm going to call a piece of shit because he shot my baby. And almost shot my human baby.
I'd have been in prison.
Oh. I told the man, I said, why the hell did you? But he came home to it. Because I was cooking, it was a day after Thanksgiving, I was cooking Thanksgiving dinner because we didn't get to, because I was working and he was working. And something happened where one of the boys let the door open, he went, boom, right out the door.
It's what ours does. Yoshi.
Yeah. So it was one of those. But you know what? I wouldn't have got Asheron out of it. And at the time, Roland was worrying me because Ari was really little and he kept nipping at her. He's like, don't touch me, you know, get away. And I was afraid one of those days he was going to bite her.
Yeah.
And I think the man upstairs probably thought that too, or nature, you know, whatever, kind of felt that too. And that's what happened, why it happened. And then we got Asheron, which is a lovable beast of a pity. My little Pibble. I call him my Sheppy Pity because he's part German Shepherd, part Pit Bull. And he's so hyper and so rambunctious, but he's so loving and he's so just...
He's my new best friend.
Yeah. She gave him food today. Yep. She goes, can he have this? I said, yeah. And she goes, oh, like here. And he was like, ooh, more.
Yeah. He kind of stood up and I said, no, you got to sit. And boom, down he went. I was like, okay. He's a good baby.
My son taught him how to do high fives. So no help.
Aw.
I'm trying to teach him to sit pretty, but instead of sitting pretty, he'll stand up on his hind legs and just balance on his hind legs. I'm like, I can't not just not reward that. That's awesome. So I reward that. And I've gotten him to where he'll take a couple of steps before he'll actually go down. So he'll walk towards me.
Oh.
Yeah, my pretty baby boy. He's getting fat though. He needs to get out and run. We need to get this fence put up so he can get out and run. But yeah, there's times where I wish I could actually know that Roland is in a better place and that he's okay. And if he is here, I would like to see him, you know, but I know a lot of times that's just wishful.
Are you looking at me?
Yeah.
I want to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you in a minute.
It's a pss, 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 pss. So do y'all have any, like, do any of y'all, I know Joe Chin had a couple of cats that were ghost cats that he had, that he still has, that still are with him today. And I know another person had a dog spirit that was still around her.
It's never come to me.
And
So,
I have been trying, because I've had a lot of dogs pass on. I've had Bobby Girl and Fritz and Butch and Jasper.
yeah.
And this is just all the dogs that I've had growing up, except for Roland and Jasper. Jasper I took when he was already old because my son wanted him. And then Roland, of course, was the one we got before Asheron. Asheron was 4.5 years old.
Very possible.
Minna is the one I've had the longest. She is 13 this year. 12 this year. 13. We got her in 2009. 12. She's 12 this year. But she is a medium-sized dog, and from what I heard, that's probably as long as she's going to live, but she's feisty. She thinks she's going to live another 5-6 years.
No, probably.
And according to the vet, they looked at her, and they looked at her teeth and said, how old is she, about 4? I said, no, she'll be 12. And I'm sitting there thinking, when did you get out of college?
No, sure.
But she has apparently been a vet for a very long time, and she said that she had the teeth of a 4-year-old. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
Does she chew on things?
No. Well, I take that back. She does chew on sticks, especially when she comes out here. She'll chew
And
on sticks. She keeps her teeth pretty strong when she's outside. And every once in a while, I find a stick in the house from where she had drug her from outside. And it's like, Minna.
That's what River does. River, he'll drag in rocks.
She does too, and she'll sit there and chew on rocks. I'm like, you're not gonna get any. What are you doing?
Yeah. I'm like, you dumbass, you're gonna break a tooth.
I heard her chewing on something, and I thought it was her nail, because I call it the crack nail. Because she's got one nail that is longer than the rest of them, and it kind of bends that toe up like that. And I try to keep it down, but it grows so damn fast, and it's the only one of her nails that grows like that. And I'm sitting there going, what the hell is up with that nail? But I thought she was chewing on that. Well, come to find out, she's just sitting there just chewing. I'm like, what are you chewing on? Piece of glass. I don't know where she got it, but she had a piece of glass she was chewing on. I'm saying, what the hell is wrong with you? And I got it out of her mouth, and I'm like, if you want a treat, I'll give you a treat, but don't chew on freaking stuff you don't know what it is.
Right?
And she loves erasers. So if you have a pencil that has an eraser on it,
Keep it away from her.
It's gone if you leave it down there for too
Oh,
long. Because
wow.
she'll chew that eraser off. And
Flip-flops yesterday.
no, your flip flops.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Luckily, they were starting to hurt my feet, so
So actually, Atticus did you a favor, right?
yeah. I mean, I have these other ones, and he tried to get these yesterday. And I'm like, look, you're just trying to die today. And he knew he was in trouble because I picked it up, and he just like,
Did you love when they do that?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, if you knew it wasn't good to begin with, why did you do it?
Right? I'll come in the door, and the minute I come in the door, if he's not jumping on me, he's sitting there like this right here. It's like, all right, Asheron,
What'd you do? Mm-hmm.
And he just looks over at Min and then looks at
Wasn't me.
like, it was Minna. It wasn't me.
Yeah. River will lay down, and then he'll look up at me like, I didn't do it, I swear.
One
It
man.
was one of them, really.
Well, you guys so mean. You can't even pin it on anybody unless you have a camera.
I know, right?
God.
No, actually, I can. I can pretty much tell you which one done it
Because everybody's so.
because they're all so different. And, you know, I mean, with Cupcake and Lily, we've had them. They're 10.
Oh wow.
Belle's 9. Yoshi's 8. Junior is 5. And then River will be 2 in February. Or, no, he'll be 2 in December.
I thought you got him like right after we got Asheron, didn't you?
Mm-mm.
Oh wow. It's
No.
only been 2 years.
We
He's
got
a
him.
beast.
He was born in December, and we got him in February.
I still can't believe those people try to do what they try to do.
I
to
know,
him.
right?
Bless his heart. The story behind River is what his name is.
People tried to throw him and his litter mates over the bridge into the river. So, needless to say, they all got new homes.
I would have reported their asses.
And mine,
He's a beast. He's like part mastiff, part pit, or boxer.
boxer.
Boxer. And
Yeah.
boxers are big enough to begin with.
Yeah.
He's so pretty.
And then you add the mastiff to it.
Yeah. I want a
So-
wolfhound. The neighbor down the street had a greyhound.
Ooh.
Oh, not a greyhound, a Great Dane. Huge. I didn't realize how big these dogs are, but he was so playful and so pretty. And he was like the size of a little mini. No, he's bigger than a mini pony. He is like, he was huge.
Have one walk up and lay their head in your lap
Aww.
when it's dark and they're black.
Oh.
He went to a friend's house and he ran in, and I was sitting there with the door open, and the next thing I know, my lap is full of this head, and I'm going, what the fuck is this? Oh, that's their Great Dane. Okay. I'm like, hi, puppy.
Yeah. Oh, puppy, don't buy a puppy. You could buy my
Don't
head
eat
off.
me, okay?
But this one was so sweet and just so playful. And they were just fostering him for his dad. So until his dad found a place. But I was sitting there going, oh my God, he's so perfect. I wish my Pibble was that perfect. And he goes, yeah, he's like one of the best dogs and so easy to train. And
Oh, wow.
Asheron is easy to train too. You stick with it.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how smart these dogs are. I mean, he lays differently than Minna because, of course, Minna's an Australian sheepdog. So she lays with her hip on the ground like this and her paws like this, or she's like, woof, when she lays down. He lays, I call him my little penis because when he lays down, his butt is in the shape of the head, of the balls. And when you come all the way to the top, he's got these 2 little claws that are white. So it's like he's spitting. And I'm like, oh, I'm a little penis dog. But but he lays on his legs, like down like a sphinx. So it's hard to get him to sit pretty or to do anything because the way his hips are trained, the way he is. And it's amazing to see the difference in these dogs.
Well, you see, like when they're all out playing, how they'll lay down, they'll hunker down.
Yeah.
Like they're waiting for that
To
one
pounce,
to come.
yeah.
That's how River lays.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Which could be
Ah.
because it's what he does out in the backyard 9 times out of 10. He's
Yeah.
waiting for one of them to run by him so he can get him.
So why do you think it is that animals can see spirits?
Because I see it IR.
Because they see an IR all the time?
Mhm.
So all spirits are in IR?
well, not necessarily in IR, but they're able to be seen easier in that spectrum.
So why do kids? I know a lot of people say kids is because of their innocence,
Because
but
they're so open.
well, I think it has to do with their vision because their eyesight's not good. They're not supposed to watch 3D or anything like that until they're a certain age.
Yeah.
So do you think maybe it's because their vision is developing per se, and that's why they can see? I mean, I'm pretty sure someone
Well,
can keep
they
it and
may
keep a
be-
gift,
I
but
guess.
They may be more sensitive to the IR spectrum because it may not have fully developed in their peripheral yet.
Especially the younger they are.
Yeah.
well, y'all know that she used to be able to see and was telling me things up until she was about 4 or 5 years old.
Mm.
And then I asked her one day, I said, "Hey, do you still see the little boy?" And she's like, "What boy?" And I was like, "Oh, no."
But you never know, it might come back.
Yeah. But I would ask her, I'm like, it's okay. I know your Nana and your preacher will sit there and say they're the demon, they're the devil. They're not. I know they say that, but that's part of the religion. Everything is demon if it's a
Yeah.
spirit or something. But let me tell you from experience, and as your mama, I'm not an expert in anything. There's no expert in this field because nothing has been proven yet. But I think she has shut it off because of
that.
Church.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's what I did. I was like, okay, so we won't talk about that because, people think you're crazy.
I think a lot of that was mine too, but mom would used to tell me ghost stories of stuff that happened to her when she was growing. I mean, when she was an adult, even.
We would tell ghost stories, but you didn't talk about seeing it. You didn't talk about any of that kind of stuff.
Mom would every now and then. She would talk, especially if they were talking about the same thing. My mom would talk about my aunt and her time in witchcraft, and her time with the Ouija board, and mom's time living in a house that used to be a morgue on the bottom. I mean, she would tell me a whole bunch of these ghost stories, but the minute I told her what I was doing 9 years ago this year, y'all, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Until they moved into my house and had things happen to them. The one time her shoe got pushed off the darn middle of the Tupperware thing that it was on, or Dad's metal detector got turned on. It's hard to push that switch. You had to push that switch hard to turn it on, and it turned on by itself. And I told him, I said, I told you guys, they're just showing you that they're here, and that I'm not as crazy as you like to believe.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But moving into this house has been amazing because I've been to places where I was pretty sure was paranormal, but I never delved into it until I moved here, and Kelly and I were talking about ghost adventures, and then I talked about opening up my own paranormal group, and she's like, "Do it. You should just do it." And I did, and here's where we are now. Many members through later. The only original members are myself and Kelly. No, he wasn't an
I
original
came
member.
after-
Oh, okay.
I came after Becca.
Yep,
Oh, okay.
yep. Him and I started talking about him being a pagan and everything. I was like, you need to come up here and we need to talk. And told him about the TB hospital, and we went to the TB hospital. And I
Yeah,
think
we
the
went
first thing we did was that house, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one was it that we did first?
It was
The one
her
with
house.
Amelia or the Demon House?
I think it was the demon house.
Alright.
Because that was before Atha went with us to TB.
Yeah.
That was during the time that she was interested, but she didn't go to the demon house with us.
Yeah.
And I had called Becca for the demon house, and it wasn't working. That's when I called you
That's right, yeah.
and had you come up
She's
there.
like, can you come do this? Because she didn't. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. She did a lot of things that was similar to him, but he was more thorough, and you could tell he was more knowledgeable in the situation. And when it didn't work the first time, it was like, okay, I gotta find somebody that can do this. Because I didn't know a priest at the time. I didn't know Padre at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Padre Casey. And, but I knew him through Becca. So I was like, Pastor, I need some help.
I need you to come help me.
That poor house was so smoky.
Oh, that house was.
If there was any, I don't think the roaches were still in there, but
Oh, wow.
that's how bad. I'm like,
Yeah.
Dang.
Contact high the minute you walk out the door.
Jeez.
Like, I'm feeling great today. Woo! How you feeling, Dustin?
well, I used, what was that? I used Sage.
You used Sage,
first.
but you used another thing. Was it?
Then I used Dragon's Blood.
Mm-hmm. Then you
Like
put the
real,
oil.
like real Dragon's Blood, like the.
What was the oil you put over the windows?
No, that wasn't oil. It was moon water.
Moon water. That's right. You had just. It was like it was a calling because he had just done the moon water,
Yeah.
And then
He knew he
the last
was
thing I
gonna need
used
it.
was juniper and sage, which was from a Native American that I knew. So I was like, God, 3 times.
That was God, it doesn't seem like that long ago, but it was a long ass time ago. It was like 6 years ago. Yeah, I had the first group for a year.
Oh, it was longer than that.
Well, I've only had the group for 9 years. Maybe it was 8 years ago. Because it was like, I only had the group for maybe not even a year when I got him on.
Yeah.
Because everybody that was in the group, I mean, they wanted to go on these investigations, but they didn't really want to do the work and reviewing the evidence. And
Yeah, that's right.
they're always busy.
Just to know, I was like doing. I'm like, oh, I was doing like one video every few hours.
Yep. Yep. And now it's dwindled down to us girls. No, he's still us girls.
Yeah.
He's still us girls.
He's gonna.
He used to dress as one back in the day.
He's gonna have to start going with us more.
Oh, well, yeah. The only reason he hasn't been is because
Because
I've been
school, I
so
know.
concerned with his school and wanted him to make good grades in
Of
his school.
course.
I forced him on LOA. No, I didn't.
I was like, girl, I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to be busy.
18 hours. I love how they think that like taking 18 hours is because it's only supposed to be 18 hours a week. That's why they call it by hours. And I'm like 18 hours of class and 18 hours of reading maybe.
Right?
And for me, probably 36 hours of reading, just because, like, one class, I was having to read like 5 chapters a week or something.
See, that's why I couldn't go into your
I
field.
read
That's a lot of reading.
slow. I'm a
I do
slow
too.
reader.
Because I'm a thorough reader. If I miss it, I'll go back and read over
Yeah.
it.
Well, my problem is that I read it, and I read it. I'll read it in my head, but I don't remember any of them.
You're
I'm a
like,
visual learner.
you're like my son.
I have to go back and reread it because
Yeah.
I'm like, I wasn't even like listening to myself when I was reading.
You're
it.
like Bobby. You can stick something in front of him, and that boy can read. He's got a college level reading. Okay, I mean, he can sit there and read every bit of that shit, and then you ask him to write it down, and he's just like,
Well, no,
But you can ask him something, and he can fucking tell you everything that book said.
Well, and so that's the thing. Like a week later, I'll remember everything that was.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have to read this week and remember it this week, not next week.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a visual learner.
Bobby's one of those.
Like-
He can.
I won't
Into
remember a
it,
lot
yeah.
of the names and stuff because I loved art when I was, especially art history, when I had art history. Because I went to college for web design and interactive media. So we learned a lot of art stuff. And whenever we were learning art history, the Roman columns, each of the Roman columns has a different name for them. I couldn't tell you the names to save my life, but I can describe it to you. I can describe if they had the little curly ends on the end, or filigree, or lines, or something like that, but I could not tell you the name of them to this day to save my life. I am a visual person.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do it myself, and I have to design it myself in order for me to get it.
Mm-hmm.
You throw a name at me, and I'm like, like I went to this interview one time for web design and multimedia. I know what Bootstrap is now, but they called it something different when I was in school. So I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, I can do Bootstrap. I know Bootstrap. So I was thinking of what it was, not what they called it back then. No, I flunked that shit out the water. They wouldn't even talk to me again. I felt so stupid. Because after that interview, I went and looked it up. I was like, well, that's nothing like what I was thinking it was. No. Oops.
Yeah, that's my problem is I'll ask John to come and help me with something. And he's one of these, he comes in and he tries to do it. And by the end of it, I'm still sitting there going, I don't know what the fuck you just done. Because, yeah, all I needed you to do was show me this and then let me
Yeah, let me do it.
do it. But no.
See, he's different, totally different. He'll explain everything to me. If I don't know a word, what is this word? Right off the top of his head. And I'm sitting there going, why can't I remember shit like that? Ugh. It's like names. I can remember your face from 10 years from now.
Oh yeah.
But
Your
you ask me
name?
your name. If I don't talk to you on an everyday basis, I'm like, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. But that's one good thing about social media, though. You have a picture to match to
Their
the name,
right?
Unless they change their picture like every day and it's something totally different than what they usually have.
Yeah.
But yeah, you remember the picture to the name. So it's like, oh, when I see this person in person, I'm going to know who the hell they are. Unless it's a totally fake person.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is Ricardo 27.
And you
Didn't you have a
who?
picture of Matt Damon on your profile? Okay, I know who you are.
We're gonna be at this convention and somebody's gonna be walk up. Hi, Shaw, how are you doing? And she's gonna be like,
I'm great. How are you?
It's not yours. Help me out here.
Oh, you don't know either? So what's your name? No. I try to remember names, but please don't hate me if I don't remember names, because I am a visual learner. I will know your face before I know your name. I'll remember Bill Reap and Chris Reap till the day I die. I mean, hell.
Well, it's like I have people that would come up to me like, oh, we used to talk out in the smoke hole, and I'm like,
sure we did.
like I know your face.
See, that's one
What
thing.
was your name again? How do you spell your name?
Yeah.
That's one thing I do like about my face so far is that even though I've thinned out a little bit, I still have features that still match the features of what I looked like when I was bigger. So hopefully people will remember who the fuck I am. If not, well, you will when you hear my mouth. All you gotta do is just listen. Just listen to me.
Oh, I know her.
You'll remember. You remember.
Well, here's the bad thing. I grew up in this town.
Oh.
So, and most of the jobs I've had have been very customer oriented.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you have somebody come, oh my God, hi, how are you doing? I'm going, I'm good. How are you? Who the fuck are you?
Right? My man and I were at Walmart one day, right? And somebody said, oh my God, Shauna, y'all are still together? We had been together like 8 years at that point. And I'm like, yeah, hi. And they're like, oh my God, it's so good to see you two still together. You don't see that so often, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And she comes and hugs my neck, and I'm like hugging back because I'm a hugger. And I hug back, and then she walks away, and I look at him, and I'm like, did you know who that was? And he goes, no, I was hoping you would. And I'm like, no, I have no clue. But they knew us. Of course, he and I were both coaches, managers at the time.
Yeah.
But still, you know, in a place of 300 people, you think you'd remember everybody.
Well, favorite TV, 1,200.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, God.
When they're like, did you notice that? I'm like, did they smoke? And I'm like, well, yeah. And it's like, well, I'll probably know their face.
That's me. Well, you know, blah, blah, blah. Can't say that I do. Now, if I see him, that might be a different story, but, you know.
That is one thing about being a manager. Even if you do not smoke, if you go out to the smoke hole and chit chat, you're going to end up knowing everybody.
Uh-huh.
Everybody. Now, whenever I had stopped smoking while I was a manager over at Sitel. However, I still went out that smoke hole every once in a while and just chit chatted with people. And now I'm smoking again.
Right.
Luckily, it's not cigarettes, but it's still nicotine. And it still drives away my cravings, thank God. But, you know, I can smoke this and then go 2-3 days without smoking and be fine. Whereas with cigarettes,
Yeah.
if I went a few hours, it was like, I need a cigarette. I need a fucking cigarette. I need something.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder the chemicals they put in that shit
Mm-hmm.
to get you that
I
addicted
don't
to
think
it.
it's so much the nicotine that's addicting.
I don't
Yeah,
think it is nicotine that's addicting.
It's got some nicotine or got some qualities being addictive.
Yeah.
But not the way people get addicted to cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's all the other chemicals that are in it.
It has to be because it's like alcohol. The people that are
And
addicted to alcohol or
Did you
cocaine.
know that the younger you are when you start smoking, the harder it is for you to quit? And it doesn't matter if you've smoked 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. The younger you are when you start, the harder it is for you to quit.
I don't know.
You and I could have started.
I started at 12.
I was 13. But you and I could have
Stealing
started
from my
at the
daddy.
same time. Only, say there's, a few years difference between us, which there is. And then both decide to quit at the exact same time. It could be harder for you because you're younger.
Yeah, luckily I quit cold turkey each time because I think I was used to it though. Every time I found out I was pregnant, I quit cold turkey. Because I didn't want to hurt my baby. The fact that of me not wanting to put that nicotine in my body or any of the chemicals from the cigarettes was more important for me not to do that to hurt my baby than it was for me to smoke.
Mm.
So I had the subconscious of, okay, that's bad for my kid. So
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. That's the motherly instinct in you that pushes that thought out of your
Mhm.
mind. However, it went from that to nom, 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 nom,
Mhm.
eating all the time. I gained 100 pounds with my first child. Lost back down to 20 pounds, just 20 pounds before my ideal weight. I got pregnant again. Got right back up. Never lost a pound after that. I actually gained. And then when I got pregnant with my last one, I gained only 30 pounds, but I was already at the point where I went over my 300-pound mark. And at that point, I was like, no, I need to do something. So that's when we went and started getting stabbed and everything. And I lost 103 pounds. Right.
And,
But the cigarettes, yeah. What got me to quit cold turkey the last time was my youngest son came up to me. Now, my oldest used to tell me all the time, you need to quit. That's not good for you. You just need to quit.
mhm.
But it took my youngest son coming home from school crying, telling me, Mommy, you need to stop. They said you're going to die. You're going to die if you don't stop smoking. Genuine concern and care that he didn't want to lose his mama instead of the snide little my mom
Mhm.
from my oldest son.
Yeah.
That I only had 4 cigarettes left in that pack. I said, after this pack, I'll quit. And sure enough, I did, and I quit for 7 years.
I think that's one reason why when the kids come to me and say that, it's just like, it's because it's, Mom, you need to quit.
It's not really genuine. It's
Yeah.
that
I mean, I know
parental.
that one of them is being genuine, but it's just the way he comes at it. And so it's just
Yeah.
like, hey.
Yep. All right,
Plus, I've been
whatever.
smoking since I was 13, okay? So think about how many years that is.
Yep.
You're looking at almost 40 years. So, yeah, it's
Yep.
rough.
And I was smoking 2.5 packs a day when I joined the service, almost 3 packs a day. When I joined the service, So it was hard for me. When I joined service, you had to give it up cold turkey. And that was the hardest thing in the world, because the minute you threw that pack away and you're on that bus, all you're doing is twitching and looking around and wanting a cigarette and twitching. And granted, once they got you there and you were doing PT and everything, and your lungs were like, you can't breathe, you can't do anything. It's hard, but you got all that time that you're doing stuff that you're not really thinking about the cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's when you quit cold turkey and you have the time to think about it that it's hard. So you got to get your mind on something else. Like with me in the 1,200 calorie thing, I had to learn how to adjust my eating habits, and I learned how to only take in a certain amount of calories a day. In order for me to do that, I had to stay busy. I had to keep my hands busy and not think about food and think about constantly putting something in my mouth, and cigarettes too. And so what has my hands occupied? My graphics pen. My graphics pen has my hand occupied, so I don't think about eating anything, because I can't, because I'm drawing, I'm doing stuff. I can't just put it down to eat, because I won't ever get anything done. And then I have a podcast or something, or music. Mostly it's music. It's hymn music or rock music or something playing.
Maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah, start.
Well, you have your epoxy and your crafts and stuff.
You can smoke while you're doing this shit.
Get rid of the cigarettes and just have this. And I want to see you try to hold this in your mouth. How can you see it?
Build me a little stand.
Right?
So look what I epoxy today. On my arm. I just got a cramp, and it was like, it was like,
Oh my goodness. But
send a picture to Shauna. Look what I did today.
I can see
I
it
made
now.
an electronic cigarette burner.
We'll be slapping the Geeks logo on that shit. Hey, look what you can buy from Geeks. Well, it's like this brand right here. It's Geek Vape. Geek Vape, you can sponsor me if you want to.
Yeah, no shit, right?
My founding group is GEEKSParanormal. Yeah. But yeah, I had actually thought about sending them a letter asking if they would like to sponsor.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I show your shit off all the time. I'm smoking out of it all the time.
Right.
Don't you want to sponsor me?
You might be surprised. They might.
Yeah, I know. So if anybody knows anybody from Geeks Vape, you're more than welcome to send them over to
Geeks Paranormal.
Yep. Sponsor my team so we can go on some investigations and figure this stuff out. You know, I had already said that if we ever got a sponsor, I would make sure that we had a live feed almost everywhere we went.
Shit, yeah.
You know, I need to try because I got talking about cameras. For those squirrels. I just got like a Blink camera. And I don't know if you
What
actually...
camera?
It's called Blink.
I saw that advertisement today on my feed.
Yeah, I just got that. And... well, the reason I got one is because I got a Amazon Echo Show. Like the one that's got the video. Like just a small one. Which is annoying, by the way. Because it just blinks through different things, and I'm just like, well, just stop. Just stay on the clock. But I got a little indoor camera, like a mini cam for $10.
Oh, wow.
And I can pull it up on my thing.
I need to get a camera for inside the house.
You know what I want to have built for us?
On Atticus.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason is because I went to the person that actually built it first. Or that I've seen built it first. I'm pretty sure somebody else had already built it. But they built this IR hotspot camera. And it reminds me of a GoPro camera with a whole bunch of IRs around it. So it like brightens up the room so you can see. But it's a set-along camera that Wi-Fi's, and you can Wi-Fi into it to view into it. But you can sit it pretty much anywhere that's at least almost 1,000 feet away from you.
You know, if we can find...
That is where she sits. When she gets home until she goes to work.
Jesus. Wow.
That's my living room.
Goodness.
See, I need a camera like that so we can watch what's going on when we're gone.
Yeah.
But if we can find like
see where
the
he's
different
at.
equipment.
Is he on the bed? Yep, at the head of the bed.
Yeah,
right
right
there.
Oh, he's missing his
Right.
daddy.
Stupid pillow smells like dog. I'm like,
He's
God, you
missing his
Maybe he's missing daddy, so he snuggle with your pillow.
Oh, poor attitude.
But if we can find like the equipment that we want, like those IR lights and stuff, and we can find the videos to put them together, we can buy the bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And
And
give them
have
to
Bobby. Yeah.
Because I mean, he made this, and when he made the SLS camera, the video that he was watching, the guy tells you everything you need, but when he linked everything, there was one piece he forgot to link because he already had it, so he didn't link where you could get it.
This is what I'm talking about. I don't know, because I think once you set it up, you can take it away from the Wi-Fi. And it's got local
Come
storage.
and do like a hotspot, like the hotspot on your phone.
That's, yeah. I mean, and like I can do hotspot on my phone. But it's got like its own storage. It's only like 256. It'll only use up to 256 gig thing. But if you're paying attention to it, because like when you go into the storage, it tells you how much is
Left.
left.
Yeah.
So like if you keep paying attention to it, you can go and just change out the
Yeah.
drives. But I gotta see if it works without the Wi-Fi,
Wi-Fi.
because it shows both. When you go in here and look at it, it shows like this. The top one is the Wi-Fi, and the bottom one is the sync module.
Mm.
No, is the sync module maybe connected to the Wi-Fi?
Well, you have to set it up through the Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
and that's the only way I can see it from my phone. But I'm thinking if you had like a phone or something that had Wi-Fi, or even I don't know if we would even have. That's what I got to figure out, if we even have to connect it to Wi-Fi.
See, that's the problem with my cameras here.
Yeah, Arlo's phones.
I mean, it's,
And they're twice as well, they're almost 3 times as expensive per camera.
They
It's the
are.
outdoor camera that I just got, and the camera, the battery lasts up to 2 years.
wow.
But I got to figure out how, because you can't record them live constantly. Like it has to
Yeah.
have motion.
Yeah.
It only records like 1 minute at a time. So it's not like a.
That's the biggest problem, is trying to find something like I thought about maybe GoPro cameras. If there's a way that we could put like a connector to the GoPro cameras that is safe and like password protected, so only the ones that have the password can get to it. That way we can set it up at different areas and locations, especially like the TB hospital. Because if we could set those suckers up in different locations without having to have it wired to something and be able to connect to it, like say we're on that same floor and we want to connect to it to see how it's going, we can connect to it and see how it's going. But I mean, the one thing I did like about the wire cameras is I could set them up pretty much anywhere and you could see them on the screen anywhere.
Yeah, you just gotta have a cable.
Yeah, and that cable is
And I'm like,
heavy.
and I bought so much of that cable, and it still only went to like just where the doors were. Like when you first come out the door, it was like, here's the cameras. That's
Yeah.
that's what you get.
And then whenever we have to carry it inside, it's almost like you have to have a dolly because that case is so darn heavy with cables. And even if we could find some cables that are lightweight that we could use, that would be amazing. But I know with Wi-Fi, you can only get so far and so, so much distance from them, and that sucks. I would like to be able to connect to them no matter where they're at, especially in a place like the TB hospital, because those floors disconnect you from a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
Because we were never able to use the walkies
Well,
in
just
them.
imagine if we were to go to Waverly Hills or Missouri State Penn.
Yeah. With all that metal and all that concrete, it would be so hard to get the Wi-Fi to work properly. That's why there's got to be somebody out there that has the brains to be able to build something that you can use that's Wi-Fi or even lightweight cable. Because if I could find something that's a lightweight cable, I would be willing to carry that cable anywhere just to be able to
Right.
have us connected to a
As long as it
DVR
ain't
so we can
weighing
see
500
everything.
pounds, yeah.
But yeah, the cable we have is so heavy. I mean, it's like carrying a body in that damn case, and the body is like 160 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
But there's got to be a way to be able to do it and not have to worry about carrying and having so much cable.
GoPros have their own Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I have a new GoPro. I have a brand new GoPro that I bought off my dad. And I have 2 other GoPros, but they're older versions, so I don't know if any of those have any kind of Wi-Fi connection or not. But you also have those deer cams that only detect motion, like these cameras, that you put an SD card in and it'll record until the SD card runs out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this GoPro is the same way. You can put a little mini SD card in it and record as much as you want. But the problem still lies. I want something that I'll be able to connect to a monitor so you can have somebody sit at the monitor and be able to watch
See
it,
yeah.
and see if anything's going on to be able to alert us
Yeah.
that something is happening. I mean, even if we had it live so viewers can watch it and say, hey, there's something going on over here. You need to go over here.
Yeah.
We can run over there because I know there's a lot of viewers out there that can't get out.
Exactly.
And investigate. Like, I knew a guy over in the UK that is that, because I was talking to him about it. He was like, that would be great if you guys could come up with something like that, because I would be able to sit here and actually do the investigation with you without having to actually be there.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I would.
And
I
like,
would love to get something like that set up.
Yeah, like right now, especially.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that would love to go, but because of health reasons and COVID, they can't.
Yep.
So, you know.
Yep. And I would love to be able to get something like that. So if any of you are out there that are watching this, that are engineers and like to engineer things and like to rig things, I'm looking for a hotspot, like a lot of hotspot cameras, really,
And
that
if
you can connect to anywhere.
If you don't want to build them yourself,
and you know how to do it,
tell us how to do it. When
we have somebody that would be willing to do it.
My kid.
Yeah, we'll ship it to her kid and have her kid
like
do
I was
it.
saying, you know, that one piece that he didn't link in there, Bobby was like, hey, we got a piece missing. And I was like, well, shit. Okay, what is it? And he's like, don't worry about it. I got it covered. I'm 3D printing it. And I was like, you're fucking awesome. So he
maybe
3D
you need to throw
printed
this idea to him.
He 3D printed this little piece and popped it up in there. Now, what makes our SLS camera different than others is because of him having to print that piece and bolt it on there. It only bolts so far. So our camera actually turns.
Oh, nice.
So I can be standing here holding it like this, and I can just reach up and turn the connect.
So you're still nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe we need to throw this idea at him and see if he can use his brain to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you know what's funny though? My daughter was telling me, she was coming out of the shower one day and she goes, Mom, I'm going to build something that dries you off the minute you come out of the shower. I said, what do you mean you're going to build something that dries you off the minute you come out of the camera? She goes, there's got to be a suit or something that just insta-dries you. And I'm going, well, without burning your flesh off, I don't know of anything. And
well,
she
you know
goes,
those Dyson hand dryers?
Yeah.
Build you.
Well, that's what pretty much she said. She said, I'm going to build it. And it's going to be great. And I'm sitting there going, I have a little engineer on my hand. Maybe I can get her interested. So I saw where a V8 engine replica, like a little mini V8 engine, comes with all the parts and you can put it together. I thought about buying it for her to see if that's something she'd really like to do that.
I bet she would.
So, but you know, Isaac was the same way though. He was so into building, wanting to build things, and wanting to build robots, and wanting to be an engineer.
And he was going to go to college for it, but
He was.
marriage kind of got in the way.
Yeah, marriage. But now he's a mechanic. And he loves engines, and he loves taking them apart and putting them back together.
Oh, speaking of that, because I thought about it whenever I saw this, Harbor Freight has this thing that you don't have to unscrew the nut at the bottom to get the oil out. You literally put this hose down the dipstick tube and you pump it and it sucks the oil out.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I think it's like $150, but like literally you can set, I mean, I would say just use it for extracting the oil.
$150,
Yeah.
but they come at your labor. That's good.
Right? Like you can pump all the oil out in
It's
like
like I
5
can pump
minutes.
my own oil.
Right?
But it pumps all the, and you can put it down there until it stops, and then you just pump the oil out, and then you pour the oil in, change out the filter.
Nice. I need to get one of those.
Oh, shit.
So I can do my own oil change. Oh, speaking of oil change, I need to take my van to get the oil change. I'm not gonna have another engine I have to pay for. Uh-huh.
Guess I'm gonna
No.
have to take Agatha's car because she's apparently incapable of doing it. So
Well, I had Isaac do it last time, and we had gone. I don't remember where it was we went to, but we went somewhere, and now it's to the point where it needs to be changed. It's only like 500
I
miles
think
over.
it's
but-
free oil changes though. And when she bought the car, that was part of her package.
No.
She pays that little bit extra in her payment, and so she can take it to them and get it changed. It's just getting it to.
Well, you know how like I told you mine burns oil. Like I'll
Yeah.
probably have to put a quart in there driving to Indiana, but like I can take it to Take 5, the people that you set in the car, they do your oil change. And like I just took it there the other day, day before yesterday. And it was like a quart low, and they refill it for free.
Nice.
I'm like, I gotta start, and it's like $49, but mine takes that full synthetic oil.
Mhm.
Dustin's like me. He's gonna have his vehicle everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Well, I had one, an Equinox that burned oil like that. And
They're getting sued for that engine.
what
man.
brought my
Really?
attention to it was right after we got it, we had taken Jaden and we went to St. Louis.
Mhm.
Didn't have a problem or nothing while we were there.
Speaking of St. Louis, Christopher and Philip Booth, you need to take us back to that mansion.
On the way home,
Please.
we were, I would say, probably halfway home. And we had pulled over to get something to eat and all that. And when we got back up on the highway, he gunned it to get on the highway. And the sound that came from that engine, I was like, oh my God, you just blew my fucking motor. And he's like, what is wrong with this thing? I was like, oh, you're driving. I don't know. Shit. I said, pull over and let me check the oils. We had to put oil in the damn thing because it
Oh,
was just
wow.
like, yeah. And I was like,
Well, they were replacing, because what they had to do to fix the problem, which they found out now is not fixing the problem, was replace the piston heads and the piston rings and the gasket. Well, we come to find out the problem is it's sucking it into the PCB. Tiniest freaking hole, like the hole is as big as this right here.
Oh
That
my
little hole.
God.
And it's like sucking all this oil into that because it's not got pressure or whatever. So when I take off my air thing that pulls air in, it's got oil in it, like it drips oil out of it. And yeah,
Wow.
and it's only in the four
yeah,
cylinder.
it's a fucking mess. Yeah.
But yeah, they're being sued over it again. They were sued for it, and they were like, "Well, if you've got this problem, you can go in within 7 years and 6 months of getting."
Yeah, and see, the problem was I bought mine used, so I was,
Well, but it's still qualified for that.
oh,
It's 7 years and 6 months from the day you purchase it.
ah.
Now, I'm going to have to reconfigure the gas on our way to Indiana. Because I had it configured where we were all pitching in, so it was cheaper for us.
Yeah.
And now that we have 2 vehicles, we need
Oh,
to...
don't worry about my problem.
Well, no, I had to worry about my car. Because everybody was going to help me with my gas.
It shouldn't really be that
I
bad.
mean, it's like almost 40 cents more than what I had configured because of...
Because when I figured it the other day, I was figuring out gas.
It's probably going to take me like 2.5 times.
When
how
I
much
was
it usually takes me.
when I was figuring out gas for
But now instead of $25 to fill the tank, it's $50 almost.
well, I figured it at $3 a gallon, and I was figuring out from here to Mississippi, because one of the
Mississippi.
kids'
Oh,
girlfriend
yeah, you told me about
lives down there, and yeah, so we talking about going and kidnapping her. And so I was figuring up the
that.
gas.
Willingly.
Yes, willingly. She's willing to be kidnapped. She's over 21, so
Mhm.
just make that clear. We figured it up, and it was for the trip down. It was going to be like $65, and then of course it'd be 65 back. So I was like, well, that's not too bad, you know. So, but of course that's using my mother's. I was basing it on her car. So
Yeah, cars are way cheaper in gas than vans and trucks and SUVs.
Well, I gotta change my spark plugs. It's just been so.
I thought you did that already.
I did, but
he didn't
like,
gap them right.
well, they were gapped wrong.
Okay, they were gapped wrong. Sorry, he didn't have nothing to do with them.
Because what it.
I just
he went
remember
from-
him telling me they were
what he
gapped
had-
wrong.
Well, yeah, I went from having like 23 miles to a gallon to 18 miles to a gallon. But they're
Oh,
gapping
okay.
them way more than because they're gapping at like 40 and 46, and my car's supposed to be at 36, and I can't
Yeah.
find any there at 36. Well, the safe range is between 36 and 44, so I'm like, okay, well, whatever. No.
Wow.
So I got higher quality ones. Instead of spending $18 for 4, I spent $40 for 4.
Yeah, that's going to last you longer than me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and they're the iridium.
Radium.
Yeah, right. Well, it's not got an R. It's IRI something. Okay.
Well, so if you can get it back to the 23,
mm, well, I'm
it would be
hoping.
almost comparable to her car because her car gets 20.
Mine gets 23 on the highway.
what
Well,
was
you
it?
know, like going down
Hers gets
the
26, I think is what it was. 26 or
on
27.
the highway going to, and this is going to the mountainous areas of
Yeah, because we're
Arkansas.
going to be going to.
Well, no, going through Arkansas.
Oh, yeah.
Like I was getting 25 and 26 miles to a gallon through the highway there.
Oh.
So, and I've got to go have my tires rebalanced because I think Firestone just decided they were just gonna fuck my car up while I was, because they're not balanced right. I hit 60 miles an hour and it starts vibrating,
Mm,
and now there's more noises and the brakes are acting weird. Even though the brakes were low, like as far, but right after that they were. It's like almost like they went in there and.
Yeah, I've done
fucking
something.
something. Yeah.
And I'm like, no, I'll replace those myself. Thank you. And I still have to do that. It's just it's a freaking lot.
We need to get the sites you went to uploaded so we can review them. I mean, I still have to put up Sister's Tea
Yeah.
House, and I can't find anywhere where y'all put up your stuff. I don't even know where it's at.
Well, shit, he's at work. I'll go home and wake his ass up and be like, I need your fucking password, dude. Because he's got the videos from,
And now that you're sort of
Ashmore.
back, I can bring you in so you can look at the Sister's Tea House stuff too.
he's got the videos from Ashmore and St. Louis on his computer because I was just like, here, load these and then you can put them on mine later.
Oh, and speaking of, I got a new computer coming in too.
So
Hopefully my computer won't freeze anymore.
yeah. The only thing that I've got to figure out, and Bobby said he really looked at it and he couldn't figure it out, was on the SLS camera. We've got to try to figure out a way to either get the tablet to do a screenshot or record. It does not do either one.
I have a
So,
recording thing that'll record
You have
the
a dead
screen. So
I mean, I can record it on my phone.
Well,
And,
no. You can download this onto the tablet,
Oh, okay.
and it'll record. I mean, granted, it sucks because you have to let it sit and
Well,
record while it's playing. But I
It's-
think there's a way that you can pull stuff off of it via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth onto your phone or onto a computer that has Bluetooth. Like my computer has Bluetooth.
Okay.
So if you turn on
So we
Bluetooth
might
on
be able
the
to do that. Yeah.
iPad, you can just get
Okay.
it off the iPad from your computer or your phone.
Okay. Because what we have is where Josh had the camcorder
Mm.
and was standing behind me. So, luckily, he was standing
Yeah.
at the right spot at the right time. So,
Yeah.
but yeah. And
And we still gotta get the stuff that we had at Ashmore Estates when we went in September uploaded. I don't even think, did any of us even look at that? I didn't. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
I don't think so, honestly.
And that was last September. That's been a year. Our sister's tea
Almost.
house has been 2 years.
Yeah. So,
And I know I've been wanting to get Spiritual Rose up. That's been 8 years.
honestly, don't think that we did.
But
look
if
at that one.
I mean, even if we just get like bits and pieces and not put a story together, at least we have stuff that we can say, hey,
Show,
this is
yeah.
what happened. Especially that one spot of Spiritual Rose where that apparition was forming in front of the camera. It looked like hair, but it was standing in one section. It was just getting bigger and forming.
I know you're gonna make a frowny face, but what I would like to do is I would like to go back to Asheville, and I'd like to take him and Jaden and let them walk together and let her tell him
What she sees.
what she's
Right,
seeing.
let's just call them all to us.
Yes. Why do
They're
you
like-
think you're part of the
they're like-
fucking group,
they're
We'll be
dude?
behind
They're
you.
like, oh, big beacon.
We'll be behind you.
We'll be there.
As
We just
turn
won't be
all the
there.
way.
But let her tell him what she's seeing, and
Yep.
because for me to stand there and be like, I believe you, and you know,
That's your
I'm her
grandma.
nana.
Yeah, you're her nana.
You know, so
Mm.
yeah, she's like, okay, but I could tell when her and that girl were talking, and that girl was telling her, you know, they were comparing notes basically. You could almost see it in Jaden's face that, hey, somebody's not thinking I'm full of shit.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So I think it would help her. It would help ease her a little bit. Because there was a couple of times that she was just, not like freaking out, but she was like, Nana.
Well, you know how I feel
No.
completely when they're under
Oh,
18.
this is
I know.
gonna take two tanks of gas. Not even 2 tanks, really.
Mine takes 2. Mine takes about 2 because we fill up
We
before we
usually-
leave, and then we
yeah.
fill up on the way there. And then when we get there, we have to fill up again just to make sure we have
Yeah.
gas.
We
Where?
usually fill up twice.
Indiana? Because we went to
Well,
Illinois.
Anywhere we
Yeah.
go, we
Yeah.
usually fill up when we leave. And then we usually fill up about halfway-ish.
I usually
Then-
fill up when it's at a
It'll
quarter
take
of the
30
tank.
It'll
Yeah.
take 34 gallons to go
Well, I have an 18-gallon tank,
to the well.
so
And that's at 22 miles to a gallon.
Okay, so when I went to Illinois, I filled up before we left. We stopped in Springfield, which is...
thank you guys for still watching. If you want to say anything, you're more than welcome to.
Talk to us.
Yeah, talk to us. We're willing to talk
We
back.
stopped in Springfield and because we were all wanting something to drink and all that kind of crap. So we stopped there, and I went ahead and filled up there, and then drove the rest of the way. And then I filled up. When did I fill up? The
I
next
wish my
day I
car
filled
got
up
what it was supposed to get.
again, so that I didn't have to worry about getting it later, you know, and not knowing what the gas prices in Indiana were going to be. So,
I'm looking for a.
See, my car was supposed to
Oh,
get
sorry,
32
hand
miles.
sander.
to a gallon. I'm like, what? Coasting downhill?
right?
I've got to get a hand sander because I've got to
Okay.
sand this off. Like a automatic that's plugged up. Oh yes, I need one because you see this one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one that the second one.
Yeah, remind me, and I'll bring it over here.
Yeah, and
I've
this
got
is the
one.
final one, and we had everybody sign that when we were there. And this is gonna go up on one of the shelves.
Need to epoxy it
Yeah,
so
Well,
that it won't
yeah,
come
I
off.
need to epoxy that. But the problem is, I had stained it, put this around it, and at the time it kind of looked like that, so it was in there. But over time,
It's
even though I put the
bubbling.
varnish over it to seal it in,
Yeah.
it's still like near the top.
Yeah.
You can tell it's coming up, and that it's gonna be any day before they all just pop up. And but this, once I get the see-through vinyl
Mm-hmm.
to go on the thing, I'll be able to cut this stuff out and put it on here with epoxy. And even though I do like the letters, I really didn't like the letters. but it was the only ones that I could find at the time that even matched any kind of saying anything similar to what I wanted. And now that I'm doing 3D ghosties, we're gonna have the 3D ghosties in there, all of us instead of just the two. And I'm debating on whether or not to have the circle, but I think I'm gonna have the circle anyway because that's the symbol of the reason of this is the circle that describes everything. And then we're gonna have, the way I'm thinking is having, of course, the little piggy tail girl in the front because that's supposed to represent me, and then Dustin, Debbie, and Kelly on one side. I still love one day to get the tattoo of Justin in front as the skeptic one.
Yes.
But this is the idea for our Ouija board. This right here. This is hello, of course, because he's facing you and waving. This one's goodbye, because he's not facing you and he's waving. Of course, yes, no. And then you got the letters. Never used it, because this was to be signed, and there's a lot of people at conventions that don't want to sign anything that's been used. Robbie Thomas was one of them. He said, if it's been used, I don't want it. I was like, no, it's never been used. It's safe. So we got him to sign it.
Yeah.
But we had a lot. This was our first convention, and it was amazing to have all these people sign that they did. And I'm pretty sure Christopher Booth signed it. Well, where is he at?
Oh, Lord, who knows? But I'm sure he's on there.
Claiming badges. That was Rachel. Oh, where's it at? There's Steve. I'm pretty sure Santi signed it too, I think.
There's Tina Marie.
Yep, Tina Marie. I don't remember who Huckleberry was.
Oh,
The Paranormal Road Warrior.
Huckleberry's that older man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And then Scott D. And then... Oh, Santi! There's Santi!
Yep.
Santi is right there! Santi! Hiya! Right there. And... Gosh, there's so many people. There's Sasha. It was awesome. Right there, in a heart. Door next to Santi. Christopher St. Booth. Man, I'm blind. Goodness gracious. Now I just gotta get Philip. The next one.
I know, right?
The next one I make, I'm gonna make one to show for people to see, and if they want it, I'll make to buy. But I'm not gonna make a whole bunch of them. But one's gonna be for people to sign, and the other is gonna be for showing.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to do. I mean, it still looks good, considering it's like 4 years old.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
2018 was when we went the first
Yeah.
time. Yep, 4 years old, and yes, it looks kind of rough, but
Much better than the $2,000.
Right?
oh wow. Yes, that's what I'd like to have, is something that can burn it or carve it without me having to cut it all out and put it on here, because that way it would make it. And I even bought little thin pieces of wood, because I was gonna have them cut it out, and then I was gonna burn it and then stick it on here, but then you'd have raised, so it'd be hard for the planchet unless I epoxied it.
Yeah.
And epoxied it and epoxied it and epoxied it until it was even. But I had took your wood burning, and I tried myself. I am not a wood burning artist. I am a graphics artist. I tried.
Well, we need to.
I just don't have the patience for wood burning.
Oh, you said you tried that pen though, didn't you?
What pen?
That
Yeah,
stroke
that
marker
pen,
thing.
and then it faded back into the color it was.
Oh wow. Okay.
So it's either a cheap ass pen, or it doesn't work like it said it's supposed to.
Well, that sucks.
Yes. Because then I was going to make a stencil and just color over the stencil.
Yeah.
So it could be just the pen is cheap, and
Maybe.
or maybe I didn't heat it long enough. But if I heated it any longer, it was burning the wood.
Yeah.
So.
I sent you that thing that showed you how to use a heat gun to burn after you create the stencil.
Yeah, that's
Did
what
you
I
not
sent
do
her.
that?
I thought.
I haven't seen
Well,
it.
it's like it's by that guy that I.
Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah.
Put my
Oh, yeah, I saved
I
it.
sent it to you,
Yeah,
too.
I saved it.
Yeah, where you use that chemical and you burn.
Yeah, I had thought about doing that too and just having a stencil and just doing it that way and seeing if it would
Well, and
work.
it actually burns it into it. It's not just like it doesn't just change color.
Oh,
Yeah,
Because
it
it's the
burns
chemical
it.
that
So
burns.
nice. So yeah, I'll have to go on that and look at it and do it that way. And you know, I had, despite waking up this morning exhausted,
and I have planchet molds, so
and I got to get those GEEK.S done so we can get those and print them
And I-
out. And
finally got my other molds in. They're for coasters,
I got earring molds.
like you put in your car coasters.
I got
What
earring
is it
molds
you
and I
found?
got key molds, and they're like that long.
Look at the
Cool.
name of
Key or
this machine.
keychain?
Key.
Oh, cool.
So we can put the key on the keychain.
There you go.
Look at the name of it.
Laser pecker.
He kept
That's what I
saying.
thought that
He
said.
kept saying it, and I was like, "Did you just?"
Laser pecker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hang on, we're gonna look at this real quick.
Oh,
Laser pecker. See what this pecker can do.
Well, let me take it out of my ears. He kept saying it. I'm like, is that what he's actually saying?
How much is this?
That's like $600.
Aw, damn.
But I was trying to see how far down, like how far it would burn, like how big. And it looks like it's just a small.
Oh, just a small surface. Well, that kind of sucks.
There's one that I just saw that's like 15 by 15.
Because, you know, if it would go deeper to where it wouldn't, like, rub off or anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, it burns into it. Like it doesn't, it won't rub off. But it's just not a very big space. Like it only space.
Yeah, it's very small.
But then I just saw that one that's like 15 by 15. It's still not very big.
You know, like the industrial ones that I've seen are like $5,000, $6,000, and I have not been able to find one cheaper.
Almost like a portable light
I like
bulb,
that.
and
Omni.
I can't,
Omni,
I can't,
whatever it's called.
what is it? I can't guarantee that it won't go through to.
Yeah. Well, there's
Like, how do you keep it from doing that, especially with a laser? It's like whenever he said, "Oh, I'm just lasering your gum line down," I'm like,
you're doing what?
I can smell the flesh, and oh god, burning flesh does not smell good. Let
No.
me tell you. But I mean, he was like, "I'm just lasering it down a little bit," so I go in afterwards, looking at it, making sure my teeth aren't like
fried.
right. And I told him, I said, the only thing I worry about is having this cap on this tooth and this tooth rotting because it's under a cap.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "You're fine. That's not going to happen the way the caps work. It's to protect the enamel and protect the tooth."
Yeah,
And-
that one. There's a cat.
hmm
I think.
I have a temporary cap on right
No,
now.
that's not the cat.
And I get the permanent cap in a couple of days, or a week, a couple of
Oh, I
weeks.
was gonna have a crown. And then I
Now
told
those
him,
will fuck your teeth up.
I told him, I was like, "I'll just leave it," because I had a root canal on this one,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna need a crown." And I'm like, "It's in the front. I don't even bite on it."
Yeah, Bobby had
Mine's
one.
right
That's why-
here.
that's
That's
why
one of
they
my
put a-
biter teeth.
That's why they put a crown on it when it's in the back, because
Yeah.
you chew on it.
Yeah,
This doesn't. I don't chew on it. Yeah,
they did a root
owls
canal
do.
on Bobby and then put a crown on it. And he kept going in and having different stuff done, you know. And the crown came off and the tooth underneath was just, yeah. So I was like, oh, so I just wasted all that money on a fucking root canal. Thanks.
Mm.
Because
Well,
he ended up having to have it pulled anyway.
I told them, I said, I don't know if it's actually cracked or not because I've been chewing on it and eating on it, no problem. And he goes, well, maybe you're subconsciously not eating on that side because you know it hurts. And I said, that could be. He goes, let's try it again. So they did the test and, oh, God, yeah. And he goes, yeah, it's cracked. And the way I can tell that it's cracked is because whenever you bite down on it, it opens it up. So whenever you release, it's closing again. And that closing
Oh.
is what hurts. And I went, ugh. And he goes, if we put a crown on it now, it's going to protect it and it's not going to go anywhere. But if you leave it, it's going to end up rotting out. And I'm like, rotting out? Ew, no!
No.
So he's like, instead of losing the tooth, we want to try to save the tooth. So in order to save the tooth, we want to put a crown on it so you're not going to lose it.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you know, if worse comes to worse and I end up losing it, I have prosthetics on my insurance.
Right.
You just put a prosthetic there and it'll be fine.
Oh.
Just make it look like my teeth, please.
Yep.
My
Just
poor
don't-
dad.
Just don't give me these teeth that are this big or this small. You know,
Right.
make it actually look like mine. And we'll
Make
be
them
all right.
actually look like my teeth and we'll be good to go. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
paying a shit ton for this insurance. You can make it look like my teeth. You have a molding of my teeth.
They have the capability of doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Depends on
Well, hell, my
where you go and who
mother-in-law,
does it.
she had all of her teeth pulled and,
Mhm.
and false teeth put in, and those false teeth looked just like her teeth before.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, but I don't want false teeth. I want prosthetics that they have to screw
Yeah.
in. They're permanent.
Yeah.
Because
Trust me.
I don't want to have to take them
No.
out and put them back in. And,
You don't. I mean, you still have to do that to clean them.
oh, yeah.
But other than that, you can just.
Oh,
put
not
them
these
in.
prosthetics. These prosthetics.
Oh, the ones
screw
you're talking
in.
about. Okay.
Yeah. Implants. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Dentures are a total pain in the ass.
My poor dad,
So-
though, he has had bad teeth since he was a little kid. So he grew up with toothaches constantly. And finally, he was, I want to say he was in his 40s. No. Because I was still in school. He had to be closer to 50, in his 50s, when he finally had all of his teeth pulled and dentures put in. And I'm sitting there looking at him with these dentures going, that's not your smile, Dad. Because they were totally different than his teeth. Because he had bigger front teeth that were a little longer. And then, I mean, he didn't have buck teeth. It was a good smile. He had a great smile. It just wasn't the dad I grew up knowing and seeing.
Right.
But he hardly ever laughed or smiled in pictures. So you hardly ever saw his teeth unless he was tickled and just. And when he gets tickled, my dad is awesome when he gets tickled because he'll sit there and shake his hand while he's on the chair. He just starts laughing. That's when you know he's really, really tickled. He's really laughing at something. And whenever he got those dentures, it just wasn't the same because they weren't as long as his front teeth used to be, and they were just perfect. Whenever he's like, my teeth go kind of behind.
Yeah.
But that's over the years because they used to be completely straight, and I have had teeth in the back push them in. But his teeth were like that all the time, and it just wasn't his smile. And I miss the dad, that had a smile. But I'm happy that he no longer has to go through that pain and anything. I told him, I said, if you had a choice of getting prosthetics or implants put in, would you do it? And he said, right now, no. I'm happy with what I have.
Oh, fuck, I would in a heartbeat.
Well, see, the
I'd trade
implants,
these bitches in.
Well, since he had to glue it, he used Gorilla Glue.
Oh, dear
Gorilla
God.
Super Glue to glue because his dentures broke.
Oh, okay.
And he had to glue the
oh, we
dentures.
thought
Now-
we were talking
I
about.
thought he was talking
I
about
was like-
doing it in. I was
I
like,
was
damn.
like, people
No.
that early
Okay, I've
with
never
the
been
little
that
blue hair.
desperate.
No. And that's why he was telling me I'm fine because I was worried that he had COVID again because he asked me if I had a COVID test and I said no.
Oh, did you hear about people getting RSV and it coming back as COVID?
What?
I guess adults are getting RSV right now too.
Really?
I know two people that have
Reba
pneumonia.
McIntyre.
Oh yeah.
She
And her
ended up-
husband.
they said that she had a breakthrough infection, but it ended up being RSV.
And it's coming back as a false positive on COVID.
Mhm.
Well, Jason, our honorable Geeky, his wife,
Has
y'all keep her in your
pneumonia.
thoughts and prayers. She has pneumonia now, and she went to the emergency room twice before her lips started turning blue and everything. They turned her away both times.
Well,
Didn't
they're
Bailey
old.
finally see her and they gave her steroids and shit?
Yeah, they gave her steroids and stuff. And then she went home, and her lips started turning blue, and her oxygen was below 60. And he goes, nope, you're going, period.
Oh, man, what's on
They admitted her to the hospital.
She's lucky they didn't ruin it.
Right? And they have her on a breathing machine, and he says she's doing great right now. But she might be one of those people that have to have oxygen for the rest of her life, like this poor vet that I saw at the VA clinic. He goes, I got it when I was in New York, and ended up being on this damn breathing machine, and now they're saying I have to be on it for the rest of my life. And I said, I'm so sorry. It's
Well,
affecting everybody differently. It's crazy.
yeah, and it's like, that's what I was telling you. It's like, it's not necessarily that you're going to have to worry about what's happening right now. I mean, if you die, that's one thing, but
Right.
it's affecting people. It's like it's actually damaging different organs in the body.
It's affecting people differently. It's affecting, like, I know a couple of people now that are saying their kids have got it and they're having trouble breathing. But when Ari got it, she was only sick for 2 days with a 99-degree fever, and then she was fine the rest of the time. Me, I was sick for 2 days, achy, like so achy. I slept for 2 days, except for the day I went to work. And I stayed in my cube. I didn't go anywhere, and I was just like, I don't know what this is, but this is like the flu. This is horrible. And I go home and I sleep from the time I go home until the next morning, and then I go see the doctor. But by the time I went to the doctor the next day, I was feeling okay. I had a 99-degree fever the whole time, and the rest of the time it felt like a sinus infection. I even lose my sense of taste and smell when I have a sinus infection because it affects my sinuses. So I didn't really think of anything until I went to the doctor, and they said, yep, you tested positive for the variant. And I'm sitting there going, how do you know that I have the variant? And she goes, because it comes up differently on the test than what. I'm like, well, if it's like the at-home test, it's like just saying you have COVID. And she goes, well, what are your symptoms? So I told her my symptoms. At the time, I still had my sense of taste and smell, and I was fine. I wasn't running a fever. And she goes, well, the variant, you're not going to have a fever. You're not going to have this. You're going to have a sore throat. Well, I didn't have a sore throat.
Well, see, the variant, they were saying a lot of people aren't losing their sense of smell and taste.
Yep, and I lost my sense of smell and taste. But last year in November, I didn't lose my sense of smell and taste, but I was bedridden for 3 days. I was sick, and even with the flu, I don't get that bad. So that's why we think we had COVID. And whenever I told the doctor that, she goes, oh, it sounds just like COVID. It sounds like you had COVID last year. All of us got it last year, except for Ari. Ari never got it. This time around, all of us got it, but Warren. And he was in the house with us the whole damn time. Mom and Dad even came over. Dad's vaxxed. Mom's not. Neither one of them got it. And I got it just from sitting across the aisle from somebody else. So it was like...
Yeah, and I thought that was funny when they were talking about, just stay in your cubicles, you got walls around you, and those
the
walls
walls
will protect
don't
you.
help
No,
you.
they don't. That's why you got 16 people out with COVID, dumbass.
Yep. So go ahead and send us home.
But like she said, it affects everybody different.
It
There's
does.
a girl at work that Monday or Tuesday, she started feeling bad, so she went and got tested and came back positive. And yesterday she was telling me that she's already lost her sense of taste and smell. And it's like, Jesus.
It took me a week and a half
Yeah.
before I lost mine.
Damn, it should take
And I
me
was already
fast.
pretty much over it by the time I lost my sense of taste and smell because I wasn't sick anymore.
Yeah.
I hadn't ran a fever. I never coughed the whole time I had it. I never had a headache. Well, damn. No. Never had a headache. I was just achy, like the flu, achy flu. And then the rest of the time was the drainage of like a sinus infection. That's it. Now, Justin did worry me because he had a 104-degree fever for 2 hours. We finally got it down. I had an ice pack around his neck, and he sat there. We gave him Tylenol. Finally, he got up and went and took a cold shower, came back out. It was down to 99 degrees. So that worked. But we thought for a minute there we were going to have to take him to the hospital. Luckily, it worked, and Ari, of course, never got any sicker than the one day she was laying in.
People are ending up with, which I know based on this, higher viral loads than others.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, look at Jesse Jackson and his wife. They both had the vax, and they're in the hospital. And they're saying, I don't know how they're doing right now, but they're saying it's a breakthrough case because both of them are really ill and in the hospital and having to take this. And they're able to spread it just like the people
and
unvaxxed.
it's just like I told everybody that I've talked to about it is just because you're vaccinated doesn't mean you can't get it and still give it to somebody else. And
It just means your symptoms are going to be less.
Right. It just means that you may not die from it.
And that could be why, with her, maybe hers is progressing a little faster because she is fast.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why.
It's making it come faster so she's over it quicker. But that also remains to be seen about my mom. My mom has upper respiratory problems. Worse than me because she gets bronchitis at least 3 or 4 times a year. She had it for 2 weeks last year. Lost her sense of taste and smell. I was around her the whole time. So were the kids and Justin. None of us ever got it. None of us. And I mean, we were around her constantly. None of us ever got it. Well, now we think maybe it was because we had it 2 months before she got it. So our immune system was already used to that and already created its own antibodies or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
So
the people that are getting it, the problem with that is it's not lasting. The antibodies aren't lasting as long.
No. And
They're
that's
like lasting like 20 or between 60 and 90 days, and they're able to get it again. So.
But that kind of makes me wonder about the vax and your natural immune system. Because your natural immune system builds up those antibodies and is constantly with you all the time, constantly working, constantly going, because it's your natural immune system, it's your body. Your body's used to it. It's like, hey, we got this, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Whereas with vaccines, sometimes they go in, and yes, it helps you for a certain amount of time, but like most medicines, it's going to wear down and wear off.
Well, and it does, and they're not saying that it doesn't, but well, it's like I said, the mRNA thing.
Yeah.
It's staying in the system longer. I mean, the body breaks it down within 2 weeks.
And again, it comes to the people different other than other people.
Right.
Somebody will...
And it breaks everything down because it's basically a lipid thing that it breaks down in the body, and the body's like, hey, this is, and it starts creating antibodies for it, even though it's basically what they've done is they've taken, and this is why people they've taken the protein spike, and people are freaking out about that, but all they've done is that one genetic piece that is very similar in all the different variants is what they've used to teach the body this is what you attack.
Yeah.
So the body is looking for this spike in that protein, and it's like, hey, this is what we're supposed to attack, and that's what it's using. So this whole, I mean, yeah, it's a synthetic makeup, but it's not technically synthetic. It's just using that portion.
Not technically taking your whole DNA and changing it.
Yeah, no, it's not changing. They're literally all they've done is they've encapsulated it in this mRNA. So when you're looking at, I'm trying not to go like too scientific on this. When you're looking at a virus, like I've shown you, the difference between what the flu virus looks like versus the COVID virus. COVID virus has all this RNA that it releases and yada yada yada, where it's different than the flu, because the flu has got this is the strain of the flu, and it's got one essentially coding in it, where this seems to have different codings in it.
It kind of reminds me of the smallpox vaccine, because whenever they first came out with the smallpox vaccine, it had an RNA factor in the blood. So a lot of the people that got the smallpox vaccine were warned not to have children because that RNA factor in your blood could cause deformity in the children. Same thing with the anthrax vaccine that they forced us to take back in the 90s in the military. You know, it could cause deformities in your children. We're just going to warn you just in case. But you can't not take it, because if you don't take it, we're going to put you out on dishonorable discharge. So you have to take it. Well, my oldest son's now the brunt of that because he's got an enclave chest, whereas nobody in my 400 fucking people in my family have anything like that, and nobody in his dad's family has anything like that. So the only thing we can narrow it down to is that possibility of the RN factor in the blood. Now, granted, my mom had that in her blood from when she had her appendix burst, and they had to give her blood. So she didn't get it from the smallpox vaccine. She got it from the blood transfusion that they gave her whenever she needed the blood transfusion for losing a lot of blood and being so sick from her appendix bursting. Luckily, it created a cyst, and all that poison was built up in the cyst, and it was slowly making her sick. So they were able to go in and get it out and transfer blood. But whenever she got the transfusion, and they told her, okay, well, we found that there was an RN factor in this blood. It could cause deformity in children. Well, she was already told she couldn't have kids because her womb was tilted, and it was going to take a very strong sperm to get in there and, you know, whatever, an egg. And fertilize an egg. Well, here I am, miracle baby, only one. But they said it would cause deformities. Well, there's not one. But they said it would cause deformity. It could cause deformity. So she had her tubes tied and burned so that she couldn't have any more kids. Because I came out fine, I came out normal. She wasn't going to risk it. But who's to say, whenever they checked my blood and everything, I was able to donate blood and everything. I was O positive, and I didn't have the RN factor in my blood. So technically, the way genetics kind of work sometimes is you get your blood from your dad or your mom. I ended up getting it, I guess, from my sperm donor, or part of it. And that RN factor wasn't strong enough to come into my system. So it makes me wonder if the anthrax shot that came through may have pushed something that caused the deformity in Isaac to have his in-cave chest. It's one of the reasons he never went shirtless or would change in front of anybody, is because he was embarrassed over that. And, you know, I don't blame him, and I hated that for him. And it was so scary to watch him play football because he's this skinny little puny thing out on the field with an enclave chest. But every time he went and got a physical, they were like, oh, it's not deep enough for you to really worry about it. But honestly,
to look at it, it did.
Yeah, if you looked at it and somebody got him right here, even with the chest pad on, if it hit just right, it could, you know, pierce his heart or something. So it really worried me. But at the same time, after looking at x-rays and stuff, that bone is so thick, it would take a lot of pressure to punch that in to get to the heart, unless it was encaved deeper, like some of the people I've seen. Now, those people I would really be worried about. But with Isaac, it was just like a fist dip. So it wasn't really that bad, but it was bad enough for him to be kind of self-conscious over it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you look at these vaccines and you think, okay, well, this person had COVID 4 times. They survived. Why don't we get some of their blood and see what's going on so we can figure out how to make another part?
They've done that, and it's not
They
sustainable.
did that with the first round.
Yeah, but it's not sustainable because it dies off in the body
Too
so
fast.
quickly.
Because when
You got to be compatible, just like you got to be compatible when you donate a liver or an organ or something.
when my
Gotcha.
older brother had it and was in the hospital, they were doing it.
And they've
then.
got
They were
like
taking
they've got
blood
the
samples
antibody.
from the COVID patients.
Yeah, because like
and
I'm
trying
asthmatic,
to figure out what's, you know.
but I'm not asthmatic due to hereditary. I'm asthmatic due to shit that happened to me in the service.
Yeah.
So this was chemically induced asthma, whereas somebody that was maybe born with lung issues, like my mom,
Yeah.
born with lung issues, they could go in and see, hey, she's got all this stuff. She's similar to this person. They have the same blood type.
Well, and see, this is the problem now. This is the reason that they're putting in, like, they're putting it to where people that what's called long COVID are able to claim disability. Because what's happening is yeah, you may not have been infected as far as your lungs go, but 5 years down the road, your liver might fail. Because they're seeing organs failing. Because, and from what I've looked at is the way that it's attacking the body is it's actually similar to like a cancer, and it starts mutating your cells in certain areas. So you may, like I said, 5-10 years down the road, it may not have affected your lungs this time, but your liver may fail, or your kidney may fail, or your heart may have damage to it that you just don't know about yet. And so that's the biggest thing that people are not understanding is, fine, go out and get COVID and see what happens. But you're going to be, the more often, like say you get it 4 times, what organ is it damaging? What organs is it damaging that you may not know for years?
But wouldn't that be the same thing with vaccines too, especially one that they're just coming out with? I mean, even though it's been studied, it hasn't been tested.
Well,
it's being tested now.
The mRNA, they've never had a reason to use it.
Well, even the guy that made out the mRNA said don't take it.
I didn't see that.
I got a couple of things on there. I'll show you. But yeah,
the person that created it, and the way that it was coming down was there was never a reason to have to use it, which I don't understand that because now they're using it for
exactly.
HIV. But well, I can tell you why they didn't use it for HIV because it's not one the people that it was affecting was none of their concerns, and now they're making money. And so it's just a big.
Like you would think they'd be able to make a lot of money back then off of it too, because back then it was a real pandemic, I guess you would say.
Yeah, it was a too, but well, this one was in the 80s,
70s.
Well, yeah, late 70s, early 80s is when it started, but the stuff that they didn't have mRNA back then yet.
Not yet, no.
And so, but they started coming up with all these cocktails and things that killed everybody.
Yeah.
The
true test subjects are the ones that first go out and volunteer to take it.
And that's what I'm kind of worried about on this. Like, I'm not going to take it right away just because it's not. For one, to figure out if it's working, they have to stop their medication.
Oh. See, that's scary, especially for people that have been diagnosed with full blown and then saying, hey, maybe we diagnosed you wrong.
Well, no, the thing is that, like, no, they have, like, say, for instance, me, if I were to go and take this vaccine, for them to find out if it's working or not, I have to stop my medication. And so that's where I'm like, So the only people they're going to really be able to test it on are people that are newly diagnosed that haven't started their medication yet. Because, like, my medication, if I miss a dose, 2-3 doses, my system can become resistant to it. And so it's very.
So we're not taking that risk.
Yeah. So it's very, but like I said, they're going to have to do it because you can't test on people that aren't positive because then you have to give it to them to find out. Well, can't logic or humanely do that.
Right.
So they're going to have to use people that are newly infected.
So how are you going to get a good test subject off that with people that have already had it for so long, though?
People that are newly infected. I mean, they can determine if it's working by them. Because when you're newly infected, unless you're like me and been years and end up with no immune system, their numbers may not be. And what they would do is they would give it to them if their numbers stabilize or start to decline, and that tells them, okay, that it's working. If they stabilize and continue to grow, then they know it's not. The problem with that is there's so many different strains that are out there. There's what they call a super strain that is resistant to most everything as far as medications go. So they have to take like a handful of pills a day to keep it in check. Well, the problem with that is now, like me, I've got a fatty liver now. I've got kidney problems.
Is that because of the medication?
Yeah, because the medications are super strong. And so it's it's going to be interesting to see how they end up testing or studying it. But the mRNA thing, the thing that, well, like you were saying, he said that not to take it, but it's something that our body already produces. It's just a synthetic, which they say synthetic is only because it's been created outside of the body.
Right.
It's not synthetic. It's just like
kind of like the synthetic organs that they're giving people now.
It's kind of, well, not only that, but it's kind of like telling a what is it called? IVF baby that they're synthetic.
What's the IVF baby? Is that the one that's not born out of
in vitro
and the, like,
fertilization,
the outside,
where they fertilize it outside of the body and then they put it into the mother.
So technically, like if you couldn't technically get pregnant.
Oh, okay.
They would take it and
your egg and his sperm and
then implant it
inside.
They make sure that it gets fertilized and then they implant it. So technically, those children are synthetic.
Yeah.
because they're made outside of the body, even though they're an organic
Carry
creature.
them for 9 months. And...
Right, they're still an organic creature. Just like this is organic, it's just been made outside of the body, so they consider it asynthetic. Because literally, I could probably make the capsule that they use at home using different lipids and things like this. What they're doing is they're putting this mRNA, which our body has. Our body uses it to create our DNA every day. It's that messenger RNA is what it is. And so what it's doing is when it comes in, it is interacting with our DNA just because it's like, hey, it's saying this is what this is, and it's IDing it, is what it's doing. Most vaccines don't do that. They're like, oh, well, this is what we attack. Okay, let's attack it. They're using this to specifically hit a certain genetic protein that is in that's, well, if you look at the genetic breakdown, which I sent that to you, it's pretty much all in line. So it's like, hey, this is similar. This is what's similar in all of them. So we're going to use this protein. Now, if it mutates again, that protein moves, then the vaccine's not going to work. If it moves too far, like it may not even look like it moves, but it may move like a millimeter in paper-wise, and that could be hundreds of codes over.
Well, it's just like coding. Whenever you have one period out of place, it's gonna mess up the whole coding.
Right, and this is what this is and a lot of people are like, well, this is just, it's not functional because it's not this or it's not that. And I'm like, it's stuff that you already produce. It's not going to affect our body the way that the COVID is affecting our body because it's not technically a live strain. It's a mock version of what the virus is. And so when it gets into your body, it's not going to go around and infect things like it. I mean, there's people that are having problems. They're having like the heart inflammation, the pericarditis and the myocarditis.
What is it that's causing the people to lose limbs? Like I've noticed
Blood clotting.
Huh?
It's the clotting that the virus is causing. Because
so once they get the vaccine, it's causing it to.
Right. It's simulating the vaccine, and sometimes the body is going to respond as if it were the virus because it's like, hey, this is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still got all these different.
Kind of like what happens whenever I get the flu shot. I always get the flu.
Right. I mean, but what is happening is and I don't know the main scientific stuff, but the virus does cause clotting in general. And this could be that the body's like, hey, we got to attack this. Well, now it's like gumming up around all this virus that's in the system, and it's causing these clots. So it's not to say that people are not going to have problems with the vaccine, but the vaccine has been here for a very long time. They've just never used it. And I think, like we just said, is they're more worried about money than curing people.
Yeah.
But right now they need to cure them. So they pull us out of the closet like, hey, miracle. We haven't talked about it since 1987, but here we go. Oh, well, now that y'all know about it, we're going to go ahead and try to make a vaccine for HIV. And
they should have made that a long time.
Well, yeah, they should have.
And something tells me they have it.
Oh yeah.
It's just in the closet.
The thing is
it's all money.
Yep.
I don't completely agree that it's been here and it's been used. I think that somebody's probably come up with the proper information for it and they just shut it down. Because I think if it were truly out there, places like Switzerland,
and like
those places, they would be using it. They'd be like, "Fuck y'all."
Didn't somebody use it over there and use something like that, and they got cured?
Well, there's
like somebody where Elton John lived or something.
Rumors. There's different rumors that of different options for treating. One is using transfusion of goat blood, which the body can.
Well, let's go demonic.
No,
Yes,
the body can function by using that blood. I don't understand how, but
I don't either. It's crazy.
but
It's
they
kind of like a
just
pig valve.
transfuse it. But basically, the thing is though, like 1% of Europeans are immune to it,
Right.
and so they found this out because somebody had a marrow transplant that had HIV and had leukemia. Well,
Wow.
he's now got neither, and it's because his donor that was from overseas or wherever was part of that 1% of people that was immune to HIV.
Wow. I didn't know anybody could be immune to it.
Yeah, but what it is it's the, oh god, here we go, science again.
Science! Woo!
And now welcome to
Welcome to the Paranormal Science Club, y'all.
Right?
there's it's what's called a C cell, and it's the red blood cell basically,
Mhm.
but the layer of it is much thicker
Huh.
than,
A normal.
technically it's a mutation is what it is, and they just got,
They got
and
lucky.
right, and chances are they don't get sick a lot either because it makes it so thick that it can't penetrate into the cell to replicate.
Would it be like a certain type of like zero, positive? Or... No?
No, it is just the way their genetic code makes
Huh.
the cell walls thicker. And so, but it's not viable because you would have to have all those people donating all that marrow. There's only 1% of people, and I mean, literally, how are they going to know that they're immune to it?
Unless they actually.
Unless well, I had sex with this person and they've had HIV, and even then it's going to be hard to tell unless they do a genetic makeup. And so it's not a viable option, and they can't synthesize it supposedly. But now, because technically if they were able to synthesize it, they could do genetic modification.
Well, you did see where that one woman got was it a heart transplant or a liver transplant? But it was a synthetic liver. They made the liver.
Mm-hmm.
What was it, like a 3D organ?
That's something that they're working on.
And she survived. I think she's still alive.
Well, and when you think of, the thing is, like liver is literally our only organ that can regrow itself.
I know.
So they can take a tiny piece of liver and regrow it, technically. But the thing is they're trying to figure out how to print using
That genetic
organic material that is. This is what they have to do is the body tells whenever whenever you are conceived, your body has the same cells. Well, at some point in time, your cells start to divide, and it creates this is what this cell is going to be for, this is what these cells are going to be for, this is how this is going to work, this is what this is going to grow, and it starts to create each of your organs and everything. So basically, like if a person was born without eyes, it's because their body didn't create that, didn't have that genetic coding to make them, to change into what needed to be changed into. Or didn't have fingers or had webbed toes or whatever it is. That's because they were
had different genetic makeup.
Right. The genetic code didn't tell them, hey, this is how this is supposed to work.
We forgot the brackets. I'm sorry.
So it's the same instance whenever it comes to that, as like the genetic modification or the use of genetic materials to create another one. They have to figure out what cells and reproduce them. And it's like people going crazy over these stem cells. Like, and I'm like, okay, first of all, it's not alive. I mean, it is alive, but it's not alive. It's an organism that's in our body, and it's like people that, you know how they're like, oh, I'm going to save my baby's
Placenta or
No.
afterbirth or
the umbilical cord.
yes, thank you.
The blood from that.
Yeah.
It's only viable for like a few days. So even down the road, it's not, you can't come and unfreeze it. And it's going to magically fix everything.
Right.
And that's what they have to use to create these, because that stem cell is what creates the setup for the different organs. So for them to create a heart, they have to find the stem cells that are specific to that. They have to find them fresh. They cannot use them old, obviously. And then it has to work for the person.
Yeah.
Now, if a baby was born with a malfunctioning heart, they have viable stem cells.
Yeah.
But they have to figure out which ones do that.
Oh.
Which cells are the ones that actually, and then they have to separate them out so that it only creates that. Otherwise, you got half lung, half heart,
Yeah.
and you just got a big old funky monkey.
It's kind of like those Siamese twins that are still alive today. They're, I think, in their 30s and they're teachers. They have, one of them has full organs while the other one has half organs, and they're talking about separating them now, since they're old enough now that their body could probably be okay with it. However, at the same time, you have half a lung, you have a heart, and I believe she has all the other stuff except for the reproductive organs. So, I mean, I was looking into this and looking at it going, how could they do that? I can understand why they couldn't do it when they were little, because their body is still growing, their stuff is still growing. If they did it, it was a possibility they would die. Now that they're grown and they've been grown and attached to each other for so long, they're like, because they only have 2 legs. So they have learned to function with each other, because the left side, she has total control over it, and the right side, this one has total control over it. So they had to work with each other, teamwork, constant teamwork since they were born, on when to move the legs and when to move the arms while driving and all this and that. And you talk about, wow, what an amazing miracle these 2 women are, to be functioning that way and to see it happen, knowing that it's possible. And then you have to be the doctor to go, how would we separate you?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and the thing is with that, and like my great uncle, I guess, who just passed away, my grandmother's brother, he had some kind of disease when he was born, but like he lived most of his life with half of one lung.
Wow.
And so they can live full lives with just, as long as they have a kidney and a lung and a heart and a brain
and a liver.
Well, even liver, you don't even have to have that per se. They could take half of one, half of the other one. So as long as they have that, they can live, and they can live a full life like he did. He was in his 80s when he died, and he had half of one lung,
right,
for most of his life. I mean, you can't go out and do extreme exercise or extreme sports or any of that bullshit.
Yeah.
But you can live. I mean, now if she doesn't have any legs, that's going to be completely different.
Well, they'll have one leg, so I mean that'd be just like a wounded warrior or something.
Yeah.
Or...
Well, and I don't know how they would take. I don't think they'd be able to take her leg, because that's taking out part of the pelvis and everything.
Yeah,
else.
they'd have to do all that.
So
And that's
the one that had, like, one of them have to live with.
So one of them would probably have to live with the half of her body,
Yeah.
while the other one.
Yeah.
It's like, how would they? That's another thing, because you have to get the waste. You have to release the waste.
How would you?
Well, that
wouldn't be hard.
No, that's accomplishable. I mean, have you not seen, like,
The half guy, the man.
That in American Horror Story, there was a girl that was.
Oh yeah, she only had the arms.
She literally only has her torso.
Yeah.
That's it from here up. So they have. I mean, they can do that even if it's a cluster bag. They can do it. So our medical is there. it can feasibly be done. It's now down to the point of do they want to do it? And the girl that's going to have both the legs, she's going to have to go through therapy to learn how to use both
Yeah.
of them, because her body's going to have to grow the sensory of, hey, I got to use this now, or
Yeah.
she's going to completely lose
That leg.
function of that.
Yeah.
Which is better than not having any legs at all, I guess. But
Yeah. 'Cause it was amazing to see how they functioned and to know that even though it's one body shared by two brains, three lungs, two hearts, and all this, it's like, wow. It's really amazing. And whenever you go back in time in history and you actually see like the freak circus and all that with the girl that had the three legs and the one leg in the middle was just really not functioning at all, and but she had three legs. And there was another one, the guy that was back in the day where he just had the torso and the hands. And I mean, you sit there and you look at him, and that's how
it's
they
like
made a
that girl.
living.
As long as she, well, does she have arms? I don't know this case.
Yeah, the three, or which one?
The one we were just talking about.
Oh, they have two arms, two legs.
Okay,
So everything on the
So
left
it's
side
like
is functional.
one person was growing and then the other one was kind
So
of.
she will have one arm.
Yeah. They both would just have one arm.
She just needs to stay connected. Because I mean, she's breaking it down to having one arm and no legs
Yeah.
and part of a torso.
And the other one wanted to go to school for, I think, engineering, while the other one wanted to be a school teacher. Well, the one finally said, you know what?
Teach engineering.
Right? Like, yeah, let's just go ahead and be a school teacher. So they're school teachers. And they function daily on everything. And it's just like, wow, such amazing creatures to see. I mean, we're all amazing creatures, but to be able to see what they go through and then see people like us who complain and gripe and moan about everything, while these two miracle women are functioning the way they're functioning on a daily basis. I mean, how would you feel if you had to have somebody stuck with you constantly and not be able to get rid of them? And if you want to fight them,
Can you
it's just...
imagine that? Do you want to masturbate tonight? I'm just asking permission before I rape you. That would be horrible.
That would. So, I mean, think about their. I mean, do they have more than one boyfriend, or do they have one boyfriend?
I've seen the thing
How
where
could you
they
share a boyfriend?
Right?
You know what I mean? But, at the
But
same
you're sharing the
time-
body.
I know, that's what I'm saying. But then again,
It's amazing.
that would be really weird.
Yeah. Well, to them it's not, because they grew
Well,
up
yeah,
that way. But to outside society norm.
But I mean, when they first
Yeah.
started to venture that area, that had to be extremely
yeah.
weird for them.
Oh yeah, I can imagine, because I'm sitting here thinking now, like,
I've been like, okay, whatever, just get a hot boyfriend.
just a hot one. I don't care. Make sure he kisses me
But
too.
now
That's all.
I want to go and find a ghost. That makes it,
The what?
a ghost is
A ghost?
from a
that is-
conjoined person.
Oh.
That would be.
My question would be: are they going to still be conjoined,
Or are they going to be
or are
separated?
they separated?
Hmm.
That's a good question.
That is a good question, because you would think, since they were together for so long, I mean, couldn't they do both whenever they wanted? Like, maybe one time say, okay, you know
Well,
what,
I mean-
today I want to be separated.
Well, I mean, they would
Today
be,
you go on the first floor. I'm going on third. Just go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, and the thing is like you have to think like everybody's got their own soul,
Yeah.
so it's like now is the soul still because
Is it just one
in
soul, or
the
is
Bible,
it two?
whenever you die, you become perfect or whatever. I mean,
Well, perfect could be that. I mean, that could be perfection. for
right,
them.
right, and that's what I'm like. So do they become fixed,
Do they become the societal norm of perfection?
right, or
Or do they continue with the perfection of who they are?
because technically they're still two separate souls,
Yeah.
so it's
It is kind of an interesting subject, because when you think about it, if you've been together with somebody that long of a time, and even though you're two separate souls, you'd think you'd want to still be with that one person, because you wouldn't know anything else different.
Right.
But then again, I'm sure they long to be apart.
Right. So, maybe they do both. Maybe they're separated some of the time and some of the time they're not. If they're even in this parallel of the world, they're like, okay, so today let's just stay together because I miss you. And tomorrow they're like, okay, I'm so fucked, go away.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna put you in the elevator down.
Go down, moan while you're doing it, scare them all.
But I think it's like, would you come across the ghost that has lobster hands? Or is it gonna be fixed? At
Right?
that point? I mean, that's a torment that they go through their whole lives. Are they gonna keep it, or are they gonna?
They're gonna separate their
Right? Are they gonna
hands.
become the way that?
Society
Right.
deems them to be.
So it's.
And that's a lot of things that's wrong with society anymore, though, honestly. Everybody wants to strive to be perfection. I mean, look at all the women in Hollywood who are trying to strive to look the same as everybody else. I don't want to look like anybody else. I want to be unique and look like myself. And that's another thing that has me thinking about space and aliens and how we might be a science project, because look at the aliens. Technically, according to everything that's out there, they look the same, right? What if at one point in time they didn't? They looked like us. And then society had them all want to look the same, and eventually they evolved into just the same looking creature that we may be ending up doing later on down the road, because everybody going to get facials to look like this person, or facials to look like this person, or
Well, and then you also have the question that's been tossed out there that, what if, like, we're trying to go to Mars? What if we actually came from Mars?
right? Because we
And
destroyed
because
it.
We destroyed it.
Ugh,
So now we're trying to figure out how to fix it or whatever.
right?
So it's like, yeah.
Well, look at all these other planets too, like Venus and Jupiter, and I mean, Saturn has a moon that has land-like features and water and oceans and all on it. I mean, you gotta think, the universe has been around for billions and billions of years, and there's other universes out there that are mimically and similar to ours. There's an Earth-like planet that looks like ours.
There is no feasible way that we are the only things.
Oh God,
here.
no, that would be totally egotistical to think that we are the only creatures that are in this universe. Totally egotistical. I totally believe there's other creatures out there, regardless of whether they look like us or they don't look like us or what. Of course, I also believe there's other highly advanced beings, because if there weren't, I wouldn't have seen the shit I've seen in the sky, and there would be evidence that other people have found. So, yes, I believe that's another reason why I think that we're sort of like maybe a science project. They have taken us from one of their planets and put us on this Earth to say, hey, let's see how they do. Hopefully they won't make the same mistakes we made. And hopefully we can guide them a certain way. Because I believe, y'all can say I'm crazy all I want, I already get it anyway. But they're already out here among us looking like us. And I believe they're in the medical fields. I believe they're in government offices. And they're trying to steer it in a certain direction. And maybe they're steering it in the same direction they steered it back in the day whenever they graded us the science project. And that's why it's collapsing instead of evolving like it should be. But again, it could be going a different route than they had too. So that's another thing. It's all conspiracy theories. I love conspiracy theories. Just ask anybody. But it's something that just gets your brain going and gets you thinking, hey, what the fuck, man? If you destroyed your planet doing the same damn thing, don't do it to this one. Stop being retarded.
And like, one of the things that I always looked at was like Egypt. Everybody talks about, okay, the pyramids, yada yada yada. Well, the thing is I was watching a show on the pyramids, and it wasn't about, oh, how did we build this?
Right.
It was about proof that they had electricity.
Right.
Back then.
They were highly advanced.
Because they found there's one pyramid that they found they don't understand what it was really used for. Because there's a tube for water that comes in, and it does something here, and then it goes elsewhere. Well, in through all these tunnels, they found no soot that should have been there because that's what they would use as a torch, right? Well, then they've also found, I can pull it up here.
I'm not sure if the same 6 people watching us or if there's more 6 people. We've had 6 people watching us for a while. Of course, we've jumped from one paranormal subject to another, and then from real
And
life
then
stuff to
science,
another, and then
then-
science, and then
Okay.
now
so
aliens.
This here
You never know what you're gonna get.
Exactly. That's why you should watch.
is what's known as the dendrolite.
Oh, I should have had John send me a picture of that spider.
What spider?
Oh, there was this fucking spider on my front porch. That image was like that big around.
Oh, wow.
And he was black and green. No, his body was about that long, probably bigger around as my thumb. And
Real
he
long
was
legs.
black and green and had real long legs.
Is that supposed to be an eggplant or
They're
an eel?
The assumptions are that it's a light bulb.
Oh. Because it
Now-
almost looks like an electric eel.
Right. That's like they made things look weird, but the thing is, though, is they determined that the tops of these pyramids, you know the Tesla coil, right? You know what the Tesla coil was supposed to be originally for? Was to create electricity that could be used without wires, wireless electricity. Well, they this pyramid, there's no longer a top on it. None of them. But the top that was originally there and has been documented was a metallic top
To grab
that's been
electricity.
stolen over time because it was finite materials. But what they're thinking is that it was to create something similar to a Tesla coil.
Right.
Because this water coming in and going out is more of a power generator for water that they just because they don't understand what this whole tomb is used for. This whole
Right.
pyramid, it's not even a tomb, it's a pyramid. Well, then you have to look at one, the stones they used, which were sandstone, which conduct electricity because there are quartz that are in it. And that's what the obelisks are made of. So they're thinking that the electricity was transferred from the pyramid to these obelisks and used in that fashion, just like this is a prompter for it to pick up from. So it goes in.
That's why I love the Discovery Channel. I told Justin, I said, I want you to get the Discovery Channel. Because they have the mysterious pyramids every once in a while. But Netflix now has a lot of the History Channel's pyramids and Discovery Channel's pyramids and stuff
Discovery
like that.
Channel or the
So
Discovery
here's
Plus, I think, has that stuff on there too.
the full glyph of it. That's the whole, both sides.
Huh. So they're like facing each other. This is like an electrical. Huh. Wow.
But like I said, in these tombs or in these pyramids that were supposedly conductors, there's no soot. And even after all this time, deep into these things, there should be lots of soot.
Yeah. Especially if you have a torch and you're going through it. And
Right.
The
Like
tunnel
there was
and
nothing on the ceilings, there was nothing on the walls. Like you would think that if they were lighting up things along the pathways, there would be things there. But they're not. I mean, there's nothing proving that there was ever fire inside of these pyramids.
Right.
They have some things up there, like they would have put fire in it, but there's no soot.
Huh.
So now they're like, well, what was it actually holding, and how did they get light in here? So it's like
Maybe it was like a beacon or something.
Like
Like
something
it
that's
lit
picking
the
up-
whole
well,
area.
I mean, it could technically have been like a light bulb that they had at that point in time that picked up the electricity from whatever was conducting it.
How do they contain it though? That's the weirdest.
Well, good question.
I mean, if
I mean,
they
they
got,
had glass, they had
well, yeah.
clay back
But if it was constant electricity that they had, how did they contain it? Like if they were getting it from, say, lightning or whatever, whenever, how do they store the electricity?
Well, they weren't storing it. That's the thing. It was creating it. This is what they say is it was being created by this pyramid.
Huh.
So it's just constantly.
Well, if it had water
just
going
constantly
through
rolling.
it, sometimes water.
Right. But well, they think that there was that they had the ability to stop it. There was they made batteries.
Batteries?
There was
Was that conductor maybe a? Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay.
oh look. Come on.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
So this
That's wild.
and see the thing that holds that up there. These here are the batteries that I was talking about.
Holy shit.
And these are what were found there. And so I'm trying to remember what the batteries were made from. These are batteries that were found in Baghdad.
Hmm.
Tube of copper and a rod of iron in a ceramic pot. Corrosion of the metal and tests both indicate that an acidic agent such as wine or vinegar was present in the jar. This led to the speculation that liquid was used as an acidic electrolyte solution to generate an electric current from the difference between the electrode potentials of the copper and iron electrodes.
It's pretty crazy.
And see, like they're showing like different ways that this light bulb could be used. So, like, but I don't know that there was actual glass back then. So then that would lead to the question of was it actually in a glass or was it just a superheated object that glowed?
Yeah. Hmm.
But there's these Baghdad batteries that are over 2,000 years old.
Hmm.
You find it? Ooh.
So I don't know if there's any proof that there's ever been glass in Egypt. But these are the batteries.
You would think there would be. I mean, sand.
You would think, but I don't know that there was ever. I don't think there was ever made. But like this here shows it. Like, see, these are batteries
Oh wow.
that they found these were found in Baghdad, and they're over 2,000 years old. So it's got an iron rod, copper, and then it was filled with an acidic solution, whether wine, vinegar, whatever, and it created the electricity.
'Cause I like that theory, though. That is a very, very interesting. Electricity and light bulbs in ancient India. Dendera light? Dendera light bulbs in Baghdad?
Yeah,
batteries?
Dendera light.
Huh.
But it's got all the, like, they're down here, it's got the videos from it. Like, there's the ancient light bulb, the YouTube video on it, and the 2,000-year-old battery, and then the light interpretation.
Did they make one to see if it worked? Or is that just CGI?
No, this is real. It's kind of like this I think is more like a plasma light,
Yeah.
this version of it. But, the world's oldest battery. But this one up here, they don't have.
I'm sure that was from a green screen.
Oh yeah. But like this guy, he talks about the. See, here's the.
Yeah.
This, I don't know that there was actually any kind of confirmation of like glass back then. Even though they had the ability to make it. Fire and sand.
Yeah, fire, sand, and all it takes is one strike of lightning to hit that sand to. Whoa! There's glass! I bet we can make this. And then come up with something crazy. So let's see.
Where's the glass?
Dendera light debunked.
One.
Anthropology.msu.edu. Debunking the Dendera light bulb. Studio Archaeology. That was in 2019. Now, in reference to the actual carving in the Dendera temple, it is well known depiction of the creation myth of Egypt. You know, I do like the fact that people debunk things like that because it shows that, you know, okay, logically we can do this and logically we can do that. However, we can debunk it by saying this. Kind of like when we debunked the reason for that. But at the same time, you only see that one link that says debunking the Dendera light bulb. Where's
So
any
the first
more?
glass vessels were made about 1500 BC in Egypt and Mesopotamia.
Ah, here it is. July 19th, 2021. The Dendera lamp is acclaimed by some conspiracy theorists and alternate history nuts. Why do they got a name call? That reliefs in the Temple of Dendera in Egypt prove. Oh, it looks like a garden speeder.
Let me see.
They're so pretty. They do the little web spider.
Oh, it's an orb spider.
Yeah.
That's what was on my front porch.
Or a zipper
Aw.
spider.
Yeah, zipper spider. They do the zipper.
Scared
We
the
had-
living of Jesus out of John. He went up there
They
to get
get
him.
huge.
They do.
This one was like,
The one that used
Oh,
to.
they get bigger than that.
Yeah, they get
Like,
like
the legs will get out to like this.
that big
Not
around. Oh,
My
they're so
mom-
pretty.
There was one in my mom's. In fact, I had just been watching a thing on YouTube about it. I went to my mom's room and she's like, "There's a spider, come kill it." And I looked and I was like, "Oh." And usually, what you can do is you can take the web
Yep, just move it.
and move it because they don't do anything most generally. But this baby one that was like this big in my mom's room, I moved the web and it tried to attack me. I'm like,
Oh.
"Oh, you're getting sprayed."
Oh.
well, the house on, so like when you pull up into the driveway,
Mm.
the house that's on that side of us, they let the grass and shit go. They finally mowed it the other day after it being this freaking tall.
See?
Mm.
And then
it
that's what ended up on our
Well.
front porch.
was just a close-up picture of it when the person's in the back. Made it look bigger.
And so John had went up to get a package or something off of the porch. And so like here's the front door and here's the window. It was hanging right in between the two. It scared the shit out of him. And he come back in there and he's like, "There's a spider out there on the front porch. And some bitches is big around." And I was like, "Okay." You know, because we get grass spiders. And I was like,
Yeah.
"Okay." And he's like, "No, you're not getting it. It's like," and it looks like, I said, "Well, go take a fucking picture of it." So he did. And I was
Oh
like,
my goodness.
take the broom and just kind of sweep him off, and you're fine.
Now, of course, a
Okay.
lot of people, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out about a lot of things. So you're going to have those that come back and say, oh, this person's nuts for thinking this, or, oh, this person's nuts for not thinking this. So, you know, you can choose to believe what you want to believe. Just research. That's all you got to do is just research. And researching this stuff, you know, a lot of the times when you see people throwing stuff about it being debunked and not true, there's probably a hint of truth somewhere in it. The titles are just telling you it's debunked and not true. Read the article and then figure it out for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can see how they could have that back then. Really good.
Oh, yeah.
The so-called Baghdad battery is actually a set of artifacts that were discovered in the 1930s near Baghdad.
There you go.
Yep, that's how big they get.
Oh.
They're actually very friendly sometimes.
Not the baby.
No.
He's not the baby
Like it.
anymore.
Not the baby. Damn. Yeah, I don't see John.
I mean, their
Paul
bite
yet.
stings, but it is not poisonous, so it doesn't.
Yeah,
really-
it's he looked it up
There
and
it
he
is,
said
yeah.
that it's not poisonous unless you're
Oh,
allergic
she
to it.
just grabbed it, or he just grabbed it right off the web. I'm surprised it hasn't bitten him yet.
Right?
Well, they're really pretty docile. I mean, in general.
Unless they're really hungry. Ah, look, that leg went up.
He's like, all right, bitch, put it back.
All right, don't touch me. Let me
I
walk.
bet the most they're gonna do is make you hurt your fucking self.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like him going up on the porch not expecting it, you know.
Well,
And-
it's funny because I was walking off the porch one day, right? And we had what I call the shy spiders. I can't remember the name of them, but we call them shy spiders. When you get up to them, they kind of curl up.
Mm,
The black
And-
one?
They can get like this big around. A what?
The black one?
No, it was a little brown one.
Oh.
It was like a little brownish tan, probably about the color of the pretzel right there. And
Like, you can see me.
yeah, yeah, you can't see me, I'm hidden. But I about walked into the web and just like, oh, and I'm just like, what? Shauna, don't move. Why am I not moving? There's a spider. Where's the spider? So I found it and it's just like crawled up in the little corner, like, oh God, don't hurt me. You know, so I'm like, oh, come on. And that's like the cutest little thing ever. You're scared of that?
Oh,
Just
see, like,
move it.
my front porch. And I'm usually okay with spiders on the front porch. Until the ones I've been seeing lately. Like, they're literally just garden spiders, but when the butt gets that big
right?
on it, like the body, the back end, I'm like, you're a little no.
Oh, I need to introduce you to George. Oh, my phone's dead.
Like, you need to get off the porch. Well, when they come back on the porch, I'm like, okay, I gave you a chance, and that's when I get rid of them.
No.
We had one. He was every bit that big around.
Mhm.
Now, mind you, I was standing from a distance. So, to me, my first thought was tarantula. It was a wolf spider, is what it was.
Yeah, wolf spiders get as big as tarantulas, though.
Oh, they
But
get bigger.
it was on my front porch. And I was like, no. Because if you find a way in my house, you're going to cause me to hurt myself.
Here you go.
No.
What is that?
It's a camel spider.
Oh,
it's in
those are
Iraq.
not, they're not even spiders.
No, they're not even spiders. They just look like spiders.
They're just fucking huge.
They're huge, yeah. They look more like ants to me. But when you look at them up close, like the body and the way that it's got like a little thorax right there in the middle.
Well, they look like praying mantises without the
Oh,
legs.
yeah.
Because they got the big butts. And
Yep. They got the big butts, but the legs are what makes it look like a spider, and the way it
and look
rears
the-
back
look
at you.
the
Mm-hmm.
clamps in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I dare you.
But I
Come
dare
at me,
you to
bitch.
come closer. But there's also not just this one, but what was the one? The bird eater. Bird eater
banana
spider. Mm-hmm. These things can get really big. Oh, look at that.
Damn.
Oh, how pretty. But they exaggerate them sometimes in pictures just to make them seem bigger than what they are.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh God! Don't ever try to step on one.
Oh no, the baby.
The baby's on the back.
I know. I learned the hard way with one of them.
Yeah, they carry their babies all over their back. They
Mhm.
don't do like other babies where they fly off and do their
I
own
was
thing.
like, I don't know, 8 or 9. I was at my grandma's and there was one in the bathroom. Whoosh! And I was like, fuck! And I went and got the spray and was like, I mean, you could have like fucking
multiply.
You could have fucking ice skated on that floor by the time I got done.
This is why they call them bird eating spiders.
Oh,
They can capture birds in
Yeah.
their web.
I want one of those. The blue
Right?
Goliath.
Oh, the blue Goliath. Oh, they are so
Yeah.
beautiful. They are so beautiful. These people are not
Defang,
knowing what we're
of
doing.
course.
Huh?
these poor people are like,
They're
What
what?
happened?
Hang on, I'll show y'all. Just give me a minute.
They're like defanged, of course.
well,
Do
yeah.
you defang it?
Yeah, man.
Do you
Oh,
want it to
don't
bite you?
defang the poor thing.
Well, they
No, that's the
defang. When
bad
they
thing about-
defang them, they take the sacks.
Oh. Which one is it?
That's the bad thing about spiders. Is most of them will just cause you to hurt yourself.
Oh, that's the creepy background. Where is... It's not showing me the speeders.
Because we were trying to catch one when we lived in the apartment. And it was just a grass spider, but he was fucking huge. And so Bobby pulled the couch out because he ran behind the couch.
Oh
That's
my
the
god.
worst thing.
Bobby
do
pulled
is-
that couch out when he did. It tried to literally like run up the wall and it realized it couldn't, so it came back. And I didn't know what was going to hurt me worse. Me, myself trying to get away from the spider, or Bobby trying to back up over me.
Now-
My mom does not do spiders at all.
Uh,
She freaks out.
I love spiders. Now,
And
the only
I
spiders I
used
do
to.
kill are the poisonous ones
Yeah.
because, like, Justin had a brown recluse over his head one day, and Ari's the one that found it. And he goes, I'm not going to kill it yet, Shauna, but you better look at it and see what it is. So I went close to it, and I had a bowl just in case it was just a little spider or something. I was going to put it in the bowl and take it outside. And no, it was a brown recluse. And I said, oh, son of a, what is that?
Stink bug.
No, it's not a stink bug. It's too big.
But no, it's not. Sweary. I don't know. It's not going to bother me.
Okay. Anyway, I got sidetracked by the bug on my roof. But I went up to it and I got it to where it knocked down. Thank God it wasn't on the bed because we were a bed. And it kind of got stunned for a minute, then it rolled over and it just kind of stood there instead of taking off like they normally do. And I looked at the back and sure enough it was a fiddle back. And I went, damn it. Just killed it. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, they're not going to come at you unless they land on you while you're sleeping and you move and
Right.
suddenly
Yeah.
they bite you because they're like, oh shit, you know?
Yeah.
But I got babies. I can't.
And well, Bobby, when he was in welding school,
hmm
I don't know if it was hanging above him and it fell and managed to get down his shirt or what, but he got bit like right on where your shoulder blade is.
So every time
And
he moved,
it started
was,
getting kind of, and I took him to the doctor and
They had to carve it.
they had to clean some of it out, and then I had to put the medicine. I told him, I
No.
said, dude, you need to check your surroundings
I was like,
before
I
you
don't.
start doing that shit.
One, I have too many critters in my house, so I get spiders all the time. But like, I don't like them being in the house. I'm like, this is my
Right.
area. You can be on the porch, obviously, until you get so big. But now, like, we have these. There's 2 that are up in our tree. They're coming out of this tree, I think.
Tree spiders.
Well, no, they're just garden spiders, but
Oh.
they're the ones that got big ass.
Yeah.
And but what they make their web at night,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah, they're beautiful
they
things.
take it down
During the
at
day, they
night.
take them down.
And I'm like,
We
okay,
have
you're
some of
cool.
those.
I can deal with you, but that one, like, you got up on our window, and I'm like, woo.
And it's funny because, and I'm sure it's not the same spider, but like 2 years in a row, it would go from the house next to us, that back porch, it would go from one of the poles there to my mom's car. It would build a web
Wow.
like that. And you would, whenever you would pull up into the driveway, you could see that son of a bitch right in the middle of that web.
Mm.
And then come out during the day and he'd be gone.
Yep.
And it's like, well, okay.
They make some of the most beautiful.
Yeah, because
webs.
this was
Oh,
around, the first time
God.
we ever had one was when we had just came back from the convention in
Oh,
Kentucky.
wow.
Oh,
And you
here,
remember the guy
look.
that was taking
There
the
we go.
webs and putting them on the rocks and spraying
Yeah.
them?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
And I was like,
He's
oh,
gonna be at the convention. This
I
year.
could get some webs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I come out in the mornings and just be gone.
Yep.
this little dot right here. Watch it.
Mm-hmm.
You see it moving?
Yeah.
That's how big that fucker are. That they're coming down out of the trees.
Dang.
I'm like, if I can see you on my camera and you're way down by the ground,
Mm-hmm.
Bet you it's a pretty beast though.
and the problem is Atticus goes over there to poop. Well, then I'm like trying to run down the stairs to keep him from getting the damn spider on the leash.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, these are. Well, this is what the huge bird-eating spider is. One of them. There's a few different kind, but this one. This is the one that people want to make nightmares out of, honestly, because look at the legs and look at the body of the spider.
Mm-hmm.
It's got that evil,
There you go.
know.
It's got that evil look.
This one is more active. But like you sit there and watch him go up
They're
and
building
do
the,
this thing, and I'm like, oh, look at you.
building your web.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, you need to stop putting it
Damn.
there because
But you know, it's amazing because you see these garden spiders and how intricate their webs are and how close together they are. And then you see these bird spiders. Look at their web.
Yeah.
It's not even
It's just like
close together. It's just like, yeah. So it's like, wow. Now, the spiders, you know, have you ever seen Australia when they have, I can't remember what season it is, but the spiders, sometimes when they have floods, the spiders will end up on the land and you see nothing but webs everywhere. The trees, all over the place. And they're these little bitty spiders. They're not even that big.
Yeah. They're little bitty ones.
So, but there's thousands.
You're talking
and
about Australia?
thousands. Yes.
Mhm.
oh yeah, the spider rings.
Yep. Yep. So it's like,
I think it's a big
wow. And that is a golden orb spider right here. And look at their legs. You see the yellow on their legs?
Mm-hmm.
This is another spider that they make evil shit out of. It's a bad spider. No, they're nice spiders. They're just portrayed badly. But look how intricate that web is.
Yeah.
That is just, wow. I love their webs. And I love their legs. They're so cute. I'm so weird, I know.
It's amazing how they could do their webs. It
Oh,
really is.
and how fast they do them because, well, they only live a certain amount of time. Like the little bitty spiders, the cutesy spiders that people video and have, they only live to be 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
old.
It just kills me how, like, the one, how he can build a web that big,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and then you come out the next morning and the whole damn thing is gone.
Yeah.
And it's like,
You spent all that time,
right?
but then you got the trapdoor spiders that dig their, and then build a little web up at the top and then trap their prey. And it's amazing because California has some of those. And we didn't realize it when we were out there. Well, we did before we got back. But there's a lot of different species of spiders, and it's amazing because I've been looking at spiders. I've never really gone into study deeply into them, But anytime I see a spider that I'm not sure of, I'll take a picture of it and I'll post it up on the web and try to find out what kind of spider it is because I'm curious.
Yeah.
Well, like I moved up here in 2008. In 2011, there was this black spider that kind of had the shape of a black widow, but not really because the black widow has a real bulby butt.
Mm-hmm.
I call her bubble butt. But has the real bulb but at the same time, this spider that I saw didn't have the small little teeny front. It had a normal front. And the red spot wasn't on the bottom, it was on the top. So it wasn't a black widow. So I had to look it up, and to this day I can't think of the name of it because I only saw it that one time. I've never seen it again since then. It's been 11 years and I still haven't seen another one. But I was like, this is a different species of spider. And when I read it, it wasn't even native to this area. It was actually further north towards Canada than it's supposed to be. So somehow that spider made it down here. But undoubtedly it didn't have a mate or anything, or you'd see a hell of a lot more of them.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see how these spiders evolve and how they go. And it's also interesting to see how they say, okay, don't bring an animal from another country to this country, because if you do, it could mess up the whole ecosystem and everything. And it's true, it could. Ah, yes. The Goliath spider. That's also called a bird spider, the Goliath bird eater spider. But it's amazing what you learn, especially when you have a passion or you love something. I love spiders. Granted, sometimes one will land on me and it shocks me because I'm not used to it, but it's like, oh, okay, please don't bite me.
Right.
But at the same time, I want to hold them. Like, I can hold tarantulas all day long. Daddy long legs. I used to pick them up by the bunches down in the south because they group up into bunches unless you catch one out by their own, and then you just pick up their legs and, oh, look at how cute. But otherwise, it's bunches, and you could just scoop your hand underneath it and just have them just crawl all over you, and it's like, oh, look at all of them. It's really cool because they really don't bite. Their pinches are too damn small to do anything.
But they're the most poisonous spider.
Yeah, they're the most poisonous spider.
We get them in our bathroom, and Jaden.
I've never seen a daddy long legs here.
Really?
I have not seen one.
Come visit my house. You can have all you want. But yeah, Jaden will come in there in the bathroom, and she'll come back out and she'll say, Anna, there's a spooter in the bathroom.
There's a floater in the bathroom.
Okay, and you want me to do what? Get rid of it. Jaden, it ain't gonna bite you. You're okay.
Poisonous spider on there.
Yes, I need to get her card back.
The Brazilian wandering spider is actually the most poisonous spider on Earth. And let me see if it's got a picture of it. Yep. It looks like it's got a butt mouth.
Yeah, that's the banana spider, or what I call the banana spider.
And they are the most poisonous spider in the world.
Wow.
Is this the one that can bite you and you can be dead within like a minute or two?
Probably.
No, similar to the North American wolf spiders in appearance, although somewhat larger, it has a highly toxic venom and is regarded, along with the Australian funnel web spiders, as among the most dangerous spiders in the world. Based on one of the few studies performed in the 1970s, Phonutrus venom toxicity was more virulent, I cannot speak, than both Atrax and Latrodictus. I don't know if that's the black widow and the brown recluse. But when they bite you, they don't always bite you with venom. So sometimes you can get bit and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And then you don't die.
Levels of serotonin. At least you're gonna be happy when you die.
Do what? At least you'll be all right.
The high levels of serotonin.
You're like, But
What happened? Oh, spider bit me? Oh, good.
Seems like
venom bites will occur if the spider is pressed against something and hurt. In this case, the high levels of serotonin contained in the venom, plus a minimum strong Contribute to delivery of
Oh wow, they're actually trying to attempt to create an erectile dysfunction treatment
Oh, that's great.
that can be combined with other medicines out of the peptide that causes this reaction.
Fun. Who
In
gave you
humans,
erection?
bites of this spider may also result in prolonged, painful penile erections.
Where do I get one?
Viagra.
I wonder if that's how they got Viagra from the spider. You know, we need to take the venom from the spider because look at what happened to Dave, man. I mean, look at
I thought it said if it lasts longer than
Well,
4
you know, I
hours.
mean, they tell you if it lasts longer than 4 hours.
Right? Right? There you go. Right
We
there.
figured it out.
and
We figured out their secret.
I've sat and listened to somebody that had to go in because of that. And
Oh,
talk about
no.
what they had to do to alleviate the swelling. They're like, yeah, they have to continue to drain it,
So they have to keep, like,
poking it, and yeah.
I don't have one.
I know, right?
I was like, do you chance it just to have sex? I mean,
No.
now I used to order.
We're both like, nope.
I used to order this stuff that was called herbal Viagra. It came from China,
Oh. There you go.
but I guess it had.
Speaking of speeders.
I
No,
guess
come
it had actual the chemicals from Viagra in
go.
it too.
Had what?
Some
Oh,
of the
that's-
actual chemicals from Viagra in it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I started getting the blue vision thing. Like, that's weird.
Ah,
What?
that's weird.
Why does everything have a blue tint to it?
I don't think it's supposed to do that. Man, it went in between the pages, so I don't know where it's at. But it was the color of the darn vanilla page. The
Oh,
color.
wow.
A little bitty speeder, about that big. About that big.
Six-eyed sand spider, huh?
Oh, the six-eyed sand spiders of South Africa. I want to see one.
As I was gonna say, can you imagine seeing a spider with?
Well, most spiders have a lot of eyes.
Oh, how cute. A mouse spider.
Male spiders. Aww. I don't know if y'all can see this. I think I deleted it. I did. Here. There you go. Oh, they do funnel web. They
I
are.
don't ever want. I mean, I
Did
want
it
to go
say
to
their
Australia.
venom is fatal?
Yeah, Australia has the most dangerous animals.
Yeah, they
What?
have.
Did
Oh.
it just say its venom is
Yeah.
fatal?
All of these
Yeah.
right here, their venom is fatal.
Damn.
You got the Brazilian wandering spider, who's the most. Then you got the Australian funnel web spider. Then you have the black widow. Or no, tangleweb spiders. Yeah, the widow spiders. The black widow.
I had the widow on my porch one time.
Ooh.
I mean, I was gonna leave it there because it was outside, and then I'm like, there are too many holes in our house.
What?
I'm sorry, little lady, you're gonna have to go.
You're gonna have to get behind, sorry.
And they
brown
do not.
recluse.
They do not die from bug spray.
No,
very
you have to
easily.
smush them.
You have to squish their guts.
Can I drown you? Because I don't want to get close.
Then you got the six-eyed sand spider, and then you have the mouse spider, which is the sixth.
Wow.
And then you have the tarantulas, but they never really bite. And if they do, it's never really venomous. Old world tarantula. Like Lee Poi from Rip that does Dead Zone.
Mm-hmm.
His son has a tarantula. And he'll videotape it every once in a while. Oh, look, the blue on that one.
It's kind of cool.
It's a cobalt blue tarantula. Oh, how pretty. It's like a chameleon spider.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then you got the hobo spiders. Oh, yeah, the hobo spiders. I heard their bite was... Let's see, is this the one that the bite is really bad? Many brown recluse bites have been reported in the U.S. West Coast. You're gonna wet the bush again? In Europe, where the spider originates, the species is considered a harmless outdoor relative of the giant house spider, and no other spider in the genus Aratigina, I'm pretty sure I'm pronounced that wrong, is considered to be harmful to people. Attempts to replicate Vest's study that report necrotic effects of the venom have failed, thus casting the dangerous status of the spider into doubt. In addition, Vest's mythologies have been questioned. He has been accused of incorrectly attributing symptoms to hobo spider bites when no positive identification of the spider was made. Ooh. Then you got the like Fusta tarantula. Oh wow, look at that. It's covered with hatched spiderlings. Look at all the little babies.
My gosh.
They're like, oh shit.
Babies everywhere.
I'm gonna have nightmares. Look
I'm
at
like
all
Dustin.
of them.
I don't care if they're outside. I just don't want them in my house.
Oh, all those little babies.
And that's primarily because I have an idiot dog that likes
Oh.
to chase bugs.
Well, I just closed it out, y'all. Sorry. My bad. But I think we're pretty much close to the end here today. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We've been live since 8, 5 hours. You guys are pretty awesome for sticking around. If you have a subject, I was trying to say title and subject at the same time. If you have a subject you'd like us to talk about, we'll be happy to talk about it. I think next week
We do squirrel a lot.
we do, but we want you guys involved in the squirreling too. So y'all should get on here and come on to the live, whether it's via phone call through Facebook or maybe video chatting. Just let us know, or let me know, or whoever's here at the time, let somebody know, and we may snag you on to a live feed so you guys can talk about the same thing we're talking about. I think it's a fun topic to come up with whenever you're sitting there just chit-chatting with your friends about the paranormal and paranormal concepts, especially when it comes to closer to Halloween and they want to give off the fact that spiders are bad and scary and this is scary. But I think next week we'll talk about the Montauk. What was it called? The Montauk beast? Montauk beast. And the possibility of zombies. It's getting close to Dead Convention. Which you can go to deadconvention.com and get yourself a ticket if you haven't got one yet. Go check out all the stars that are going to be here. We're going to have William Forsythe, one of my favorite, Debbie Trejo, who was in American Horror Story this year.
Machetes, but I'm like, I don't got any.
Oh, I know. I want one so bad. I'm so tempted to order it and get it just so I can put it in the case and put it right back here. Right. Whenever we get this remodeled, because oh my God, that would be so awesome. So awesome. And it has been so awesome being able to create these stars title images, being able to speak to Moses Mosley from The Walking Dead. He was one of Michonne's pets in the beginning. And I haven't been able to talk to Shay West yet, but hopefully I'll get to talk to him at that convention. Santi was in The Walking Dead too, and I get to talk to him a lot. He's a pretty damn awesome guy. Met him the first year we were at Mid-South Convention in Kentucky. Oh man, Santi, you're my brother from another mother, man. Especially military brother. He's got some awesome stuff going. So if you haven't seen what he's got going, you should go to his Facebook page at Santiago Cirillo and check it out, because he's got some movie ideas that he's coming up with. It. He's got people casting and everything else. So y'all should go check him out. God, who else do we have? We have Eileen Dietz, who is in The Exorcist. Scott Taylor. Not Scott. Scout. Who is in Rob Zombie's Halloween's.
Ari.
Oh, Ari Lemon. Is that a dragonfly?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God. If any of you know me, dragonflies are pretty freaking awesome, because that's my cousin Wei Wei. He was my... Oh, honey, is your wing hurt?
Yeah, it looks like it's sandwich.
I don't want to go out there and get... No, it's not damaged.
Nope, he can fly.
Don't you want to go outside?
I'm just tired.
Nope, he wants to stay over here.
He landed back over
He
here.
landed back over there somewhere.
Wow. But anytime I see dragonflies, I think that Weiwei is trying to reach out to me and talk to me. I don't know if it's true or not, but I wanna feel like it is. Maybe
He
I'll
looks
dream
like
about
he's
him.
towards the end of his lifespan.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, come here, bub. Come on. Get on it. Get on it. Stop acting all cray-cray.
He's like, lady, I didn't want on there.
Look, lady, I
Right?
just want to fly around. Leave me alone.
But how weird is that? Oh my god, y'all. I mean, seriously. To have a dragonfly just pop up out of nowhere.
I was like, I don't want to come in here and die.
That was pretty awesome. Well, wait, if you're here, hopefully you said something into the mic or something to somebody. Tell your mama you love her because she misses you. Something fierce. Man, what a great way to close the night. Seeing a dragonfly out of nowhere in the middle of the night, of all things.
Mhm.
You can have that and dump it out.
I'll see if Justin wants it.
Girl,
But
I'll see if I can get some stuff to make absinthe.
oh, that would be awesome. That was awesome.
I have.
I like the way he's like.
So wormwood is what's the hallucinogenic in it. And so I have like just the regular absinthe.
We're not doing anything illegal.
No, it's legal here. As long as you make it.
Oh. See, we're not doing anything illegal.
They sell it, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not like
not
that.
in the street that I can make it. Because I have
Lord,
I have a
y'all.
bottle just.
We might do a live feed that night.
We'll see all kinds of.
We're all
goodness.
sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, or out here on the floor.
I got a little bottle of wormwood that came with it to put into it, which makes it like the old.
Speaking of
original-
spiders, looks like a chick with spider leg.
Which makes it like the old original recipes
Oh wow.
for it.
Oh. Oh. I don't know. Huh?
I said, nice.
We've had to do that. We'd have to make this short. There ain't no telling what any of us would be hallucinating. But you know, the shaman, Dan, what was his name? I'm so sorry. Daniel Moeller? Daniel Moeller! Yes. Yes, I remembered! When we had him on the show, he was talking about doing shrooms to get into that area of being able to talk and speak and all that other stuff. And I was telling,
We'd have to go to Denver to do that.
oh, I'm not doing that because knowing my luck, I'll get motion sickness and puke it all out.
Well,
That's-
there's also something that I can make that takes like a month to make. That you will vomit.
At least he tells us up front, okay?
right?
So don't eat anything, basically.
You're just gonna feel nauseous the whole time.
No, like you get sick and then it hits you.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Wow. So it's like supposed to open you up to the universe and
yeah, but it would be something that we're definitely not going anywhere until the next day.
guys, I'm against using drugs.
It's not
You're not
drugs.
using drugs?
It is not. Well, it's not. Oh, he's up on the thing.
Oh.
It's not using
It's not
drugs.
illicit. We'll just put it that way.
Now I'm in front of the mouth. But no, anything that we do is going to be natural. But
This is natural. It's man-made. It's natural.
look at the trying and you're going to do it. Period.
You're like, here, Sean, I have a dream.
Woo. See.
I gotta find the recipe in my grimoire. somewhere.
And she'll be like, no, bitch, you drink
Hey,
it
you
first.
drink it first, damn it. You start going to La La Land, and I'm going to be going, cameras on.
She's gonna pretend to drink it. We're gonna be over here goofing off our
I
ass.
know, right?
She's like, look at these two twats.
Gotta have a head on your shoulders. Somebody's gonna have a head on their shoulders somewhere when you go out with a group, right?
We're not going out.
Of course. Yeah, we might.
We'll just put
You never know what's gonna happen. This
Like,
thing will
it'll be like Big Brother.
right? The cameras will be on and you'll see us just walk out the door and nothing. Like, where'd they go? Are they coming back? Then here I am trying to go live on the phone. I was like, oh, we're already live, guys. We're not in the room.
Shit, we gotta go back in there.
How did we? Where are we at?
Turn that on. Yeah, I'll have to find it.
But I do want to try to figure out a way to lower these walls so I can let people who want to talk to me, like way, talk to me. Because every time, and I don't know if it's a coincidence. I mean, how often do you see a dragonfly flop into your room right in front of your face in 1 o'clock in the morning? This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a dragonfly out this late at night. Or this early in the morning. Usually I see them at the lakes and in the daytime and
They fly all around the
yeah. But every once in a while I'll sit there and a dragonfly will pop up, an image like when she told me to look for an aurora crystal. I was looking for an aurora crystal and I was just scrolling through the page and you see all these different crystals and you see them in tiaras and you see them in bracelets and then all of a sudden there's this looks like a pin. And it looks like a dragonfly. Of course, it doesn't say dragonfly on it or anything anywhere, but it looks like a dragonfly. It's got the wings, it's got the long body, and I'm sitting there going,
That's weird. Yeah.
are you trying to tell me something, or am I just making it a coincidence? I mean, that's my biggest fault with myself, is I got people telling me, you do have abilities, you just need to open up to them. And then I sit there and I think about stuff like that, and I'm like, I'm just fucking out of my mind. This is just a coincidence that it's popping up in front of me like this. Just like the diamond painting that I'm working on that has a skull on it that's going to be back here. I never knew it had a dragonfly on it.
Oh, it does?
It has 2 of them. It has one over here and one over here in the corner.
Oh, wow.
And looking at it, you wouldn't think there was one until you look at it and really look at it and see, oh my god, there's 2 dragonflies on there. It's like, I didn't order it for the dragonflies, I ordered it for the skull. And then all of a sudden 2 dragonflies appear on it. It's like, okay, is that a sign? Is that a message for me to reach out to him, to find a way to reach out to him? Because I've had a dream about him not too long ago where he came to me. He was the same age as Isaac, because he was only like 11 months younger than Isaac when he passed away. He was 9, and Isaac had just turned 10, I believe, or about to turn 10. And it blurred in and out. And ever since then, I had made, I made a graphic art where Jesus was holding him while he was still alive, hoping that, the prayers and everything would help and bring him out of the crazy. And then when it didn't, it broke my heart, and I regretted ever making it. And I told her, I said, I'm so sorry. And she goes, no, you don't understand. You made that, and it's been my anchor since you made it. I carry it with me when I go to meetings and everything, and I'm sitting there going, well, at least some good came out of it, because I feel like shit that I even made it. But to this day, you'll still see on some of my family's walls the picture of Wei Wei and Jesus, and I'll post it every once in a while, every year. But, oh, wow.
That's like the steps up to the door. I'm sitting in the car, and that's how big he is.
Wow. Look at those wings. They're gorgeous. But no, he came to me in my dream. He was the same age as Isaac is now. And he told me, he goes, and I have not told Jennifer this because I don't know how to approach her with it. Because in my dream he goes, tell my mom I love her. I'm fine. And I'm the one. I've lost it. I woke up remembering the dream, and I hardly ever remember my dreams. I'm like, I'm out of my mind. I've lost my mind. I'm dreaming of my cousin as the same age as my son, and I mean, I barely knew the kid, honestly. It did break my heart because I knew Jennifer. I grew up with Jennifer.
Yeah.
But there was like a bond, well, not with me, but in my brain that wanted to connect. And it wasn't until, gosh, I want to say it was about 6 years, 7 years after he had gone that I had the first dream of him. And I told her about that because it was just a subtle dream. I told her, I said, I dreamed about Wei. I'm not real sure what he wanted, but I just wanted to let you know he seemed like he was fine. It's okay. He didn't say anything. He didn't talk to me. But it's like every time I dream about him, he ages just like Isaac. And this last time when he spoke, his voice was his own, because I've never heard the voice before. And he was the same age as Isaac, 19. And because this was only a few months ago. And that was around the same time of the anniversary of his death that I got the dream. And he said, "Tell my I love him. I'm fine." He was smiling all day. Handsome fella. But is that really him, or am I losing my fucking mind? It's one of the reasons I want to try and get these walls down. So, I mean, I've got so many people telling me, no, you're not losing your mind. You guys are even telling me this. But at the same time, I'm doubting myself because I'm not used to this. This is something I'm not used to. Am I going schizophrenic, or am I...
Oh, am I flipping my shit? What the fuck?
But, no, I don't think I'm schizophrenic or anything.
You're not.
Like that. But it is a new experience for me, and it's actually kind of pretty awesome, honestly, to be able to
Your back
reverse.
sounded horrible.
I know, right?
All right, I'm going to end with this. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you guys for coming back, and let's discuss paranormal next week, next Friday, same time, same place. Y'all say bye.